It was one of those nights when the road seemed endless, a stretch of asphalt that disappeared into the darkness, of those times when you can't shake the feeling that something is wrong even if you can't pinpoint exactly what it is. I've been a truck driver for over a decade, hauling everything from frozen meat to auto parts across the country. The night shift isn't my favorite, but it pays well, and honestly, I've gotten used to the loneliness, to the hum of the engine, to the glare of the headlights cutting through the blackness. But that night was different. One that I still remember every time I drive down that stretch of road. I was about 4 hours on shift in the middle of nowhere, miles of empty highway stretching out before me. The clock on the dashboard flashed 2:47 a.m., and my only company was the static hum of the radio CB. The road was unusually quiet, if not other cars passing by. Just me, the roar of my 18-wheeler, and the occasional rustle of the wind. Even the stars seemed to hide behind a thick layer of clouds, leaving only the faint glow of my headlights cutting through the darkness. I took a long sip of my thermos, hoping that the warm coffee would keep me awake for a couple more hours. It was then that the eye saw standing right on the edge of my headlights on the side of the road. She was wearing an old white dress like something out of the 60s, fluttering in the wind. Her hair was dark, long tangled, like she'd been out there for a long time. She wasn't moving. She didn't try to wave at me. She just stood there staring at me. As my truck approached, I slowed down, trying to get a better look at her, but a chill ran through me. Despite the heater on, everything about her seemed wrong, like a photograph that's been left in the sun too long, faded but still present. My first thought was that she might be lost, or that her car had broken down nearby. I looked down the shoulder looking for a vehicle, a hitchhiker's backpack, anything that made sense, but there was nothing, just her standing in the dark, the white dress glowing faintly under the ace. From my lights I slowed down until I almost stopped as I passed by her with my eyes fixed on her face. I was no longer looking at the truck. She was looking at me, her eyes wide open without blinking. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was waiting, but waiting for what? All right out there, I asked, my voice sounding weak and uncertain even to me, but there was no answer, nothing, just the wind waving the leaves and the distant hum of the engine. For a moment I thought about stopping, but something, call it instinct or maybe simple fear, made me keep driving. As soon as I advanced a few meters, I checked the side mirror. My breath was cut off. She was no longer there. The stretch of road behind me, I was empty, only my tail lights fading into the night. I frowned my eyes, convinced that tiredness was on me, affecting that maybe I had imagined everything. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen something strange on the road after too many hours without sleep, but the feeling of unease stayed with me, scratching the back of my mind. I turned up the volume of the radio, waiting for the voices to drown out the strangeness of what I had just seen. It was then that the static broke. A voice emerged, low and crackling, as if it was struggling to reach me through a storm. You saw it too. True, the words were just a whisper, but they cut the night short like a knife. I grabbed the microphone of the CB radio, trying to keep my voice steady. Who is this? What are you talking about? But there was no response. Just the same crunch, the occasional burst of static. My hands were wet on the steering wheel, and I couldn't stop looking at the side mirror, waiting, seeing her walking on the side of the road again. But there was only darkness, emptiness, and silence. A few minutes later the radio came alive again, but this time it was just random talk of another truck driver talking about the snow in the north. I shook my head, trying to shake off the nagging feeling of discomfort. Maybe it was just a late-night joke, someone local having fun with the drivers. But I couldn't forget the way his eyes seemed to pierce the darkness, as if he were looking straight inside me. I kept driving, trying to focus on the road, but the chill from before remained. A fog began to settle around the truck, swallowing the distant trees, and the yellow lines of the road felt like I was driving through a dream, all distorted and blurred. The hum of the engine, it was the only thing that kept me with. I was about to take another fox from my thermos when I saw movement in the fog, something pale and floating just ahead on the shoulder of the road. My breath ragged, it came to light. It was her, the same woman in the white dress. This time it was closer. Her face was more visible, clearer, almost too clear, as if it was right in front of me. Even though it was several meters away, I swerved sharply, avoiding nearly the figure. The trailer swayed before I managed to control it. My heart was pounding in my chest, adrenaline flooding my system, as I tried to understand what had just happened. I looked in the side mirror, but she had disappeared again, fading into the fog as if she had never been there. That's when the radio crackled. Don't stop. The voice this time was urgent, almost desperate. I didn't recognize it, but something in her tone made me grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Who the hell are you? I asked, but the radio went off again, leaving only the hum low of the static. It all started as a simple road trip, just three old friends. A few days off from work and the promise of adventure on the open road. We had mapped out our route, planned stops at roadside eaters and curious attractions, and we were excited for a carefree weekend full of laughter and freedom. But the road has a strange way of playing with you, especially when you stray too far off the beaten path, and somewhere between those miles of trees and the signal from our fading phones, we take a wrong turn that it changed everything. We had been driving for hours, the sun descending and dyeing the sky a fiery orange. When the GPS suggested a shortcut, a winding road through a dense forest, we were tired and the idea of saving an hour or two sounded perfect. The map showed a small town on the other side, and it seemed like a simple detour, so we took the road joking that maybe we would find a secret restaurant or some attraction strange to tell later. At first the road was well paved, smooth, surrounded by tall pine trees swaying in the afternoon breeze. But as we went on, the pavement turned to gravel, then dirt, and the trees began to close more and more, getting darker and darker. The twilight, the GPS lost signal, but we assumed that we would eventually reach the village or return to the main road. After all, how lost we could be. Another hour passed and the dirt road seemed to lengthen endlessly, twisting and turning through the forest. I looked at the gas gauge, lower than I would like. I felt a twinge of uneasiness, but I tried to stay calm. We kept laughing, trying to downplay the situation, but deep down we were all beginning to feel it, that feeling that we had gone too far, that something on this road was not there. Okay, the real problem started when the car went out. A gasp, a shudder of the engine, and then nothing. We stopped in the middle of the dirt road, with the headlights casting long shadows in the brush. It must be the battery, Tom muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. He opened the hood and began to check it while Emily tried to find a signal on her phone, lifting it to the windshield. As if that could help at all, I got out of the car to feel the cool night air, but the breeze seemed unusually cold. There was no sound, no crickets, no leaves moving. Just a thick silence that gave me goosebumps. I turned towards the car. The headlights barely penetrated the darkness. Tom muttered something under his breath and slammed the hood shut. "It's not the battery," he said. "Then what do we do?" Emily, Tom went overboard. Hand through my hair. Thoughtful. "Let's walk back. Maybe we'll find a sign or a house." So we took the flashlights from the trunk and headed back, leaving the car behind. At first we tried to keep the conversation going, making jokes about how we'd tell this story later. But soon the laughter died down. The silence in the forest felt too dense. Every branch that broke under our feet made us. I shuddered, and after about 20 minutes walking, I noticed something strange. The road we should have seen. Some landmark. Something, but everything looked the same. The same trees, the same curves, as if we were stuck in a loop. Tom noticed the same thing, moved his flashlight to the sides of the road, looking for something familiar, but only found more trees. "This doesn't make sense." Emily hugged herself. "They feel as if someone was watching us." I opened my mouth to make a joke, but the words died in my throat because I felt it too. That strange pressure on the back of my neck. That feeling of being watched from the darkness. We kept walking, but the road seemed to get longer and longer, the darkness getting deeper, the air colder, and then I saw the lights were faint, flickering through the trees. They weren't lighthouses or lampposts. They were more dim as the light of a campfire or a lantern. My chest was filled with relief, and without a second thought we strayed from the path, advancing towards the source of light. Branches creaked under our feet. Shadows danced with the dim lighting. And when we finally reached a clearing, we stopped in secco. It was not a house. It was not a campfire. It was a rusty lantern hanging from a crooked branch in the center from the clearing beneath him. Half buried in the earth, there were fresh tire tracks. They were identical to those of our car. The shiver that ran down my spine was immediate. Emily swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. "Who would put this here?" Tom took a step back. "We have to go back to the car now." But when we turned to go back the way we had come, the trail had disappeared. The trees had closed around the clear, like there's never been a road in the first place. My pulse shot up. We flashed in all directions, but there was just more forest, more shadows. Then I saw something on the edge of the clearing. 3 tall figures, motionless, watching us from the darkness, had been hiding there all the time. Just out of reach of the light, Tom grabbed my arm tightly. Run, and we ran. It didn't matter where, we just wanted to get away from those figures. The branches scratched our skin. The darkness seemed to close in around us, but somehow we found our way again. We saw the silhouette of our car. We ran faster. But when we got, something was wrong. The driver's door was open, and I was sure Absolutely sure we had locked it, we slammed into the car. Tom turned the key with trembling hands. The engine roared alive, and then Emily, with a broken voice, whispered, "They're still watching us." I didn't look in the rear view mirror. I just focused on the road, on getting out of there as quickly as possible. When we finally saw the light of a gas station in the distance, it was like we could breathe again. We stopped under the fluorescent lights, the engine still running. No one spoke for a long time, because we knew the truth. We knew we were alone in that woods, and worst of all, we knew that whatever was there let us go this time. The old cottage was on the edge of the village, where the street lights faded into open fields, and the air got colder, sharper. It had been in my family for generations. Although no one had lived there in years, not since my uncle disappeared and left her to my father's name, I never thought I would set foot in that place again. But when I inherited it after my father's death, I decided to take a weekend to check it out. I didn't expect much, maybe dust, some loose boards, but from the moment I crossed the threshold I knew something wasn't right. The air inside was stale, thick with the smell of old wood and rot. I left the front door, and that creaky railing that filtered through the dust floating in the hallway. Everything was just as I remembered it from my childhood visits. The torn wallpaper, the sunken floors, and that creaky railing that my cousins and I used to slide down when we thought the adults weren't looking. But now the place felt different. It was like walking inside I remember it having twisted into something darker. I went through the rooms trying to get an idea of what needed repairs. The living room windows were jammed, cobwebs covering the corners like antique lace. The kitchen had a layer of dirt so thick that I could barely see the old oak cabinets underneath. As I made my way through the house, my footsteps echoed with a hollow echo, the floorboards moaning low. My weight, as if I was being warned to leave. But there was something else, a sound, a faint whisper that seemed to come from the end of the hallway where the basement door was. That door looked exactly as I remembered it, painted a dull gray with a rusty padlock hanging from a chain. Only now the padlock was gone. The chain hung loosely around the doorknob. A shiver ran down my spine, but I shrugged from shoulders. Old houses are drafty. Old padlocks rust and fall. There was no reason to be scared, but still, curiosity won me over. I opened the door, revealing a narrow wooden staircase that descended into the darkness. The air that came out, it was biting cold, as if it hadn't been disturbed in years. I touched the switch at the top of the staircase, but nothing cool happened. I thought, there's no electricity there downstairs. I went to my truck for a flashlight and went down a creaky step at a time, the light cutting through the gloom. The basement was even colder than the rest of the house, and the air was humid with a faint smell of moo. I passed the light through the walls, eaves, lined with old wooden shelves covered with jars, tools, and other gadgets that my uncle had accumulated, and then my flashlight picked up something in the background. A small door I'd never noticed before, partially hidden behind a pile of dusty boxes, was wooden, with a bronze handle that glistened in the flashlight. Almost new compared to everything else down there. I tried the knob. It turned with ease. On the other side there was a room, a small windowless space with concrete walls, and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling, flickering when I took a step inside. The walls were covered with shelves, but instead of tools there were rows and rows of old photographs. At first I thought they were just instant black and white family photos of relatives I barely recognized, smiling at picnics, posing in front of the house when it was new. But as I moved the flashlight across the shelves, a chill ran through me. The photos weren't just old. There were recent photos of my father, my uncle, even me. One of the portraits showed me standing outside the house. That same day my hands started shaking and the flashlight shook along with me. I took a step back, my mind racing. Who could have taken those photos? No one knew I was coming here. In fact, I had just decided to come the night before. I took the picture of M from the ledge, my fingers shaking as it did so. The light bulb, he blinked again, plunging the room into darkness for an instant. When the light came back I took my breath away. A shadow, he moved in the corner of the room, something small slipping right out of my sight. I quickly turned the flashlight, my heart beating in my ears, but the ace only lit up empty walls, empty corners. I told myself it was my imagination, that the dim light was playing tricks on. I looked into my eyes, but then I heard it, a soft whisper, as if someone was moving there. Weight from one foot to the other. From behind me I turned the flashlight, sweeping the shelves, but the room was empty, just as before. The only sound was my own rapid and breathy breathing. In the enclosed space I took another step back, my heel stumbling against the doorway. I almost fell. My hands clung to the doorknob and I slammed behind me, staggering for a moment. just standing there leaning against the door, trying to regulate my breathing, my mind going over and over again what I had just seen in that room, the pictures, the shadow that seemed to move when the light flickered. None of it made sense. Maybe it was a joke, village kids picking on me. But that explanation was too easy, too simple. I ran upstairs, closing the basement door behind me as if that thin chain could keep whatever was down there at bay. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows across the living room, and the thought of spending the night alone in this house gave me goosebumps. Grabbed my keys from the counter, but just as I reached out to the front door, a sound peeled me instead. A low screech was coming from the basement, as if someone or something was coming up the stairs. I slowly turned my flashlight, still in hand, my heart hammering in my chest. The basement door was still closed, the chain hanging loosely, but I heard it again, another creak closer, this time as a footstep just across the door. There's something unsettling about driving alone on the back roads in the middle of the night, when the trees on both sides of the road seem to close in and the only light comes from your headlights cutting through the darkness. I've always liked the tranquility of those journeys, that feeling of being the only person in the world for a while. But there are some places where the silence doesn't feel right, places where the shadows seem to move too much and the air becomes dense with a tension that makes you feel like it gooses on end. That's how it felt the night I found that old motel. The motel that should never have been there, had been driving for hours on the highway, remaining like a distant memory as I took a shortcut down a series of winding country roads. My GPS had lost signal about 30 minutes ago, but I wasn't too worried. I knew the general direction I was supposed to go, and I was sure I'd eventually find the main highway again. But when the clock struck 2 in the morning, the fatigue began to take its toll on me. My eyes felt gritty, my thoughts slow, and the thought of stopping for a few hours became more and more appealing. That's when I saw it, a faint neon glow rolling through the trees, flashing the word motel in garish shades of pink and blue. I didn't remember seeing it on the map, but don't question my luck. I told myself it was an unexpected blessing, so I turned and walked into the gravel parking lot, my tires crunching over the loose stones. The place seemed like it hadn't been renovated in decades. The paint on the sign was peeling and the light was gone. Although the parking lot was empty, the building itself was single-story with a row of rooms whose doors led directly into the parking lot, each painted a different color, though already tarnished by time. Some of the windows had broken shutters, and I could hear the hum of a vending machine near the office, but at the time I was too tired to worry about the aesthetics. All that was, I wanted a bed and a few hours of sleep. I parked the car and went to the reception, a small room lit by a flickering fluorescent light. The place smelled old carpet and stale smoke. I rang the bell on the counter, and after a moment a man shuffled out from the back. He was older, of thin build, and with sunken eyes that seemed to pierce me. His badge said, "Carl, you need one room?" asked, in a harsh voice, as if I hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time. I nodded, forcing a smile. He didn't ask for identification. He just slipped a key on the counter with one of those old plastic plates that had room number 7 on it. I handed him a couple of bills without asking for change, and he looked at me with an expression that lasted a little longer than necessary before returning. In the dim light of the office, I found room 7 in the middle of the hallway. The door creaked when I pushed it, the hinges protesting loudly. I had to use my shoulder to open it all the way in. The inside was just what I expected. A cheap bedspread with flowers, a bedside table with a sticky lamp, and an old TV with a cracked screen. The carpet was stained, and the air was impregnated with a musty smell. I closed the door behind me, threw my bag on the bed, and slumped down on the worn mattress with a sigh. I didn't turn on the light. I just took off my boots and lay back, letting the darkness envelop me. It wasn't comfortable, but it would serve me for a few hours. But as soon as he closed his eyes, I heard a slight tap coming from the wall behind me. I stood motionless, my eyes opening suddenly, trying to hear over the racing beat of my own heart. It was rhythmic, steady, as if someone was calling softly from just a few feet away. I turned to the wall, waiting to hear laughter or murmurs, thinking it was some guest playing a joke. But there was nothing, just the insistent tapping measured like a beat echoing through the thin walls. I sat listening intently, and the sound seemed to move, sliding along the wall, getting closer, then moving away. My pulse quickened, and without thinking I reached for the bedside lamp and turned it on. The bulb flickered a couple of times before emitting a sickly yellow glow. The tapping stopped. The silence became thick, crushing, making the air seem heavier. I looked at the wall, hoping to see something. But it was just that, an old, stained wall like the ones in any seedy motel in the country. I let out a nervous laugh, trying to dispel the discomfort. I told myself it was just the pipes or maybe a rat scampering inside the walls, but deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I lay down again, but as soon as I turned off the light, the pounding started. Again, this time louder, more insistent. A shiver ran down my spine and I sat up again, my heart pounding in my chest. I glanced at the door considering the idea of packing my things and getting out of there, but tiredness kept me anchored in bed. I told myself that I was just being paranoid, that it was nothing, and I tried to ignore it, but then I heard it, a voice, a barely audible whisper gliding through the cracks in the window were too low to make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, a desperate pleading. My skin bristled and I stood up, slowly approaching the window covered by thin yellow curtains, hesitated, my hands suspended over the cloth, and then, in an act of irrational bravery, slammed open them. The parking lot was empty, illuminated by the flickering of the neon sign. The light was casting XNAS shadows on the gravel, but just as I was about to let go of the curtains and turn around, I saw something moving at the edge of the parking lot, where darkness swallowed the light. It was a small, hunched figure pacing back and forth along the tree line. Shadows seemed to cling to his body, obscuring his features, but I could see his head jerking from side to side as if I was looking for something. My mouth went dry and I took a step back, letting the curtain fall again. The tapping on the wall intensified, almost frantic, and now the voice was clearer, a single word repeated over and over again. Please, please. I stumbled backwards towards the bed, clutching my bag with trembling hands. I didn't care how tired I was anymore. I needed to get out of there, but just as I reached the door, the knob started to shake. The sound echoed through the room, loud and metallic. Someone or something was trying to open it from outside. I held my breath, slowly backing away with my eyes fixed on the door, which trembled with each shake. The voice outside became louder, more urgent, and now I could clearly hear what it was saying. Let me in. Please let me in. I threw myself towards the window. I yanked open it and slid it, slipping on the loose rocks, and practically threw myself into the driver's seat with trembling fingers. I looked for the keys, but before I started the engine I looked into the room. The door of the room was wide open, swinging slowly on its hinges, but there was no one inside, only elongated shadows on the old carpet accumulating in the corners as if they had a life of their own. The engine roared as I turned the key and stepped on the throttle. The gravel flew behind me as I shot out of the parking lot, not behind, not even when I thought I saw a movement in the somewhat pale rearview mirror and Delgado slipping between the rows of rooms. I didn't stop until the neon lights disappeared into the distance and the road ended. The night wasn't until I reached the next town that I finally braked with my hands still shaking on the steering wheel. I sat in the parking lot of a diner staring into nothingness, trying to convince that it had just been a bad night, that the motel was abandoned, that the noises were my imagination. But when I looked in the rearview mirror I would almost swear that I saw the door of room 7 hanging open and a shadow moving inside it, sometimes in the most hours. Silent of the night, I still hear that soft, desperate voice slipping through the shadows. Let me in, please let me in. There's a strange sense of peace in being the only person awake on a cruise ship in the middle of the night when everyone else is asleep. The ship looks like a ghost town, empty corridors, the soft creak of the hull, the low hum of the engines vibrating across the deck. I've always been a night bird, and on this trip I found myself wandering around the ship a lot after the bars closed, enjoying the solitude. But one night that loneliness felt different, like I wasn't alone at all. It all started around 2 a.m. on one of the observation decks looking out over the black and endless ocean. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, turning the sea into an undulating abyss. The lights. The deck was deserted like every night before. No one else in the cold, salty air. But that night something changed. First it was a sound, a slight rhythmic knock coming from somewhere below. It was subtle, as if someone was knocking softly on a door. The echo traveled through the metal of the ship. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it must be the boat settling down or some crew member moving cargo, but the pounding didn't stop. It got louder, more insistent, as if it was calling something. I peeked over the railing, trying to see where it came from. But there were only shadows, the dark hull of the ship, the misty water spiraling. The sound took on a strange pattern like a coded message. A chill ran down my spine. I turned to the entrance of the halls, deciding to go back to my cabin and forget the restlessness that clung to my chest. But when I walked in, I noticed something strange. The lights in the hallway flickered, not the normal flickering of a bad light bulb, but an intermittent and erratic flash, as if something was interfering with the electricity. I wavered. I looked back at the empty deck. Nothing, only at night, the distant roar of the waves. I shook my head, laughing at my own nerves, and I kept walking. But with each step the lights flickered faster, as if they were reacting to my presence. Halfway down the hall the ship was turning a corner, and that's when I saw her, a figure standing at the end of the corridor, barely visible in the shaky light, her back to me, her long hair falling over her shoulders, her arms hanging at her sides. She was wearing a dress of a dull white, like a garment from another era. The fabric seemed to move, although the air in the hallway was still. I stopped in dry. My breathing became shallow. Another passenger. But something wasn't right. It wasn't moving. It didn't even seem to notice my presence. It just swayed almost imperceptibly, as if it heard something far, far away. A primal instinct screamed at me not to get close, but I couldn't stand there. I took a deep breath, and I gave a step forward. Okay, my voice sounded too loud in the silence. She didn't respond. She didn't turn her head, or even flinch. The lights flickered harder, casting shadows on the wall behind her. Shadows that moved, but not according to the light. A chill ran down my spine. Then the pounding came back, harder, closer. It wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from the ground beneath me. My heart raced, and just as I was about to turn and run, the woman moved slowly, too slowly, like a rag doll being lifted by invisible threads. Her head turned first, but her body remained still. Her hair fell to the side, and I saw her empty face sunken, her lips moving in silent words, a whisper that didn't reach my ears. I didn't wait to listen. I turned around and ran. The corridor seemed to lengthen before me. The lights were flickering faster and faster. The tapping increased, as if something was coming up the hull of the ship, something that wanted to come out. When I arrived to my cabin, my hands were shaking so much that I could barely get the card in the lock. 3 tries, 4. Finally the door opened. I threw myself inside and slammed it with my back against the wood, silenced my breathing. It was the only thing I could hear. I tried to convince myself that I had imagined everything, that tiredness and sleepless hours were affecting me. But when I turned to secure the door, I tried to convince myself. I saw there, just inside my room, on the floor, a small wet footprint, too painted to be mine. My throat closed, my eyes swept around the room, but there was no one there, just my things as I had left them. I sat on the edge of the bed, unable to sleep. I spent the night looking at the door, waiting. I heard the knocking again, but it didn't come back. The next morning, I tried to ask a crew member on what a bartender had seen. A middle-aged man with a tired expression shrugged. "The boats make weird noises," he said, wiping down a glass nonchalantly, "and sometimes people see things that aren't there." But he didn't look me in the eye when he said it. I avoided the empty corridors. The rest of the trip I stayed in the common areas, where I could hear the murmur of the conversations and the clinking of glasses. But every time I passed a corner or looked out at the empty sea, I expected to see her waiting again, watching. The last night, as I lay in my bunk with my eyes open, I heard something, a faint sound far away, a tapping, as if it came from the depths of the ship or from something deeper, something that never came down with the ship, something that never went away. There's a strange silence that settles over the woods when you're miles away from any town, from any road, from any sign, from other people. It's the kind of stillness that makes you hear things you'd normally ignore, all the way to the mountains, looking for a weekend of peace, of solitude, away from the noise of the city. We found a place miles from the nearest trail, a site so remote we felt we discovered, but now I think there are places that are destined to remain untouched. We reached the top of the ridge just as the sun was setting behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the valley below. It was beautiful, an endless horizon of forest, the air fresh and clean, the sky turning from an orange hue to a deep blue covered with stars. We set up camp near the edge of the ridge to be able to see the stars. Dave lit a fire, and we spent the night chatting about everything and nothing, letting the flames warm our hands as the temperature dropped. By the time we got into the tent, the night was black as La Brea, the only light coming from the twinkling embers of the fire. We left the flaps of the tent open, allowing the fresh air to enter. The silence outside was felt different, sharper somehow. It wasn't long before Dave's breathing became even, falling asleep. But I stayed awake, listening to the stillness take over the forest. My thoughts wandering in the darkness, it was then that I heard the first sound, a distant rustle of dry leaves, as if someone was walking through the brush. My heart skipped a beat and I held my breath, straining to hear. But the sound didn't. It repeated itself, and I convinced myself that it was just an animal, maybe a deer moving through the trees. I closed my eyes trying to relax, but my mind kept repeating that noise over and over again. At some point I must have fallen asleep because I woke up with the feeling that someone was watching me. I opened my eyes suddenly and looked through the open entrance of the store, hoping to see someone, for I stood in the darkness, but there was nothing, just the faint glow of the dying fire casting shadows on the ground. I turned around trying to shake off the sensation, but then I heard it again, this time much closer, a crack, then another, slow and deliberate like footsteps approaching the tent. I froze, quickening my pulse. I reached out and pushed Dave to wake him up. He stirred, muttering something between his teeth, but the noise outside he continued gently, careful, moving in a slow circle around the store. Dave sat down rubbing his eyes, but his expression changed as he noticed my panicked face. I put a finger on my lips, pointing towards the entrance. His expression tightened. He realized that he wasn't joking. We stood there in silence, listening. As the footsteps circled the store again, slow, steady, Dave reached for his flashlight and with a slight shake of his head, it turned on, pointing the light towards the entrance. The ace of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the trees beyond the clearing. But we didn't see anything. It's probably just an animal, whispered Dave. Although I could see the doubt in his voice, I still nodded. I didn't want to look paranoid. We waited a few more minutes, but the sound had stopped. The forest was silent again finally. We saw ourselves to settle. Although sleeping it wasn't easy. To the next morning we woke up to find the fire extinguished and the morning fog clinging to the trees. We laughed at what had happened the night before, convincing him it was a deer or raccoon that had wandered too close to the camp. But as we packed our things for a hike, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows. We spent the day exploring, hiking through valleys and climbing ridges with the mountains spreading in all directions. But as the afternoon progressed, I began to notice small, subtle signs that something wasn't right. Broken branches high up in the trees, as if something tall had passed by, stones arranged in odd patterns near the creek, as if they had been placed on purpose. When I pointed it out to Dave, he just shrugged. Probably old trail markings, he said, or children playing. But deep down I knew there was no way anyone else had been here recently. This place was too remote, too untouched. That uneasiness I had felt the night before only intensified, becoming a weight on my chest. We returned to camp as the sun sank deeper under the shadows, lengthening, swallowing the trail behind us. By the time we reached the ridge, the air had become icy and the forest around was quickly darkening. Steve reignited the fire, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had changed, as if the trees were leaning a little closer, as if they were listening that night. We kept the fire burning longer. We sat by the flames as the darkness thickened around us. Dave tried to joke about it by telling stories of Bigfoot and forest creatures, but none of the two of us. He laughed. Finally the conversation died, and we stood in silence listening to the crackle of the fire. And then, just as the flames were starting to go out, we heard him again, the same slow and deliberate crackle of footsteps moving between the trees. Dave and I looked at each other. This time I could see the fear in his eyes. He took the flashlight, but before I turned it on I grabbed his arm, shaking my head. I didn't whisper, "Let's stay." Quietly we sat there, barely breathing, as the footsteps drew closer. They stopped right beyond the glow of the fire. I strained my eyes to make out something in the gloom. I saw a flash of movement, a pale shape gliding through the trees, but when I blinked it was gone. The footsteps moved again, circling the clearing, as if they were testing them, as if they wanted to see how far they could go before we reacted. My skin was bristled with the certainty that whatever was there was playing with us. After what seemed like an eternity, the footsteps drifted away, fading into the woods, leaving us alone with the silence. Dave let out a trembling breath, and I realized my hands were shaking. We didn't say anything as we crawled into the tent, holding the flashlight between us. But I didn't sleep that night. I just lay down looking at the shadows on the walls of the store, listening, waiting, and wondering if whatever was out there would ever come back. I always thought I'd overcome the fear of driving at night on the road. After years of late-night travel, you learn to ignore the long stretches of empty asphalt, the shadows stretching under the headlights, the feeling that the whole world has disappeared, leaving only the hum of the. But then came that night, the night when I was picking up the hitchhiker. A boy standing alone in the dark with his hand raised on the side of the road, and I still don't know why I stopped. It was past midnight, and I was on a back road that went through miles of thick forest, one of those roads where the cell phone signal is a distant memory. I had been driving for hours, fighting against sleep, when at first I saw only a silhouette dark lit by my headlights as they swept the shoulder. Looked young, no more than 18 or 19 years old, with a jacket too big for his body, slim, was there with thumb up. His face partly hidden under the hood. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers, especially not at that time. Especially not in the middle of nowhere, but there was something about the way I was standing completely alone that made me hesitate. It seemed to be freezing, my shoulders hunch edging against the cold, and for an instant I saw myself reflected in him at that age, lost, trying to find my way, waiting for a little kindness before I could think too much about it. He was already hitting the brakes, listening to the crunch of the gravel under the tires. He walked towards the car, moving awkwardly as if it hurt. When he reached the window, he lowered his hood, revealing a pale face and thin, with sunken eyes that looked too old for someone so young. I forced a smile, trying to ignore the feeling of discomfort that was starting to grow in my chest. "Where are you going?" He hesitated for a moment and then smiled slightly, almost shyly. "Anywhere. Alone. I need a ride." It wasn't the answer I wanted to hear, but I nodded and unlocked the door. He climbed in, and suddenly the cab of the truck seemed smaller. The colder air clung to a worn-out backpack against his chest, fingers squeezing the frayed straps. He almost didn't look at me as he settled into the seat. We handled silently for a while, the headlights carving a narrow path of light through the darkness. I tried to make conversation with him, but his answers were short, curt, as if he didn't want to give too much information. When I asked him where he came from, he just shrugged his shoulders. No matter when I asked him where he was going, he muttered alone, far away. The discomfort in my chest got bigger with every mile. Maybe I'd had a rough patch. Maybe I was just having one of those nights where all you want is to keep moving forward, get away from it all. I understood it, but there was something about him that something was wrong, like the way he constantly looked over at his shoulder as if he expected to see something there, or the way he tensed every time the headlights illuminated a new bend in the road. After about 20 minutes the silence between us became unbearable, so I tried again. "You're from around here?" He didn't respond immediately. He just kept looking out the window, then finally turned his head towards me. His face looked even paler under the dim dashboard light. "Have you ever seen something you can't explain?" A chill ran down my spine. I forced a laugh. "I've seen a lot of weird things on the road. It comes with the trade." But he didn't smile. He just nodded as if he expected me to say that. Then he looked out the window again. "Sometimes there's stuff out there. Whispered things they don't like to be seen." I didn't know what to say, so I just squeezed the steering wheel, staring at the road for a moment. I wanted to stop, tell him to get off, but another part of me, the part that has always been too curious for its own good, forced me to keep driving. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I had spent too much time alone in the dark. We went on like this for several more miles, the air between us dense with unspoken words. Then I saw him in the side mirror. Shadow that shouldn't be there was faint, barely visible against the blackness of the forest, but it seemed to move endo the pace with the truck. My heart raced, and I pressed the accelerator. The engine roared as the truck picked up speed. "What the hell is that?" you mutter stiffly, your knuckles they turned white as he grabbed the seat. "You saw it, right?" whispered the one who's been following us since I left. I looked at him out of the corner of my eye, my dry mouth, but when I looked back at the mirror the shadow was closer, stuck to the back of the truck. It had no definite shape. It wasn't an animal, not a man, just a blur of darkness like an ink blot against the night. "For the truck," his sharp voice suddenly said. "Urgently, you have to let me down." Now I shook my head, the adrenaline pumping in my veins. "I'm not going to leave you here in the middle of nowhere. What's going on?" But he just shook his head, his eyes huge and full of terror. "It's not you he wants." What is it to me? An icy chill ran through my body. "And if I stay in this truck," he looked at me, "his face will come for both of them." My stomach sank. Something in his voice made me so. Without thinking about it anymore, I stepped on the brake. The truck skidded on the gravel when we stopped on the shoulder. He almost fell when he opened the door, slammed in. He staggered a few steps, panting, clutching his backpack as if it was the only thing keeping him in this world. He looked over his shoulder, waiting, then turned to me. "Go away." But now the air changed. It became heavier, colder. The forest seemed to move. The shadows in the trees, they twisted at impossible angles. No face, Just a pair of pale, empty eyes fixed on the boy, and then in a single blink of an eye, my body panicked, stepped on the gas, shot out of there with the image of his face still etched in my mind. In the mirror I saw his silhouette shrinking in the distance, and then, as if he had never been there, he vanished. You never realize how much he changes. The forest after dark until you get lost. I had been walking all day following a trail that meandered through dense forest. It was supposed to be a quick and easy trip, something to clear my mind after a stressful week, but I underestimated how fast the sun was going down. By the time I realized I had strayed off the path, the last light of the day had already bleeding on the horizon. I should have returned sooner. I should have paid more attention to the turns of the trail. But when panic took hold of me, it was too late. The forest became a maze of shadows and rustling leaves. Each tree looked the same as the last. I tried to use my phone to check a map, but only the hateful message of no service appeared. Like a blow to the gut, my flashlight was my only ally, a thin ray of light in the darkness, but with each passing minute it seemed to shrink, as if the night was devouring its brightness. I tried to retrace my steps, but each direction took me farther into the forest. Soon I couldn't even hear the stream I'd been following, and then I heard it, a low, melodic hum. I stopped in dry, holding my breath, straining to hear better. It was faint, floating between the trees like smoke without a clear direction, but it was there. My first thought was that it must be another hiker, maybe someone camping nearby. The thought filled me with relief. "Hello, there is someone there," I shouted, my voice sounding small in the vast darkness. The humming stopped, and the heavy stillness that followed was even worse. I waited with the flashlight shaking in my hand. There was no response. After a few seconds the sound came back, but this time it was softer, as if the one who produced it was trying to attract me. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get away, to turn around and run. But the idea of spending the whole night alone in the woods not knowing where I was too scary, so against my better judgment I followed the sound, hoping it would take someone to a campfire, to a person that could help me find my way back. I kept walking for what seemed like an eternity. The trees closed around me, their branches forming a roof that blocked even the faintest starlight. The buzz grew in intensity, clearer and clearer, but never really came close, always just outside the light of my flashlight, always a step beyond my reach. And then the eye saw through the gaps between the trees. A light flickered, a golden glow that cut through the darkness like a lighthouse. My heart skipped a beat with hope, and I quickened my pace, stumbling over roots and rocks in my haste. When the trees finally opened up, I saw the source of the light. It was a cabin, an old structure, its wooden walls warped by time. The roof seemed to be about to collapse. The windows were covered with grime, but inside there was light, the light of a fire burning, and just beyond the hut, on the edge of the clearing, was a tall, thin figure, dressed in a long, ragged dress that fluttered in the breeze. Her face was hidden by a veil of dark hair. She stood motionless, her head tilted slightly to the side, as if she heard something that only she could, and from her lips emanated that same low, melancholy buzz, the sound that had guided me here. My feet froze on the ground, my breath stuck in my throat. Something about her was wrong. She didn't seem quite human. She didn't seem to belong to this time. But before I could move, she stopped humming and whispered, "You've come from far away." Her voice was a soft whisper, but it resonated in the night with an impossible clarity. "You're lost." I swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. "Yes," I replied with a trembling voice. I deviated. Gonzalez, bigger and older, lurking in the darkness, finally spoke again, slurring the words as if I was testing them on his tongue. "Come out," he repeated, almost like in a dream. "There is no way out, only through." My stomach sank through what I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to. The answer. The figure smiled. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I felt it. I knew. It was a smile that didn't contain joy, just something patient, as if he already knew the end of the story. "Through the trees," he whispered, "through the shadows. But if you want, you can stay here. It's safer." Every cell in my body screamed at me to walk away, to turn around and run, but my legs, they didn't answer. I looked at the cabin, the dim light dancing in the windows as if calling me. Something inside me. I wanted to go in. I wanted to cross that threshold and let the fire engulf me. Number. I couldn't stay. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to take a step back, moving away from the figure. "I think I'll keep going," I said, trying to make my voice sound firm, but it was just a whisper. She gave her head one last time. "You don't have to be afraid," she murmured. "It's not me you should be afraid of." An icy chill, it ran down my back. "What do you mean?" But before I could get an answer, the figure disappeared, blinked 1 second, It was there, and the next it had vanished into the night. The fire inside the cabin was also extinguished. Total darkness. The only light left was that of my lantern shaking in my hand, and then I heard a sound behind me, a rustling in the undergrowth. I spun around, directing the lantern towards the forest I swim. But the air felt colder, denser, and suddenly I knew I wasn't alone. Something else, I was there. Something hidden among the trees waiting. Fear hit me hard, and without thinking about it any more I turned on my heels and ran away. The trees seemed to narrow around me as I ran, the shadows lengthening as if trying to catch me. My footsteps echoed with a desperate urgency, and behind me through the breeze I heard the echo of a soft laugh, or maybe a murmur, but I didn't look back. I ran until my legs burned, until the forest began to clear, and a faint blue glow began to tint the sky. The dawn of some era had found its way back. When it finally emerged, it was still there, lonely in the deserted parking lot. I threw myself inside and locked the door. I didn't stop, I didn't rest. I drove until I saw the lights of the city, until the first rays of sunshine dispelled the darkness. I didn't look back. I don't know what that cabin was. I don't know what it was. But since that night I haven't hiked alone again. And sometimes, when the wind blows through the trees outside my window, I think I hear it again, that soft murmur, that wordless song, and I wonder if the cabin is still there, if it's waiting for the next traveler to get lost in the woods, waiting for someone who doesn't find their way back. There's something unsettling about the fog when you're in the water at night. It glides slowly, enveloping the world around you in a maze of shadows and blurred silhouettes where even the familiar becomes strange. That's what it felt like the night I lost in the bay alone in my rocky fishing boat. The fog was so thick that it swallowed the stars and turned the surface of the water into a dark mirror. I grew up on the shore. I thought I knew every channel, every inlet like the back of my hand. But that night it was as if the ocean had changed its mind about letting me find my way back. I had been fishing longer than I should have chased a last catch as the sun disappeared into the horizon. By the time I realized how dark it was, the fog had already crept over the water, turning the shoreline into a blurry spot in the distance. I didn't worry too much at first. I thought I just had to follow the harbor lights, but the more I sailed, the denser the fog became, until it swallowed the whole world. I slowed down, letting the water gently lick against the hull, trying to orient me. The air, it was cold and damp, seeping into my bones and making every sound feel too close. I expected to hear the distant hum of other boats, the echo of a fog voice. Something, but there was nothing, just the gentle pounding of the waves against the boat and the murmur of the breeze sliding over the water. I turned off the thinking that without the noise of the engine I could hear better. The silence closed around me, heavy, oppressive, and then I saw it, a dim light, flickering in the distance like a flashlight floating on the waves. Relief flooded me. I thought it was another boat, maybe another fisherman, someone who could help me get back to the harbor. I pulled the engine cord and pointed the boat at the light, advancing cautiously through the fog. But the closer I got, the stranger everything became. The light didn't sway like it would in a boat. It didn't move with the waves. It stood still, as if floating in the air. And when I was about 100 meters away, I realized that there was no silhouette behind the light, no boat, no person. Nothing, just that golden light suspended above the surface of the water. A chill ran down my spine. Yet I called out loud, "Hello, there's someone there." My voice faded into the fog. The light didn't move. It didn't blink in response. It was just there waiting for me. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn around, to get away from that light. But something about it attracted me. I couldn't look away. Maybe if I got a little closer I'd understand which was, so I kept the engine running slowly at about 50 mph. I turned off the engine and let the boat slide into the light. Then I heard it, a low and whispering sound. It was soft, almost like a song, a wordless melody floating on the water like the echo of a forgotten dream. My pulse quickened. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind playing with my mind, but the singing, it got louder, and below it I heard something else, a splash like something was moving in the water around my boat, circling. "Hello," I called again, but my voice sounded weak. The song continued. The light came down a little more, as if something below it was pulling it into the water. I leaned over the edge of the boat, trying to see past the fog, and then I saw it, a face just below the surface of the water, pale, with eyes that shone faintly in the darkness, lips that moved in sync with the song. My blood froze, flickered, and the face faded into the depths, but the light was still there, closer, too close. The mist lit up with its golden glow. And for an instant, a heartbeat later, the light disappeared. It stopped, and the water was calm again. The silence that was left behind was worse. I stood paralyzed, waiting, listening. But there was nothing. With trembling hands, I pulled the engine cord. Nothing. I tried again. The engine roared to life, accelerating, turning the boat at full speed in the opposite direction, no matter where I was going, just wanting to get away. I sailed during what seemed like the fog starting to dissipate little by little until I finally saw the harbor lights on the horizon. When my boat hit the dock, I jumped ashore with my legs still shaking. The town barely woke up. The light of dawn dyed the sky a bluish gray. Everything seemed so normal, so mundane. I almost managed to convince myself that I had imagined everything. But when I looked out over the bay, I saw it. A faint glow gliding beneath the waves, receding into the depths. Since then I have been said it was just the fog, just my mind playing tricks on me after a long night, but never went fishing at night again. Road trips are supposed to be fun. You don't fill the car with friends, you shop, snacks, you turn on the music at full volume, and you just get carried away. We thought, we'd been stuck in a rut for too long, and this trip was our big getaway. One opportunity to relax and see a little bit of the country. We were four. Me, Sam, Lisa, and Jake had been friends 4 years, so this was more than just a trip. It was something we were going to remember forever, and we did. But not for the reasons we expected. We left early in the morning with the intention of going as many miles as possible before dark. The first part of the trip was perfect. We stopped at a weird little restaurant that looked like something out of the 50s, ate greasy burgers, and kept going. Everything was going well until the second day. It was late in the afternoon, and we were on a back road surrounded by empty fields and trees that seemed to stretch to infinity. There were no gas stations, no houses, nothing, just us and the road. I was at the wheel letting Jake rest after having driving all morning. Sam was in the passenger seat, and Lisa was sleeping in the back with her headphones on. The first thing that made me uncomfortable was, in particular, we had seen it at the last gas station where we had stopped. It was an old rusty car, barely in working condition. At first, I didn't think much of it. But the driver stayed in his seat, never got out. He never entered the store. He just stood there staring at us. I couldn't see his face clearly, but there was something about his posture, in his stillness, that made me nervous. We finished filling the tank and set off trying to forget the incident. But a few minutes later I checked the rearview mirror. There was the same car keeping the same distance following us. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe we were just going in the same direction, but as the miles went by it never overtook us, never walked away, just kept it there. "Hey, someone else, he's noticing this," murmured Sam. Turned and frowned. "Yes, he's been behind us from the gas station." Jake, who was now awake, leaned forward. "They think he's following us." Lisa woke up to the conversation and sat down. "Who that car?" said, looking back in the mirror. She turned to look at it. "Maybe it's just going the same way. It'll stop eventually." No, but it didn't. I sped up. I took a couple of random turns, hoping that if it really was a coincidence, I'd soon take another direction. But when I looked back there, it was still. By then the tension inside the car was palpable. Sam tried to joke, but no one. Lisa hugged herself, clearly uncomfortable. They passed the minutes, the kilometers. It was still there. The sun began to set, dyeing the sky with tones oranges and reds. The road seemed to stretch eternally without a single sign of civilization, and then, as if fate gave us a way out, a motel sign appeared. It was one of those rickety little places with neon lights flashing and a nearly empty parking lot. "We should stop here," Lisa said, her tense voice. "Maybe leaves us alone and sees us stop." I nodded with no better choice, turned into the parking lot, and I parked under the dim light of a pole. The car followed us, parked at the other end of the lot. It didn't move. We got off slowly, trying to act normal. I felt my heart hammering in my chest as I glanced sideways at the car. The engine was still running. The driver wouldn't come out. We quickly entered the motel office. We paid cash and headed to the room, locked the door. The curtains were drawn, but we could still see the car from a small space between them. It was still there throughout the night. Every time someone woke up, looked out the window, it was still there. The hours passed. The dawn came. When we got ready to leave, we plucked up the courage to check one last time. The car was gone. A collective sigh of relief went around the room. Maybe it had gotten tired. Maybe we were just paranoid. Packed fast, and we left the parking lot. But when we took the road, there it was, a couple of blocks ahead, waiting for us. Fear came back suddenly. It joined the traffic behind us, as if nothing had happened. We continued driving without saying a word. We tried to take detours, go different ways, but it was always there. Lisa didn't speak anymore. Sam was constantly looking in the rearview mirror. Jake clenched his fists. After a couple of hours, we came to a small. We stopped in a busy parking lot, hoping that with so many people around he would finally leave. The car parked on the other side of the lot, and this time the driver got out. I don't remember his face. I just remember the way he walked slowly, deliberately, as if he knew we couldn't escape. We locked ourselves in the car. But he didn't come closer. He just stood there, looked at us for a moment, and then smiled, not in a friendly way, not in a normal way. It was the smile of someone who knew something we didn't. Then, without saying a word, he turned and walked away. Getting lost in the crowd, we stood there paralyzed, not knowing what to do. When we finally had the courage to get out, his car was still there. But he didn't. We never saw him again. But every time I drive down an empty road at night, every time that I look in the rearview mirror and see a car that doesn't overtake me, that just stays there, I wonder, and if it's still out there, and if it's just waiting for someone else to notice it, for someone else to follow it until it's too late. I've always loved the thrill of camping. There's only something about being out there with just the rustle of the fire and the rustle of the leaves that makes me feel really alive. But that last trip, the one I took to a remote place deep in the national forest, left me with a completely different feeling. It wasn't exactly fear. It was more like the feeling that I had seen something I shouldn't have, that I had stumbled upon a place that was waiting for me. It was supposed to be a short 2-night trip. I had found a place far from the main trails, at the end of a dirt road so narrow my truck could barely fit. The forest was thick there. The pines rose so high that it seemed they could touch the sky, their branches intertwining to block even. The midday sun was perfect, quiet, secluded, a small clearing, just big enough for my tent and a campfire. I set up camp quickly, pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and spent the rest of the day. There was something strange in the forest. The air was too still. The sounds of the forest seemed muffled. There was hardly any birdsong or the murmur of a nearby stream, only the rustling of pine needles under my boots and my own breathing. By the time the sun began to set, the sky was tinged a faint orange. The shadows of the trees, stretching like fingers over the earth, lit a fire, and I sat and watched the flames dance. But then I noticed it, the silence, too deep a silence, as if the forest was holding its breath. It wasn't right. But I forced myself to ignore it. I told myself that I was getting carried away by the stories that people tell about forests, stories about things that people see out there, things that shouldn't be there. But when the fire goes away, I was turning off and the night was moving on. I heard it, a slight sound, a click like the tapping of stones hitting softly against each other. I froze. The sound was rhythmic, methodical, not the random snap of falling branches or an animal moving through the undergrowth. It came from the darkness beyond the glow of my campfire. I took my flashlight with a trembling hand and directed the light towards the trees. Nothing, only twisted trunks and tangled shadows. The sound stopped. I waited, my heart pounding in my ears, but the forest remained silent. I forced a laugh, trying to shake off the discomfort. Only an animal, I said to myself, or maybe pine cones falling. I went into the store, closing the lock with nervous hands, but I couldn't sleep. I couldn't stop hearing that sound in my head, and just as sleep was finally starting to catch up with me, the click came back closer just outside the tent. My blood froze. I held my breath. The click, click, click continued slowly, patiently, as if something was waiting for. My flashlight was next to my sleeping bag. I grabbed it, and with a quick movement I opened the zipper of the tent and focused the light outside. Nothing, just the campfire almost out and the dense darkness of the forest. But then I saw something, just a flash on the ground right in the edge of the clearing. 2 small stones placed on top of each other, as if someone or something had left them there. My mouth dried up. I slowly walked out of the tent, the lantern trembling in my hand. I approached the stones. They were smooth, round. They seemed to be placed there, deliberately. Suddenly a shiver ran down my spine. I wasn't alone. I turned on my heels, shining the lantern in all directions. The trees seemed more closed than before, the denser shadows, the heavier air, and then the sound came back, click behind me, click to my left, click to my right. A cold sweat covered my skin. I took my backpack and put away the essentials. I had to leave as quickly as possible. But when I turned to the van, I saw another couple of stones closer, as if something was approaching. I didn't care about the camp anymore. I ran until I yanked open the door and locked inside. As soon as I was inside, I turned the key in the ignition. The engine didn't turn on. My heart, it hammers in my chest. I turned the key again. Nothing. The night outside was dense, but in the gloom I saw something move between the trees, thin shadows, tall, watching me. Finally the engine roared to life. I stomped on the accelerator. The headlights illuminated the trees for a moment, and just before disappearing down the dirt road I saw a figure in the rearview mirror, tall, too thin, head tilted to one side, watching me go, smiling. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. I didn't look back. I didn't sleep that night or the next. When I returned days later to pick up what I had left, the camp was intact except for one thing. The stones. There were dozens more of them piled up in little mounds around the clearing, like someone had been there waiting for me. I haven't gone back to that forest, and sometimes when the night is too quiet, when the wind just moves the leaves outside my window, I think I hear it again, that click, 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 click sound, like something I'd never forgotten, and I'm waiting for it to come back. You know, that kind of night where it's just you and the road, maybe a couple of stars in the sky. That feeling like you're the only person in the world was one of those nights. I'd been driving down an endless road for hours, empty fields on both sides, not a gas station or a restaurant, nothing for miles. It was close to midnight, maybe a little later, but the air was still warm. Summer had that way of holding on, like I didn't want to leave. I was wide awake, just me, the hum of the engine and the headlights illuminating the darkness. I don't know exactly when I noticed it. Maybe a few miles ago. It was just a glance at the rearview mirror, a reflex, something routine, but there were a couple of headlights in the distance, just a tiny. Nothing unusual. Many people drive at night. It could be anyone. I kept driving. A few minutes later, I looked at the car again. He was still there, a little closer. This time he wasn't trying to overtake me, but he wasn't lagging behind either. I just kept the pace. I pressed the throttle a little bit, putting some distance between us, letting the road open up. Maybe it would happen. But it didn't. I couldn't help but feel a shiver of unease. I told myself to calm down. I had been driving for hours. I was tired. Maybe paranoid. People drive at night for sure. They hadn't even noticed that they made me nervous. But the road was still empty except for me and those taillights in the mirror. I felt my neck tighten. I started checking the mirrors more often. I don't know why I didn't let them pass me. I could have braked, moved the car to the side, but something stopped me. The way they were just there following me without changing the distance. It didn't sit well with me. I took a deep breath, let my eyes go back to the dark road, and pressed my foot against the accelerator. The car responded by jumping forward, increasing speed. I felt the vibration of the road under the tires, the hum of the engine getting louder. I didn't look backwards for a while. I let the speed take me, feeling the slight adrenaline of going just over the limit. When I finally checked the mirror, my chest tightened. The lights were still there. They hadn't gotten close. They were just there for a second. I felt stupid. I had let my mind race by myself. I told myself that I was just tired, that I was just another driver, so I slacked off on the steering wheel. I leaned back a bit, tried to ignore the urge to look in the mirror. Again the road stretched, snaking, a little lined with trees that seemed to devour the light from my headlights. It was too quiet, and that only made me think more about the car behind me. My stomach contracted. I didn't realize that my knuckles were white from squeezing the steering wheel so much. I made a decision. I was going to stop. Maybe I just needed a break, and if they passed by I better. Saw a rest area ahead, a small detour on the side of the road. I turned on the turn signal. I started to slow down, feeling that strange feeling in my stomach that you have when you make a decision that you are not sure about. I checked the mirror. The car behind me did not accelerate. It did not pass me. Instead, it also started to slow down, the speed matching my pace. Staying right behind me, my heart started pounding. I didn't understand why they slowed down. It also felt bad. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get out of there, so I stepped on the gas again. The road faster this time, maybe too fast, but I didn't care. I kept looking at the mirror, hoping that those lights faded, that all this was just an anecdote to laugh at later. But they were still there. My back, it got wet with cold sweat. My breathing was shallow and fast, and I felt that horrible feeling that I wasn't alone, that whoever was behind me was watching me, waiting for the road stretched out in front of me. Long and empty. There were no exits, there were no detours, just me and that car. Harder press, the accelerator, ignoring the feeling that my own car was struggling with speed. The road curves ahead, and I took it too fast. The tires squealed, barely gripping the asphalt. I felt my body lean with the car for a second of weightlessness before straightening it out. I looked in the mirror. The lights were still there. They took the curve just as easily, as if nothing happened. My heart hammers in my throat. It was like one of those nightmares in which you can't run fast enough. Wherever you do, what's chasing you? It's always right behind me. I didn't want to think about what would happen if I stopped. I didn't want to know who was behind me. My stomach churned, a heavy hole forming there. Every fiber of my being was tense, waiting, listening to the hum of the engine, the wind roaring outside, the low murmur of the car behind me. I had never been there. And then, later on, I saw a glare of lights. A gas station was finally small, just a spot in the darkness, but it was something. I pointed at it, slowing down as I entered the parking lot. The sense of relief was immediate, as if I had come out of a nightmare. The lights cast long shadows on the concrete, a small oasis. At night I looked at the mirror waiting to see the car go on, waiting for it to finally happen. But number slowed down, pulled into the gas station and parked on its own, a couple of pumps away. I stayed in my car with sticky hands on the steering wheel. I forced my breath to calm down, forcing myself to think. Maybe they just needed gas. Maybe it wasn't anything. But I didn't believe it. The other car's engine stayed on, muttering like I was waiting. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see who was inside. I thought about going out, pretending nothing was happening. But my body felt heavy, anchored by a silent fear, and then the driver's door of the other car opened. A figure came out, moving slowly, too slowly. A shiver ran down my spine. The person began to walk towards my car, step by step, unhurriedly. I couldn't make out his face, just a shadow against the dim lights of the station. No, I waited to see what they wanted. I put the car in reverse. The tires screeched against the pavement as it shot out, my heart pounding so hard it drowned out everything else. I didn't care if I looked like a lunatic. I didn't care if someone was watching. I just knew I had to leave. I've always thought small towns are more disturbing just before dawn, when the streets are empty, window lights off, and the fog slipping slowly gives the feeling that time has stopped, as if the world is holding its breath. Which is why I found myself driving through one of those villages at 4:30 in the morning, trying to get home after a long shift at the warehouse. It was supposed to be a quick shortcut, a detour off the highway to avoid construction, but what I found there I didn't. It should have been on no map. The town looked forgotten. A cluster of old brick buildings huddled against the dark sky. As I drove, noticed the rusty, crooked sign, barely legible, "Welcome to Grady's Hollow," paint peeling off, and a thick layer of moss crept up the side as if nature itself had tried to claim it. My headlights illuminated shuttered shops, empty storefronts, and houses that had been uninhabited for years. But further on there was a light, a faint glow coming out of a small gas station on the edge of town. My fuel gauge was dangerously close to empty, and the idea of running out of gas in this place was not appealing at all. So I turned towards the station, feeling the crackling of the tires on the gravel. The light of the station was dim. It flickered as if it was struggling to stay on. There was an old-fashioned gas pump of the type with a rotating sphere and a small booth that served as an office. Through the dusty window I could see shelves full of old snacks and magazines, and a dim light behind the counter. I got out of the car and wrapped myself better in my jacket as I felt the cold morning air. I walked to the pump, and a bell rang as I crossed under the awning. But the sound, it looked muffled, swallowed by the fog clinging to the edges of the parking lot. I grabbed the hose, but the pump was old, the kind that required you to pay inside before filling up the tank. I sighed and glanced at the road, expecting to see lights in the distance, but the town was still shrouded in fog, silent and motionless. I pushed open the office door, and another bell rang above my head. Inside, the air smelled of old wood and motor oil, a scent that reminded me of my grandfather's garage. The place was cluttered with dusty shelves and a counter covered in old receipts. Behind the counter, an old man was hunched over something. His face was furrowed by wrinkles, and he had a time-worn expression. He was wearing a flannel shirt that looked as old as the building, and at first he didn't seem to notice my presence. "Days," I said, trying to sound friendly, although my skin stood on end with a feeling of discomfort. The old man looked up slowly. His eyes caught the light for a second, and there was something strange about them. Too sharp, too bright for someone his age. He smiled, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. "Good morning, son," he replied in a harsh voice, like Grav. "What brings you to Grady's Hollow at this hour?" I hesitated, taking a look to the empty street. "I'm just passing through. I need to fill the tank," he nodded, reaching for an old cash register that rang with a loud clank when he pressed the keys. "Not many people pass by already," he said with casual tone, but there was something about his way of saying it, as if he hinted at something I didn't understand. "You must have taken a wrong turn." I forced a laugh, trying to hide my discomfort. "Yes, I guess so, but I'll be back on the road as soon as I filled up the tank." The old man nodded again, but his smile persisted, as if he knew something. That I didn't hand me the receipt, and I turned to leave, anxious to get this over with. But as I was about to open the door, his voice stopped me. "Be careful on the road, son. Things around here don't like strangers." I stood motionless with a hand on the knob. I turned my head to ask him what he meant, but when I looked at him again he had lowered his eyes. busy with something behind the counter as if he had never spoken. I shook off the feeling of chill that ran down my spine and went out into the cold again, filling the tank as fast as I could, casting furtive glances at the parking lot, feeling that something was watching me from the shadows, something hidden just beyond from the glare of the light. When I was done, I put the hose in place and ran back to the car, eager to get away from the town. As I joined the road, the fog seemed to thicken, swallowing the edges of the buildings until the town disappeared behind me. The old man's warning echoed in my mind, but I dismissed it, telling me that he was just trying to scare me. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the gas station disappear into the distance. I pressed the accelerator, listening to the buzz of the tires against the asphalt, but after a few minutes the road began to look different. The trees on both sides became denser, their branches between the road forming a tunnel of shadows. The air inside the car became colder, my breath in a handkerchief breezes, and the fog seemed to take on a life of its own. Swirling figures that dissolved as soon as I tried to focus on them. I continued driving, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my pulse racing with every curve. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but more trees, more fog. I tried to tell myself that the old man was right, that I had taken a wrong detour. But my GPS couldn't find a signal, and the road signs had stopped showing up like this. Just as I was starting to panic, I saw something ahead, a faint glow through the fog. Relief washed over me. I thought maybe I had found another town, a place where I could find my way, but when I got closer my stomach sank. The light wasn't coming from a town, it was coming from the gas station. I slammed on the brakes of the tires, skidding in the middle of the road, my heart pounding when I saw the neon sign flashing through the fog. The same pump, the same dusty cars parked outside, the same place I'd just left behind. But that was impossible. I'd been driving straight for miles. I squeezed the steering wheel with force, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. It couldn't be the same place. It didn't make sense, and yet there was the gas station in the fog waiting for me with trembling hands. I slowly turned the car back into the parking lot. I couldn't just keep driving not knowing what was going on. I had to understand it. I turned off the engine and got out of the car. The bell over the door rang again when I pushed the entrance of the office, and the smell of motor oil and old wood hit me immediately. Just like before, the old man was still sitting behind the counter. This time he wasn't busy with anything. He didn't look surprised to see me. It was like he'd been waiting for you. "I told you, son," he said in an even softer voice. "This time things around here don't like strangers." My mouth went dry. Why take a step back? How I stammered. How I ended up back here. The old man smiled, and this time there wasn't a trace of kindness in his expression. Just something like tiredness or resignation. "Some roads won't let you leave," he answered. "No. Unless they want to." I felt a chill run down my spine. I backed up to the door, almost tripping over the threshold. In my desperation to get out, my mind was running, trying to find a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. I got in the car, started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, shooting out of the parking lot. The fog still enveloped the dense and oppressive road, but I didn't care. I had to keep driving. But the road lengthened, twisted and curved in impossible ways, as if it were caught in an endless loop. The trees on either side seemed to get closer, their branches spreading over the road like fingers bony, and no matter how much I drove I always ended up in the same place. I always came back to the gas station, flashing lights, the dusty booth, and the old man waiting. I don't know how long I've been driving, hours, days. The time doesn't seem to work the same way here. I keep trying, I keep hoping to find a way out, but the fog never lifts, the trees never change. And the neon sign is always waiting for me right on the next one I bend, and sometimes on the darkest nights, when the fog is thickest, I think I see figures moving through the trees, shadows whispering at the edge of my hearing. I don't understand the words, but I know they're calling me, waiting for me to give up, but I can't stop. I can't let them catch me, so I keep driving, hoping that maybe, just maybe, the road will take pity on me and I'll get it. Give back to the world I left behind. I never thought I'd be the kind of person who would go on a cruise. All that open sea, the infinite horizon, always seemed too empty, too isolated. But when my friends convinced me to join them on a week-long trip, promising to talk non-stop about luxury, the freedom to float among exotic islands, but no one warned me about the things you might find when you're so far from shore. Things that don't appear in the brochures. It was our third night in Alter, somewhere between two small Caribbean islands with no land in sight. The first few days had been normal, lounging by the pool, watching stunning sunsets, enjoying overpriced cocktails. But that third night the atmosphere changed. A thick fog rolled over the water just after dinner, swallowing the stars and turning the ocean in a black void. The lights on the ship seemed weaker, as if the fog was absorbing them. By midnight, most of the passengers had already gone to sleep. I wasn't sleepy, so I decided to wander around the lower decks, where everything was quieter. I liked the stillness, the hum of the engine vibrating through the floor. But as I walked down the aisle, I noticed that the air I felt different, colder, almost damp, and for some reason the light seemed dimmer than before. I passed by one of the big portholes hoping to see only more fog, but something made me stop outside in the thick haze. I saw what appeared to be a figure, a shadow floating just above the water line, moving at the same speed as the boat. At first I thought it was just a reflection, a trick of light, but when I entered, I closed my eyes and approached the glass. The figure seemed to move, gliding with an unnatural fluidity. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again I was gone. I swallowed hard and forced myself to continue walking, telling myself that it had only been my imagination. But the feeling of unease did not go away. I decided to go up to the observation deck, hoping that the fresh air would clear my mind. When I arrived, the fog was even thicker, swirling as if it had a life of its own. Leaning against the edge looking out over the blackness of the ocean, nothing but dark water and the lights of the ship reflecting off the mist. Then I heard a soft, rhythmic sound as if someone was hitting the hull of the boat. Tap, tap, tap. I stood motionless, trying to make it out above the hum of the engine. The sound came back, tap, 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 harder this time, as if something was touching the boat from outside. I peeked out more, straining my eyes through the fog, and then just below the surface I saw something move, something dark. The figure this time was closer. Right at the water's edge, I jumped away from the railing with my heart hammering in my chest. I turned to run, but right at the other end of the on the cover, I saw something that stopped me in dry. A tall, thin silhouette, too thin. His arms were abnormally long, his movements awkward, as if he were mimicking the way a human walks, but not understanding how to really do it. For a second I thought he was another passenger, but then he turned his head towards me. His face was pale, expressionless, and his eyes two voids, dark, deep, lifeless. I didn't think. I just ran. My footsteps, they echoed on the metal staircase. As I came down from the deck, the hallway seemed to lengthen before me, the lights flickering faintly. The tapping continued. Tap, 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 as if something was following me, touching the walls. I arrived at my cabin with my hands shaking as I struggled to get the key into the lock. The door slammed open, and I rushed inside, closing it behind me. I stood there with my back against the door, breathing heavily. The room was in complete darkness, save for a thin strip of light filtering in from the hallway. And then I saw something move, a shadow sliding out of my window. My blood froze. I approached slowly with a quickening pulse. The curtains moved, but the window was closed, or so I thought, because when I looked at the glass I saw prints, long, thin finger marks pressed against the inside. No, I slept the rest of the trip, stayed in the busiest areas of the ship, avoiding dark corridors and empty decks. My friends noticed I was different. They asked me if I was sick, but I couldn't tell them what I had seen. Not even I wanted to believe it. The last night of the cruise I mustered up enough courage to ask a crew member about the fog, about if anyone else had seen anything unusual on. The man looked at me silently for a long moment, then forced a smile. "Sometimes the sea plays tricks on you," he said quietly. "It's easy to get lost in the fog." But then his expression changed. His voice descended to a whisper. "If you ever hear the knocking, ignore it. Don't open the window. Don't look too closely." I tried to laugh, pretend it was just a story to scare tourists, but the shiver on my spine me. He said he wasn't kidding. When we finally disembarked, I was the first one off the ship. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if anything was watching me from the fog, but sometimes on nights when the mist gathers and the wind blows against my window, I still hear it tap, 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 and no matter how many miles I've put between the ocean and I know somewhere in the fog that shadow keeps waiting for me to hear it again. There's something about long drives on country roads that makes you feel like you're floating in time. The landscape barely changes, miles of rolling fields and dark silos that stand like sentinels on the horizon. It's easy to get lost in the rhythm of the road, in the buzz of the tires, in the constant swaying of the car. That's how I ended up in a two-lane road. I walked through endless fields. The sun had already set, leaving only a swath of dying light on the edge of the world. I had left the last village behind hours ago, and my only company was the abandoned barns that appeared from time to time on the edges of the fields, their structures crumbling under the night. The road was empty. Not a single lighthouse ahead. Not a single one behind me. I turned on the radio, but found only static. That's when I saw a sign for a Willow Lane back road. The letters were old, faded, as if they had been touched up in decades. I thought maybe it would be a shortcut, a way to shorten my path, or maybe I was just tired of the monotony of the highway, so I turned. Leaving the main road behind, the pavement was rough. The car shook as it passed over forgotten potholes. The fields gave way to dense forest. Trees towered on either side, leaning over the road as if trying to close it. I lit the highlights. The road was still snaking like a snake in the shadows. There were no signs, no lampposts, nothing, and then I saw them, tall, weathered pillars of old stone standing on either side of the road like the entrance to something time had forgotten. A wrought iron arch connected them with rusty words, barely legible among the willow state brush, and beyond the entrance, a fallen gate open as if inviting whoever passed by. I braked, looking beyond the pillars. A gravel road led into the dark, winding forest barely visible past the first trees. I could have turned around. I could have returned to the highway, but something in that place attracted me as if it had been waiting for me, so I turned the steering wheel and took the gravel road, listening to the crunch of the stones under the tires. The trees closed closer around me. The shadows grew. The air grew denser. I drove, and for what seemed like an eternity, the curves of the road guiding me deeper and deeper into the woods, and then the road opened up to a tall, narrow, dark house, the windows black as empty wells, the porch sunken, the paint peeling. The wind blew rustling through the dead leaves in the woods. I left the engine running. My headlights illuminated the front of the house, casting twisted shadows against the old wood. For some reason my chest tightened. I shouldn't be here. But I got out of the car anyway. The gravel creaked under my feet. The air smelled musty, rotten wood. I climbed the porch steps, creaked under my weight. The door was ajar. I pushed carefully. It opened with a low moan. Inside, the air was thick, dusty. A large chandelier hung from the ceiling, covered with cobwebs. The furniture was covered with yellowish sheets, as if someone had expected to return. But it never did. An old grandfather clock stood in the corner, its hands frozen in a forgotten moment. I took a step inside. The door closed behind me. Darkness seemed to creep nearer, and then I heard a whisper from the floor from above. A light sound like the rows of fabric on the floor, or the echo of a bare foot. Fear paralyzed me. I raised the flashlight and focused on the corridor. The portraits hanging on the walls seemed to observe me. Dark eyes, expressions frozen in time. I didn't want to go on, but I did. Something pushed me to do it. The floor creaked under my steps. I climbed the stairs, each step moaning under my weight. At the end, from the hallway, a half-open door, a dim light filtered through the crack. I approached. My hand trembled as I pushed the door open. The room was almost empty. Only a small desk in the center, and above it an open drawer inside. An old object, a little music box. The figurine inside was slowly spinning to the rhythm of a melody that sounded like a distant whisper, hypnotizing. Old. I got closer. My fingers brushed the dusty wood. The music stopped, and in the reflection of the dusty glass of the box I saw something behind me, a tall, gloomy figure, motionless, too close. My breath got stuck in my throat. I turned suddenly. Nothing. The room was empty. The air, it was cold, suffocating. The shadows seemed deeper. The grandfather clock rang downstairs. A knock, 2, 3. Something. It moved in the hallway. I didn't stay it. I found out what it was. I ran downstairs. My feet hit the wood hard. The front door rose in front of me. I yanked open it. The icy night air enveloped me. I rushed to my car, closing the door behind me with a bang. The engine roared as I turned the key. The lights illuminated the house one last time, and in one of the dark windows on the second floor I saw a shadow move. I stomped the accelerator. The trees faded as the road closed back on me. The gravel road seemed to lengthen as if it didn't want to let me go. But in the end I found the exit. I went back to the highway, to the safety of civilization. I haven't looked for Willow Lane again. I don't even know if it really existed. But sometimes when the wind blows hard in the night, I think I hear the melody of that music box, like calling me back, waiting to see if I'm staying this time. I've always loved camping, the solitude of the forest, the crackle of the campfire, the way the night wraps everything like a blanket. There's something about being away from civilization that makes everything feel clearer, simpler. So when my friend Kyle suggested a weekend trip to a remote place that I had found in the middle of the forest, I accepted without thinking twice. Just the two of us, a tent and miles of unspoiled nature. But the deeper you go into the forest, the more you realize that there are places that are not made to receive visitors. We left early that Friday morning with a car loaded with equipment and the sky of a perfect blue. It took us almost 4 hours to reach the trailhead, and then another 2 walking along a path barely visible between the trees. The farther we went, the more the sounds of the outside world faded away. The trees grew tall and old, their thick trunks blocking out the sunlight for the afternoon. We arrived at the clearing that Kill had promised us. It was a small space of flat land surrounded by a ring of huge pine trees. As if the place had been waiting for us, we pitched the tent near the edge of the clearing and prepared a fire. The air was fresh, and the aroma of celery became more intense with the sunset. But as the night progressed, something changed. Everything felt different. It was then that we heard the first noise, a faint whisper among the trees, just beyond the glow of the campfire. I thought it was the wind, but the air was completely still. Cale heard it too, turned his head with a frown. "Probably a deer," he said, but his tone didn't sound very convinced. I tried to ignore it, concentrating on the fire, but the sound didn't go away. It moved around the clearing, always staying just out of the reach of the light. For an instant I thought I saw something move through the trees, a flash of pale skin there, and then nothing. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to calm down. "We're in the woods," I said to myself. "The animals are everywhere." The night moved on and the noise disappeared. Finally we went into the store, although I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Kyle fell asleep in seconds. The silence was too dense, almost oppressive. At some point tiredness overcame me, but then, in the middle of the night, a sound woke me up suddenly. Tap, 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 a rhythmic soft tapping, as if someone was touching the fabric of the tent. I held my breath, my mind spinning. Cale was still asleep next to me. The tapping came back now on the other side of the tent, as if something was walking around us. My throat was dry. I reached out and shook Kyle's shoulder. He woke up blinking. "What's up?" muttered. Before I could answer, he heard it tap, tap, tap. "Kylus." He instantly raised his wide eyes. We looked at each other in the darkness, not daring to move for a moment. Silence returned. Then something brushed against the tent. A slow movement, as if someone was, and the palm of his hand on the canvas. Kyle took the flashlight and with a gasp of breath turned it on. The inside of the tent lit up, but there was nothing inside with us. The silhouette on the outside, not anymore. We stood there without speaking until dawn started to light up the forest. When we finally came out, we looked for footprints. But the ground around the tent was intact. No broken branches, no footprints in the damp earth, as if nothing had been there all night. Cale tried to make a joke about it, but his hands were shaking. We decided to stay another night. We convinced ourselves it was just our imagination. But the forest, it no longer felt cozy. We spent the day by the river, avoiding the clearing. But even there, the discomfort followed us into the afternoon. The fog began to settle between the trees, dense, heavy, as if something was approaching. We lit the fire early that night. We sat near the flames, attentive to any sound, and then, as if waiting for us, the noises returned. This time closer, the rustling of branches, a dull drag through the undergrowth. Kyle grabbed the flashlight and pointed it at the trees. Nothing. Then the light went down. For an instant, and there was a hunched figure, hidden between the trunks, its limbs too long, its head tilted at an impossible angle. It didn't move, it just watched us. Kyle dropped the flashlight suddenly, and the light flickered when it hit the ground. When I looked again, the figure was gone. No, we slept that night. We stayed by the campfire, listening to the sounds of the forest, the rustling of dry leaves, the snap of branches breaking under an invisible weight. Every now and then we thought we saw something moving on the periphery of the fire, but never enough to be sure. At some point I must have fallen asleep, because I woke up with the feeling that something was right above me. I opened my eyes and saw a shadow leaning over me, breathing. His breath was icy against my skin. I screamed and sat up, but there was nothing there anymore. Kyle was sitting by the ashes of the campfire, eyes wide and face pale. "We're leaving." I didn't argue. We packed everything up in minutes. We didn't care to leave things behind. The sun had barely risen when we started the hike back, but the forest was still quiet. Too quiet, as if it knew we were leaving. When we got to the car, we were relieved, but before we got in, I looked at the trail one last time, and there among the trees I saw something small, dark, watching us. We got in the car and started without looking back. We never talked about what happened in that forest. Kyle never suggested another camping trip again. I stopped venturing alone, but some nights when the wind shakes the windows and the shadows get longer, I remember that tapping in the store, that icy breath on my skin, and I know that somewhere in that forest they're still waiting for us. There's something unsettling about abandoned places. You don't think about it until you're standing there in front of a lifeless place, without purpose, but that night we weren't thinking about it. We were just walking around looking for something to do, through a quiet stretch of farmland. Everything looked as still as if the whole world had stopped. We had been driving on narrow roads for a while, laughing, listening to music, enjoying the night breeze, and then, if I had warned her, we saw a country house, its silhouette silhouetted against the dark sky, a huge and motionless shadow. The headlights of the car illuminated the front porch and something like a dream. In its appearance it made us stop. There were no warning signs or planks blocking the entrance, just a dead house, and silently the wind blew making the windows creak, which looked like hollow eyes watching us. But we were curious, and curiosity is usually the first step towards disaster. "Let's take a look," Sarah said. The others didn't hesitate to nod. Mike and Ben were just as enthusiastic. No one questioned the idea. We pulled into a patch of overgrown grass by the side of the road. We left the car lights on to light the way, and we got out. The air felt thick, heavy, as if something invisible was pressing you. Leading the group, we walked towards the house, the stones and dry grass crunching under our feet. Sarah turned on her phone's flashlight, the ace of light, cutting through the darkness and revealing tiny particles of dust floating in the air. For some reason I stayed a little behind, watching the others climb the porch steps. Something made me feel uncomfortable. I felt a tingling in the back of my neck. I shook off the sensation. "Just nervous," I said to myself. "Come," and pushed the door. It opened with a long, high-pitched groan. The interior was completely still. It smelled of dust, rotten wood, and something else, something I couldn't identify. We entered. The floor creaked beneath our footsteps. Dust hung in the air as if no one had been there in decades. We could barely see beyond a couple of yards, only silhouettes of old furniture, a staircase that was lost in the darkness, pieces of broken objects scattered on the floor. Mike ran the flashlight over the walls. "It's as if time has stopped here," he whispered. We continued to explore, our footsteps echoing in the still air. It was unsettling, yes, but in a way that seemed explainable. It was just an old and forgotten place until Sarah stopped. "What's up?" I asked, getting closer. She didn't answer. She just pointed her flashlight at the ground. There in the layer of dust in front of the stairs there was a single perfect clean footprint, as if someone had been there just a few minutes ago, but the rest of the dust around it wasn't upset. My stomach was, "Maybe it's ours," Mike said, but his voice sounded more like a wish than an impossible certainty. Sarah muttered. "We haven't walked around," Ben shrugged. "Surely someone's been here before. It's not uncommon." We moved to another room, trying to shake off our uneasiness. The place was in ruins, the walls covered in torn wallpaper, the furniture sunk in dust and dirt. I ran my hand over a table, leaving a clean trail in the layer of accumulated dirt, and then we heard it, a soft sound, a whisper of movement coming from above. We stood still. I held my breath, straining for the sound. There came again a slow drag, as if something was moving, barely moving, too heavy to be too human. "Maybe it's a raccoon," Mike murmured, although his tone didn't convince anyone. Sarah shook his head with her head, her eyes big dark under the dim light of the flashlight. "It's too big. We shouldn't have gone. That was the time." But number we looked at each other. No one wanted to say it out loud, but we were all thinking the same thing. We went up. The stairs was narrow, every step creaking under our weight. I felt every cell of my body in tension. Something wasn't right. When we got to the top, the hallway stretched out in front of us. We had a row of half-open doors. Some hung on their hinges, some were closed. The air was colder there, and that smell was stronger. We moved slowly with careful steps. Sarah's lantern trembled in her hand, casting distorted shadows on the walls. We came to the first door. It was just ajar, and on the other side I saw something. A flash of movement, a shadow. My heart raced. I looked at the others. I'd seen it too, Mike swallowed. "Just let's take a look," pushed open the door. The room was empty except for a mirror in the corner. But in the reflection there was something else, something that wasn't in the room. A tall figure, motionless, had no face, just a dark outline, as if the shadow itself had risen from the floor. My breath is stuck in my throat. It didn't move. It didn't make any noise. It didn't make any noise. It didn't make any noise. It didn't make a sound. He was watching us. Blink and disappeared. But the feeling that he was still there didn't go away. No one spoke. No one. He moved, and then a sound came from the hallway. A soft rhythmic tapping, as if someone was touching the wall with his fingers. We turned around. The hallway was empty. But the feeling of being watched became more intense. We left. I whispered without waiting for an answer. We turned around and hurried back to the stairs, but just as we reached the edge of the landing, Sarah froze. What did she start to say? But her voice died down. We turned there at the end of the hallway, standing by the last door. There was something, I didn't see it right, just a shadow darker than the darkness, but we knew it was looking at us. We froze. The air in the house seemed to get denser, as if crushing us. Then the figure gave a step, made no sound, but the ground beneath us creaked as if the house itself felt its presence. We ran, went down the stairs so fast that we almost stumbled. We didn't look back, we didn't stop, we went across the living room. We went out to the porch and threw ourselves into the car. The headlights were still on, casting long shadows on the tall grass. I started the engine with trembling hands and shot out. No one spoke, no one looked back. We just walked away. But even now, months later, when I'm alone, I feel that presence, that moment before it all broke loose, and I wonder if we'd stayed a little longer what would have happened. Is funny how your perspective on rest stops changes when you're on the road, late at night. Daytime, they're just places where you can have coffee, stretch your legs, maybe take a quick nap in the car, but after midnight they turn into something completely different. Lonely concrete parks surrounded by darkness with twinkling lights that never seem bright enough. I've spent enough nights driving across the country to know which stops feel safe and which don't, but I had no choice tonight. The caffeine effect had worn off and my eyelids were heavy like lead. So I deviated Gonzalez from what I expected with a chill that pierced my jacket. As I got out of the car, I walked to the bathroom, my footsteps echoing over the pavement, the murmur of the highway fading into the background. It was too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're invading a place, even though there's no one else around. El Paso, feeling that irrational urge to get in, to have the bathroom around me, was as dreary as I had imagined it to be. A cracked mirror above the sink and a flickering light that cast strange shadows on the walls, but I was too tired to care. I was splashed to the back of the bathroom. It swayed slightly from side to side, as if it had been left ajar. I could see the edge of the door move with the flickering light, but the shadows inside the cubicle were too dense to make out anything else. I frowned and I turned off the tap. The dripping of the water sounded deafening in the stillness. For a moment I thought I heard something, a slight creak like the fabric RCE against the tiles. Hello, I called, my voice sounding too loud, too small, against the walls of the bathroom. There was no answer. The door kept swinging, squeaking softly with every movement. I told myself that it was probably just a draft, that the building was old and was worn out, but my feet were still nailed to the floor with a feeling of unease on the back of my neck. After a few more seconds, I shook my head, telling myself that I was being ridiculous. I turned again to the sink, but just at that moment the bathroom door behind me creaked as it opened. The sound made me jump, and I turned suddenly, expecting to see another traveler, someone who had stopped there in looking for a break like me, but there was no one there. The door slowly closed, the heavy metal hitting with a dull rumble. I stood there feeling a sudden tightness in my chest, the skin bristling with a cold sweat. Something wasn't right in that place, and I couldn't identify what it was. I took a paper towel and wiped my face, trying to shake off the feeling of unease, but when I turned around to get out, I glimpsed a quick and somber movement in the cubicle at the back of the eye. Froze with my pulse hitting my ears. For a second I thought I saw a hunched and deformed figure, but when I turned, the door to the cubicle was still swinging empty. I swallowed suddenly, desperate to get out of there and return to the relative safety of my car. I headed for the door, but just as I reached it, the light above me flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a brief moment before flickering again. And in that very brief moment, I would swear I saw a pair of dark, wide-open eyes staring at me from the gap under the cubicle door. Pushed the bathroom door hard, the Somme staggering between the cars too deep. I glanced at the bathroom, half expecting to see someone staring at me from the door, but the entrance was empty, the light above it still flickering and buzzing. I hurried my pace to my car. The rocks creaked under my boots as I pulled the driver's door handle. My hands trembled as I reached for the keys, with the feeling of those eyes still burning in my mind. I was about to start the engine when I heard it, soft and faint, as if floating in the breeze, a whisper that slid through the parking lot. You dropped something." I froze with my hands suspended over the ignition key, straining to hear the voice. Sounded thin, distant, but there was something odd about it, like it wasn't coming from any particular direction. I looked in the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone standing behind the car. The parking lot was empty, just rows of empty spaces, and a few cars under the dim light. I forced myself to turn, expecting to see the cubicle door wide open, or worse, Someone standing right behind me, but there was nothing, just the wind stirring the trees at the edge of the parking lot. I tried to get out of it, telling myself that my imagination was playing tricks on me, but the sound came out weak and hollow. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine roared alive, and I wasted no time in getting out of the parking lot. My headlights cut through the darkness as I sped back to the road, but that feeling of uneasiness didn't leave me, clinging to my thoughts like a shadow a mile ahead. My nerves began to calm down. I turned on the radio, letting the familiar hum of static fill the silence. I almost convinced myself that it had all been in my head, that the late hour and the long journey were playing tricks on me, until I noticed something strange in the passenger seat, a piece of paper. Folded carefully, I rested on the bag I had left there. My stomach twisted, and with fingers unfolded it, scrawled with dark and irregular strokes, "You dropped this." I almost went off the road. My heart hammered in my chest. I had been alone at that rest stop. I was sure of it. No one had come close enough to leave anything inside my car. I threw the note on the ground, trying to, but my hands were slippery with sweat, and I couldn't stop staring at the empty seat beside me. The miles passed, the dark stretch of desert stretching out in front of me. But the feeling that I wasn't alone didn't go away. Every time my headlights illuminated a bend in the road, I thought I saw a shadow moving right at the edge of the lights, something that kept pace with the truck gliding in and out of the darkness. I finally pulled up at a gas station on the outskirts of town, my hands still shaking as I parked under the bright lights. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty parking lot, waiting for that feeling of being watched to fade, but it never did. Eventually, I drove the rest of the way home with the note still crumpled on the floor of the car seat. Co-pilot, I kept the radio off, listening carefully for any sound that might give away a presence in the car with me, but the silence was absolute. I didn't tell anyone what happened that night. Part of me knows they'd just laugh. They'd tell me it was all in my head, that long trips can do that with a person. But every time I pass by a rest stop in the night, I think of those eyes in the mirror and in the whisper that seemed to come out of nowhere, and I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, on some forgotten stretch of the highway, something keep waiting, something keep looking for the next person who's too tired to keep driving and make the mistake of stopping. And if I listen carefully enough, sometimes I just sometimes think I hear that distant voice again, blown by the wind. You dropped something. I've driven through the desert at night more times than I can count. There's a kind of peace in it, the way the immensity stretches out on either side, the starry sky so bright it almost seems within reach. But there's also something unsettling, the way the darkness seems to be hiding things just beyond the reach of the headlights. I never thought I'd have reason to fear those empty stretches, not until I saw those lights. I was on a route between Phoenix and Las Vegas, on one of those long, unnamed roads that rarely see traffic after sunset. I was carrying a trailer full of building materials and hoping to go far enough before the heat hit hard at dawn. The night was Clara, the road, Lisa alone, me, and the constant hum of the engine. The first few hours passed smoothly. The landscape glided like an ocean of shadows, but shortly after midnight I saw them, two weak lights flashing in the distance. At first, I thought it was the tail lights of another vehicle ahead, maybe someone with the turn signals on, but the closer I got, the more I noticed that something was not right. They moved strangely. They oscillated in a strange way, back and forth on the road, too high to belong to a car. I frowned, leaning curiosity over my common sense. The lights slid to the side of the road, floating on the sand. I parked on the shoulder, turning off the engine. The silence of the desert enveloped me, and the lights were still there. They floated about 50 yards from the road, casting faint shadows on the dusty ground. They swayed gently as if I pulled out my phone thinking about taking a picture, but as soon as I picked it up, the lights disappeared as if someone had turned off, a switch blinking, rubbing together. But before I could convince myself that they did come closer, just across the road, a chill ran down my spine. I had no idea they were, but they seemed to call me against instinct. I opened the door, I got off the truck and lowered my boots. They creaked on the gravel. The air was colder than it should be. I took a few steps towards them, and they backed up as if they wanted me to follow them. I advanced across the road. I came to the edge of a dry riverbed, a cleft in the ground where a stream once ran. The lights floated over the bottom of the riverbed, casting a trembling glow on the sand, and below there was something, a lump, a body. My heart raced, and I jumped down the slope. The man lay face down in a flannel shirt covered in dust. His skin was pale, too pale. I kneel on my side. "Hey, listen!" I reached out and touched his shoulder. As soon as I did, the lights went out. The air seemed to collapse on me, pressing against my chest. I took the flashlight out of my pocket and I turned it on, moving the ace of light down the riverbed. The man was no longer there. There wasn't a footprint in the sand, just the wind. I jumped to my feet. My breathing quickened. I looked around, hoping to see some sign of movement. But in the desert was empty, the channel silent. I backed away, my boots slipping on the loose sand. When I got back to the road, my hands were shaking so much that I could open the door of the truck. I went inside and started the engine right away. As I stepped on the gas and the road disappeared under the wheels, I looked one last time in the mirror. The lights had come back. They sighed over the sand, pulsing softly, waiting, calling. But I didn't look back, not this time. When I got to the first diner on the road, I staggered in, trembling, tilted my head, saw something on the road, asked quietly. I looked up. Her eyes were studying me with unsettling understanding. Lights, you murmur slowly. You're not the first. What are they? Her expression hardened. Some people think they're trapped souls or warnings. Her voice dropped even lower. But sometimes they're an invitation. A chill ran down my spine. I took a sip of coffee, trying to calm my nerves. Someone has tried to follow them. She looked at me for a long second. No one who's come back to tell the story. That was the last time I drove down that road at night. But sometimes when I'm driving through the desert, I see a blue flash out of the corner of my eye, a blink in the distance, and every time I fight the temptation to turn the steering wheel because I know they're out there waiting, calling me. And this time I may not be able to resist the invitation. There's a kind of silence that you only find in the forest, miles from any town or road. It's not like the silence of an empty room or a sleeping city. It's a silence that seems alive, as if the trees and the earth are listening, waiting for something. I used to love that feeling, the idea of being completely disconnected from everything, just a small part of the forest. But after what happened on my last camping trip, that silence fills me from a terror I can't shake off. I'd been planning the trip for weeks, a weekend of solo camping in a remote part of a national forest I'd never explored. It was supposed to be an opportunity to relax, escape the noise of everyday life, and spend a few days alone with my thoughts in nature. I chose a place several miles from the nearest trail, a small clearing that I found on an old topographic map, and left early in the morning with my backpack and my map. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was already beginning to descend, casting long shadows between the trees. It was perfect, isolated, quiet, with a little creek winding along the edge of the glade. Pitched my tent, lit a fire, and sat watching the last light disappear from the sky. The air was fresh, with that earthy scent of pine trees and wet leaves, and I felt that familiar thrill of being there all alone. As night fell and the sky filled with stars, the forest became darker than I expected. The moon was there, hidden behind a blanket of clouds, leaving only the flickering glow of my campfire. I cooked a quick dinner over the flames, listening to the rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. But after a while I noticed something strange. The usual sounds of the forest had faded away, as if every living thing had decided to hold its breath. I convinced myself that I was just being scared for no reason. I had a good book with me, so I tried to focus on that, letting the fire crackle in the background, but the silence gnawed at me, and I kept looking up from the pages, hoping to see something lurking beyond the glow of the fire. Around midnight, I finally decided to go to sleep. I put out the fire, watching the embers sizzle close around me. My tent was small but cozy, and I went inside, trying to ignore. I repeated to myself that in the morning everything would look different, that I would wake up to the singing of birds and the sunlight filtering through the trees. But just as I was beginning to fall asleep, I heard a faint sound somewhere outside the tent. It was a soft, rhythmic scratch, as if something was being dragged on the floor of the forest. I froze, holding back straining my breath to hear beyond the rumbling of my own heart. The sound was so subtle, so quiet, I couldn't pinpoint where it came from. But it was right there beyond the thin fabric of the tent. I reached out, trembling, to my lantern and turned it on. The ace of light cut through the darkness inside the tent, casting sharp shadows, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I took a deep breath and I zipped the door wide enough to poke my head out and direct the light into the clearing. The ace swept through the trees, illuminating tangled roots and wet leaves. But the clearing was empty. There was no sign of anything that could have made that noise. I scanned the area for a few more seconds, but when nothing moved, I forced myself to relax, telling myself that it was just an animal passing by, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I closed the store again, But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't as lonely as I had thought. I lay there feeling like they spent hours listening to the silence, waiting for the sound to return. But eventually exhaustion overcame me and I was restless. When I woke up, the inside of the store was completely dark, the air was cold and still. My watch was 3:17 in the morning, and for a moment I couldn't understand that I had woken up. Then I heard it again, the same scraping sound, but this time louder, as if I was right outside the store. My mouth dried up, and I sat up holding on to the flashlight like a lifeline as stealthily as possible. Let slide off the clasp. It seemed thunderous in the stillness. I turned on the flashlight and directed the ace outwards. The clearing looked different under the light, darker, more distorted. The shadows twisted in a way that made my skin crawl, and then I saw the footprints in the earth surrounding my camp. They were fresh. Too fresh. Every footstep was deep and clear in the loose earth, as if someone had walked in circles around my tent while I slept. My heart hammers in my chest. I turned the flashlight in all directions. My pulse quickened. But I hadn't no one there. Just the empty forest and the dark shapes of the trees. I backed up inside the tent and hurriedly zipped my mind, working at full speed. Maybe it was another camper, someone who had gone off the trail. But I knew that didn't make sense. There shouldn't be anyone else there. Not so far from the nearest road, and if it was just a hiker, why hadn't it been announced by? I had just walked in circles in the dark. I sat there holding on to the flashlight, waiting for something to happen, some sound that would tell me what was out there. But the forest remained silent, the air thick and still. Finally the first rays of dawn filtered through the trees, making the world gray and ghostly. I dared to leave the tent. The footprints were still there, heading towards the forest, their edges blurred by the morning mist. I followed them a few yards, my boots rustling on the dry leaves. But they seemed to fade away as quickly as they had appeared, disappearing into the undergrowth, as if they had never been there. Packed up at record speed, stuffing my stuff into my backpack with trembling hands. I didn't care that I hadn't eaten breakfast, that I had planned to stay another night. I just wanted to get out of that forest, put as much distance between myself as possible and whatever had been there. As I walked back toward the road, I kept looking over my middle shoulder, expecting to see someone standing among the trees watching me. But the forest remained empty, the morning light filtering through the canopy, casting elongated shadows that stretched forever. When I finally got to my truck, I tossed my backpack in the back and got out of there, tires kicking up gravel as I sped down the dirt road. I didn't stop until I was several miles away. The forest turned into a blur in the rearview mirror. It's been months since that trip, but the memory of those footprints still haunts me. I've tried to convince myself that it was just an animal, that my mind played tricks on me in the dark, but deep down I know what I saw, and I know that in the dark, somewhere in that forest, something was watching me that night, something that left no footprints like any animal I've ever seen before. I haven't been back to that part of the forest since, and I've given up camping alone, even in places that seem safe, because I now know that the silence of the forest isn't always empty, and if you're not careful, you might discover what's hidden in the stillness. I never thought I'd share this, but I need to get it out of my system. What happened to me last month in that cabin in Montana still keeps me up at night. I'm not the type of person who gets scared easily. I've camped alone many times, and I've always been comfortable with solitude. But this was different. I found the cabin on a rentals page while looking for a quiet place to end my stay. The price was reasonably reasonable for a 2-week stay, especially considering the size of the property, a 2-bedroom cabin on 15 acres of private land, right next to a national forest. The owner, Dave, seemed friendly in his emails. He told me he lived about 2 hours away and wouldn't be around during my stay, but he left me clear directions and emergency contacts. First 3 TR days were exactly what I needed. Pure solitude. Just me and my laptop surrounded by pine trees and mountain views. I didn't have cell service, but the cabin had satellite internet, so I could research and send emails if needed. The nearest neighbor was 2 miles down a dirt road, and I hadn't seen a single car drive by since my arrival. That changed on the 4th morning. I woke up early, around 6 a.m., and went to make coffee on the front porch, as I had been doing every day. It was then, when I noticed it, a little wooden chair, like the ones you see in elementary classrooms, was in the center of the garden, about 50 feet from the cabin, just sitting there. At first I thought maybe it had been there all along. Somehow I hadn't noticed her, but I hadn't been working on that porch every day, looking at exactly that spot. That chair was definitely new. I went outside to examine it, thinking maybe a bear had dragged it from somewhere. Although that didn't make sense. It was dusty but intact and positioned directly facing my bedroom window. A chill ran down my spine when I noticed that there were no drag marks on my room. The dirt around the chair, someone had carefully placed it there. I took it inside and emailed Dave asking if he had been there or if any maintenance workers had a visit scheduled for me, to respond quite quickly saying no, that he had not been there and that no one else should be on the property. He suggested that maybe children from nearby properties were making jokes. He was not convinced the nearest properties were miles away, and this didn't feel like a teenage mischief. That night I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. I got up several times to check the windows, but between the darkness and my reflection in the glass I couldn't see much. I finally fell asleep around 3 in the morning. The next morning my heart almost stopped. There was an old photograph lying on the gravel road about 30 feet closer to the cabin than where the chair had been. It showed a family standing in front of what appeared to be this same cabin, but the photo had to be from the 60s. Because of the clothes they were wearing, I didn't recognize any of the faces, but they were all smiling at the camera, except for a girl of about 12 years old, who was staring at the camera. To the left, with a hauntingly white expression. I carried the photo inside with shaky hands, and spent the next hour comparing it to the cabin. The structure was basically the same. Although it had obviously been renovated, the trees in the background were the same, but in the photo they were much smaller. I mailed the photo to Dave asking if he knew the family. This time there was no response that night. As soon as I slept, I pushed a heavy dresser against my bedroom door, and I kept a flashlight and hiking poles by the bed. Every time I started to fall asleep I would hear what appeared to be footsteps on the gravel outside. But when I pointed the flashlight at the window, there was nothing there. The third morning was when I seriously considered leaving. 20 feet from my door, there was a small pile of children's toys, a metal truck, some dirty porcelain dolls with cracked faces, and a jump rope tied in a complex knot were arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center was a piece of paper with childish pencil writing that said, "You want to play?" My hands kept shaking as I took pictures of everything with my phone. I spent the next few hours pacing back and forth in the cabin, debating whether to pack up and go, but something I was there. Maybe curiosity, maybe pride, maybe simple stubbornness. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that this was clearly someone's sick joke. I tried to write but couldn't concentrate. Every few minutes, I got up to check the windows at dusk. I swore I'd seen a movement in the tree line, just a quick shadow slipping between the logs. I tried to tell myself that it was a deer or a moose, but deep down I knew it wasn't that. Night, the noises began. First it was the sound of something being swept away by the gravel, a slow, methodical scraping that stopped every few minutes. Then came the humming, a childlike voice too distant to make out the melody, but distinctly human. I sat in the dark room hugging my hiking poles, too terrified to look outside, but too paranoid not to hear. Around 2 in the morning something began to knock softly on the windows at first. Then more insistently it moved from window to window. Surrounding the cabin I could see a vague shadow passing by each time, but it was too dark to make out details. The tapping was accompanied by Ida's, but they didn't sound like a normal child's laughter. It was hollow, almost mechanical. When finally dawn came, I almost screamed with what I found 10 feet from my door. There was a perfect circle of those little wooden chairs, 8 of them all, facing the cabin. In the center was a larger chair, and sitting on it, a porcelain doll in a hand-sewn dress that had the same fabric pattern as the girl's dress in the old photograph. I didn't pack the car and I ran. I didn't look. I was in the back of my car and driving down that dirt road before my brain even processed what I was doing. I called Dave as soon as I had a signal and left him an incoherent voicemail about a family emergency, mailed him the keys from the next town, wrote to me a few days later asking about the chairs, said that when his housekeeping arrived to prepare the cabin for the next guest, there was no chair, no toys, no doll, just an old photograph lying on the kitchen counter, showed a family in front of the cabin, attached the picture in his mail. It wasn't the same photo I had found. This was taken in the same place, but it showed a different family, and in the background, barely visible, in the window of the cabin was a pale face looking out, a girl maybe, 12 years old, with the same blank expression. I still have both photos saved on my phone, but I can't force myself to look at them. I've tried to research the history of the cabin, but surprisingly there's very little information available. Dave stopped responding to my emails when I asked him about previous incidents or deaths on the property. Sometimes late at night, I still hear that humming even though I'm in the hundreds now, miles away. And last week I found a small wooden chair in the parking lot of my apartment complex pointing straight at my bedroom window. I'm moving in next month, I don't know what was in those woods or what I wanted, but I know I wasn't done playing the game I'd started, and sometimes I wonder if escaping only made it worse. Staying confined to that cabin decided to follow me home. It still gives me chills to think about what happened to me last month on the overnight train from Boston to Providence. I've taken that route hundreds of times for work, but since that night I haven't been able to get on a train again. I know this may sound crazy, but I need to share it with someone. It's eating me up inside. It was a Tuesday at the around 11:45 p.m. I had stayed late in the office to finish some quarterly reports and was exhausted. The platform at South Station was practically empty, just a few passengers scattered, all avoiding eye contact like typical night commuters. When the train arrived, I took my usual seat in the middle car, the one that usually has the best heating in winter. At first everything was normal. I settled in. In my window seat, I put my bag on the empty seat next to me and pulled out my phone to check some mail. There were maybe 8 people in the car, a couple of students in headphones, a woman in a nurse's uniform, and a few other worker-looking passengers, all with the same attitude of just wanting to get home. That's when I noticed him. He was sitting in the last row of the carriage wearing a simple gray suit that somehow looked at once expensive and worn. Nothing particularly strange about it except that something didn't feel right. You know that feeling that someone is watching you? It was like that. But worse, every time I looked in his direction, he was completely motionless, hands clasped in his lap. He wasn't even blinking. He was just there. I tried to ignore him and focus on my phone. But one. And again I felt the need to look again. The third time I did it, my stomach sank. I had changed seats 4 rows closer. I hadn't seen him move. I hadn't heard anything. I was just in a different seat. The woman and the sitting nurse across the hall, she looked at me. The look on her face told me that she had noticed it too. She shook her head slightly as if trying to convince herself that she had imagined it. I wanted to tell her something. But what are you supposed to say? I also see the creepy guy teleporting on the train. I decided to stay silent, squeezing my phone so hard that my knuckles turned white. The train I rocked gently as we made our way. Through the darkness between stations, every reflection in the window made my heart jump. I could feel it back there, present, static. About 15 minutes later, the lights of the car flicker, only for a second, barely noticeable, but when they stabilized, I felt it. I heard the nurse panting softly against my better judgment. I looked back now. I was halfway through the car. Same posture, same empty expression, 6 rows away. The closest student took off his headphones and stiffened completely. Staring straight ahead, everyone in the car felt a suffocating tension in the air, as if the atmosphere had become heavy and thick. My hands were shaking when I tried to call someone. The police, Amtrak security. I had no signal. Of course I had no signal. The nurse was clutching her bag like a shield and trying to call the attention of the students, but no one wanted to be the first to recognize what was going on. Then the lights flicker again. This time they went out for longer. 3 seconds of absolute darkness. In that silence I heard something. It wasn't footsteps, it wasn't movement, it was a wet and slow sound, like someone running their tongue over their lips. When the lights came back it was closer. 3 rows behind me, enough to see his face with clarity for the first time, and that's what still haunts me. His features were wrong. As if someone had described a human face to an artificial intelligence, and it had done almost well, but with small mistakes. His eyes were too far apart. His smile extended only a little more than normal. His skin had a waxy glow as if it were artificial. But the worst thing was that her expression hadn't changed at all, that same empty gaze. But now she could see that her eyes weren't focused on anything. They were just black like marbles embedded in clay. The nurse stood up suddenly. Grabbing her bag, "Back car," she said in a trembling voice. "We should." The lights went out again. This time the darkness was absolute, not the typical darkness of the train, but something denser, as if the blackness had become tangible. I could hear movements, heavy breathing. Someone started sobbing, and then that wet sound again. Closer and below him, a low murmur, a guttural buzz that could have been human but sounded awkward, like someone was trying to remember how to make a sound with your throat. When the lights came back I screamed. He was right. Behind me, I could smell him, a sweet scent and sickly as overripe fruit and wet leather. The nurse had disappeared, the students too. All the passengers had fled to other carriages when the lights went out, and I was alone with him. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I could only his presence a few inches from my head, and then I heard him, a precise and meticulous whisper, right next to my ear, "Your stop is next." It wasn't my stop yet. I was 20 minutes away. But just then the train started to slow down. That familiar sound of the brakes screeching, even though there was no station nearby, just darkness behind the window. The train came to a complete stop. The doors opened with their usual "Sizio, your stop," repeated the voice even closer. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't grab my bag. I didn't look back. I just ran out of that car, and I threw myself onto the empty platform that shouldn't have been there. The doors closed immediately behind me as the train pulled away. I had one last look. Through the window, he was in my seat now, his face pressed against the glass, that smile too wide, still bigger, his empty eyes riveted on mine until the train disappeared into the darkness. I stood there trembling with the phone in hand. Still no signal. The cold got into my bones. I had no idea where it was. Just an old, dilapidated platform with a single flashing light bulb on a worn-out bench. I sat there jumping with every noise until the first train of the morning arrived. The strange thing is that when I try to investigate that platform, there is no record of it. I have checked every map of the Boston line Providence, and there's nothing on that stretch of track, just an empty stretch in the middle of the woods. I asked Amtrak, but they don't have any record of my ticket that night, even though I have the charge on my credit card as proof that I was on that train. Sometimes when I'm in bed at night, I think of that voice, that smell, that malformed smile. But most of all, I think about what would have happened if I hadn't gotten off at my stop. Since then I take Uber to work. The extra price is worth it, because every time I see a train go by, I can't help but wonder if it's still sitting there, perfectly still, getting closer, every time the lights flicker, waiting for someone else to notice it. I still have nightmares about that smile, and sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment for the night, I swear I hear that wet sound like someone practicing as a human being. I worked as a guardian for 2 years. What happened on my last shift still keeps me up at night. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear every word of this is real. The lighthouse was pretty isolated on a rocky cliff about 5 kilometers from the nearest village. It wasn't a tourist attraction or anything like that, just a functional lighthouse that needed someone to keep the equipment in good shape and make sure everything was working properly. Most nights were quiet, just me and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. That night started like any other. I made my regular rounds around 11 p.m. when I noticed a small boat moored on the dock at the foot of the cliff. It wasn't completely unusual to sometimes the fishermen would stop to rest or wait for a storm to pass. But this boat was different. It was empty. No fishing gear, no supplies, nothing. Just an old boat beaten by the weather, rocking in the water. I called the Coast Guard to report it, but they said they had not received reports of drifting boats. They told me to keep an eye on it and let them know if anyone showed up to claim it. I assumed that maybe it belonged to someone from the village and that the owner would come for it in the morning. So I went back to my routine. Around midnight, I started hearing noises in the lower levels of the lighthouse, not the typical creaks and moans of an old building. These were different, as if someone was moving, but trying to be quiet. I went downstairs to check, but every time I got to the place where they seemed to come from, the sounds stopped. Then I heard them on another floor. Every time I moved, the noises changed location. It was like someone was playing with me. I realized something was wrong when I went back to my room and found my things out of place. Not like someone had broken in to steal. Rather like someone had been examining them. My coffee cup was somewhere else. My diary had been moved from the shelf to the desk. My jacket hung on a different hook. Small details, but strange enough to give me chills. I ran up to the flashlight room. The room at the top of the lighthouse where the lighting equipment was. It was the only place with a reinforced door, and I had the only key. I tried to call on the phone, but there was never a good signal at the lighthouse. The radio was on the bottom floor, and there was no way I was going to go down again. It was then that I heard the footsteps in the snail threshing floor, slow, deliberate, as if they wanted me to know they were coming. They stopped right outside the door, and then a strange sound started, a scratch like nails crawling on metal. Then a voice. I wasn't screaming or whispering. I just spoke calmly, in an almost curious tone. I've been in your room. I felt a shiver run through my body. I've read your diary. I couldn't move. I like the way you write about loneliness. Here she was. Silent for a moment. I could barely breathe. Then more scratches at the door. I've been watching you. I saw her shadow through the space under the door. She was too tall, too thin. Her movements didn't seem natural. Whatever time you eat, whatever time you sleep, I know how long it takes you to make your rounds. My heart hammers in my chest sometimes when you sleep on the way around you. He whispered, I try on your clothes. My hands were shaking. I liked the blue jacket I had worn at that very Morning outside, the sea was restless below. The boat was still moored to the dock at 3 in the morning. I saw it disappear. I didn't hear a nobody let go. It just stopped being there. The shadow under the door also went no. I moved until dawn. When I finally mustered up the courage to get out, the lighthouse was completely silent, but something had changed. Things in my room had been moved again, messy this time. The journal was open on a specific page. It was an entry I wrote weeks ago about how lonely the lighthouse felt some nights, but underneath my handwriting someone had written in shaky handwriting, "You are never alone here. I am always watching." I resigned that same day. I called my supervisor and told him I wouldn't come back. Surely he thought I was crazy. The Coast Guard checked the lighthouse and found no signs of intrusion. The security cameras didn't show anything strange. Just static in the moments when the ones that all happened. Now I live in the city as far from the sea as I could find, but some nights in my apartment I hear footsteps going upstairs that don't exist, and sometimes when I get home my things are out of place. Just small details. A photo turned on the shelf. A jacket hanging on a different hook. Nothing enough to show that someone was there, just enough to know that they were. The lighthouse is still working. They hired someone new to replace me. Sometimes I think about warning him, telling him to check the dark corners well. But what would I say to him? Be careful with what lives in the lighthouse, and that he likes to try on your clothes. He would take me for crazy. I only know that I will never work at night again, and I always check 3. See that the doors and windows are closed before sleeping. Although deep down I know that if something came out of the lighthouse, it probably doesn't need doors to get in. I've been camping alone for over 8 years and had never questioned my safety in the wild until what happened in Maple Creek 3 weeks ago. I'm still trying to process it all, but I need to write it down while the details are still fresh in my mind. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me understand it. I had a few days off and I got work, and decided to go to the Maple Creek campground, about 2 hours north of where I live. It's a pretty secluded place. No RV hookups, just basic tent sites scattered in the woods. I'd been there twice before in high season, but this time being mid-October, I assumed I'd be quiet. I wasn't wrong about that. When I got to the gravel parking lot around 2 p.m. there were only 2 other cars there. The ranger station was empty, which is typical in the off-season, so I simply filled out the self-registration form and chose Site 14, which I remembered for having a clearing, perfect for stargazing. It's about 400 met from the parking lot, which is one of the reasons I like it. It feels more remote than the sites closer to the entrance. Afterwards of years of doing this, I'm pretty efficient with my gear. In less than an hour I already had my tent armada, my sleeping bag spread out, and my cooking gear organized on the picnic table. The weather was perfect, cool autumn air, barely a breeze, and that golden afternoon light filtering through the trees. I spent the rest of the day collecting firewood and taking pictures of some interesting mushrooms I found nearby for my site. The first sign that something wasn't right appeared at dusk. I was heating up my dinner, just some freeze-dried pasta, when I realized that the forest had become completely silent. If you spend time outdoors, you know what I mean. That sudden absence of noise, the lack of bird song, and the rustling of leaves that usually means a predator is nearby. I looked around, but I didn't see anything worrisome. Still, something felt out of place, like that feeling that someone is watching you, but every time you turn around, there's no one there. I told myself I was being paranoid and focused on eating my dinner. By the time I was done, it was completely dark. I had a decent campfire lit, and I was sitting reading on my Kindle when I heard the first footsteps. They came from behind my tent, maybe about 10 meters in the woods, deliberate slow steps on the scratch blade. I could have been a servant, but there was something about the rhythm that felt too intentional. I called hello. I turned my flashlight in that direction, but the ace only lit up empty trees and bushes. The footsteps stopped immediately when I called. I sat maybe 10 minutes completely still, just listening to nothing. I decided that it must have been an animal, and I went back to my reading, but I couldn't focus on the words anymore. Around 99:30 at night, I decided to go to sleep. I made sure to put out the fire up my bag of food. Bear safety is a habit etched into me, and I went into my tent. I always leave my boots, my headlamp, and my knife right next to my sleeping bag, another habit acquired after years of camping. I just fell asleep pretty quickly despite the nagging feeling of restlessness. I woke up around 2 a.m. wanting to pee. This is always the worst thing about camping, having to get out of your sleeping bag warm in the middle of the night. I grabbed my headlamp and opened the tent as quietly as possible. The moon was almost full, so even before from turning on the light I could see something wasn't right. My camping chair that I had left by the campfire was now placed directly in front of my tent about 3 meters away. I'm absolutely sure it wasn't there when I went to bed. I felt my heart race. I shone the flashlight around the campground, expecting to see someone in the shadows, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. I thought about just peeing next to my tent, but I was too worried about making noise. Instead, I put on my boots, grabbed my knife, even though I didn't know what good it would do me against someone who was probably gone, and I walked quickly to my usual spot, about 12 met from the campground. When I returned, I noticed something else. My cooking equipment that I had left neatly stacked on the picnic table had been arranged in a perfect circle, wasn't scattered randomly, but deliberately placed in a precise pattern. My pot in the center with my cup, spoon, and other utensils radiant out, like the spokes of a wheel. I stood there for what seemed like an eternity with the ace of my flashlight fixed on that strange display. I know I must have packed everything up at that moment and returned to my car. But something kept me there. Just as, or maybe the fear that whoever had done it was waiting on the road between my spot and the parking lot. I went back to my tent. I crawled into the sleeping bag up to my chin and stood there with the knife in one hand and the phone in the other with no signal. Of course, the best I had achieved was a bar near the parking lot. I kept my flashlight on, telling me that if someone was outside, at least they wouldn't be able to approach without casting a shadow on the wall of my tent. It was then that the footsteps began again. This time they were not sporadic. They were surrounding my tent slowly, methodically. About 5 meters away, if I had to guess, I could hear them crushing dry leaves, breaking the odd branch. They made no attempt to be silent. In fact, it gave the impression of they wanted me to hear them. I started counting the laps they took around my tent. 1, 2, 3. Each circuit took about 2 minutes to complete. On the 4th lap, the steps stopped straight behind my tent. I held my breath, trying to listen for any sound that would tell me what they were doing. Then something scraped against the fabric of my tent. It wasn't claws or anything sharp. It felt more like a hand slowly gliding across the fabric from my head height to the ground. I think I made some kind of involuntary noise, because the touch stopped immediately. The footsteps quickly moved away into the woods. I lay there for what seemed like an eternity, squeezing my knife until my hand cramped, listening to every little sound and imagining the worst. Finally, sheer exhaustion must have overcome me, because I fell asleep when I woke up. The morning light filtered through my tent for a moment. I thought maybe I had dreamed it all. Then I opened the door of the tent and saw what they had done while I slept. All the objects I had left outside, my chair, my cooking equipment, even the pile of firewood, had been arranged in a huge spiral pattern around my tent. But the worst thing was it. That made me throw everything in my backpack and practically run to my car was what they did with my boots. Somehow they managed to get my boots out of the store while I was sleeping, and I'm a light sleeper, especially after what had happened before. They had placed them in the exact center of the spiral right in front of my store door, lined up perfectly with a space of barely an inch between them. I didn't even bother to roll up my tent properly. I just ripped out the stakes, stuffed it into its bag, and got out of there. On the way out, I walked past a ranger coming in for his morning shift. I thought I'd stop to tell him what had happened, but what was I going to tell him? Someone moved my stuff in creepy patterns. I had no evidence that anything really threatening had happened. That was weeks ago. I haven't camped since then, and I'm not sure when or if I will do it again. I keep thinking about those steps, that deliberate touch on my tent, and most of all, how they managed to get my boots out without waking me up. I'm an experienced camper. I know most of the rational explanations for strange things you might find in the woods. This wasn't a bear. It wasn't a raccoon. It was some joker trying to scare me. This felt intentional, organized, as if whatever was there was trying to communicate something to me. The strangest thing of all, when I got home and unpacked, I found something inside one of my boots. A maple leaf folded perfectly in half, then in halves again to form a small triangle. It wasn't wrinkled or damaged. Every fold was precise, deliberate, like an origami. I have it pressed between the pages of my camping diary. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, trying to convince myself that there is a logical explanation for everything that happened that night. But deep down I know there isn't. I've camped in very remote places over the years, but I've never felt like it. Unsure until that night in Maple Creek. Whatever was there wasn't just trying to scare me. I was trying to tell myself something. I wish I knew what. I still get chills when I think about what happened to me last February. I've been trying to make sense of it for months, but I just can't drive much for work. I'm a medical equipment sales rep, and I cover 3 states in the Midwest. Mind, I plan my stops ahead of time, but that night was different. My last meeting went on much longer than expected. By 9 p.m. I was still 4 hours from home. struggling to stay awake on a dark stretch of Highway 71. The snow had started to fall hard and the forecast indicated that it would get worse. I knew I had to stop somewhere. Anywhere, actually. Almost stepped from the mountain pass sign, barely visible motel with its dim flashing neon light casting a reddish glow on the snow. The parking lot was empty save for an old rusty pickup truck that I assumed belonged to the staff. The place looked run down but not completely dilapidated, that kind of roadside motel that has seen better days but still keeps the lights on for travelers like me. The office was old cigarettes and celery-scented cleaner behind from the desk. An older man, probably in his 60s, was reading a book with yellowed pages. He didn't even look up when I walked in. He just held up a finger asking me to wait while he finished his page. The clock on the wall read 9:47 at night. "I need a room," I said, trying to sound more awake than I really was, alone for tonight. He put the book down slowly and started typing on an old computer. From the keyboard felt abnormally loud in the quiet office. "Single or double?" "Single." "Okay," I replied, pulling out my wallet. "How much does it cost?" "$65 exactly, output at 11. His voice was rough, as if I hadn't used it long. While processing my card I noticed the board with keys behind him. They were all in place except one. The one he had taken for me, room 114, quiet night. I tried to make conversation alone. He grunted and slid the key across the counter. A real metal key with a blue plastic tag. Numbers of those electronics at the end of the building. Tulare. The vending machines are in the center. The office closes at 10 o'clock. It opens at 6. I went out, picked up my suitcase from the car, and I walked to my room. The snow was falling more intensely, now covering my tracks in a matter of seconds. The lock was a little hard, but the room itself was decent, just the basics: a queen bed, an old TV, and a small bathroom. The heater took a few minutes to turn on, vibrating like I was waking up from a long sleep. I did my usual routine quick shower. I checked my emails. I called my girlfriend to let her know where the signal was weak, but I managed to communicate. "Yes, I'm fine, just tired. It's a small motel on Highway 71. I'll be out early tomorrow by 11 p.m. I was already in bed watching reruns of an old comedy, and it was then when I noticed how quiet the place was. Absolute silence, no cars on the road, no footsteps of other guests, no doors closing, only an absolute emptiness, except for the occasional buzz of the heater. I must have fallen asleep because the first knock woke me up suddenly. 3 sharp knocks on the floor. Door. The TV was still on, Ilum. The room with a blue glow. The clock read 2:17 in the morning. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding strange. In the stillness silence I sat on the bed wide awake. Now another knock. Tap, tap, tap. I approached the door, trying to look through the peephole, but the outside was too dark. "Who is it?" I asked, this time louder. Nothing, and then the doorknob started to turn, no violently, but slowly and deliberately, as if someone was testing if the door was open. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it. The doorknob stopped, then turned again, more insistently. This time with trembling hands, I dialed the reception number that was taped next to the room phone. It rang 7 times before anyone answered. Reception was the same raspy voice of the receptionist. "I'm from room 114. Someone's at my door trying to get in." A long pause. "That's not possible, sir." Your tone was flat. "You're our only guest tonight." My mouth went dry. "What? But I can hear it. They're turning the handle right now." Another pause. "Sir, I assure you you're the only person on record. I'm looking at the book right now." As if I wanted to prove myself wrong. 3 more knocks echoed on the door, louder this time. "You heard that?" I practically shouted into the phone. The receptionist was silent for a moment. "I didn't hear anything, sir, but your tone was different." Now, almost expectantly. "He wants you to go check." "Yes, please. Now, I'll be there in 5 minutes." Those 5 minutes felt like hours. The knocking had stopped, but now I could hear another sound, a smooth scraping like nails dragging through the door. I froze in the center of the door room with the phone in one hand and the key in the other, ready to run away if necessary. The scraping stopped. I heard footsteps on the snow. Then a flash of light passed through my window. Someone knocked on the door differently. This time firmer. "Reception," the raspy voice said. I looked through the peephole. First it was him with a face of annoyance, and the flashlight still lit. I opened the door alone, just enough to see it well. "There's no one here." "Sir," he said, sweeping the flashlight down the empty hallway. "And look." He pointed to the snow outside. There were no footprints on the ground, just his freshly made and mine from when he'd arrived hours before, but nothing else. But I stopped. How was I going to explain it, if there wasn't any proof? The receptionist looked at me with a neutral expression. "It was probably just the wind," he said with calm down. "These old buildings make a lot of noise," said this. He turned around and started walking back to the front desk, his footsteps crunching in the fresh snow, but only his. I closed the door and locked the lock, then dragged the only chair in the room and locked it under the doorknob. I didn't care how ridiculous it looked. I wasn't going to sleep. After that I sat on the bed, back to back, the headboard staring at the door at 3:3:42 in the morning. The knocks came back, tap, 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 but this time something else happened. The TV changed to static, filling the room with a deafening white noise. I tried to turn it off. With the remote control, nothing. I went straight to the power button, nothing. The noise got louder like a distorted roar, and then the images in the static changed. I know how this sounds like this, but I swear, there were figures moving on the screen, shadows passing from side to side, as if they were behind frosted glass, and the noise was no longer just static, it was whispers, whispers that I couldn't understand but that I felt too close. The cold in the room fell suddenly, so much that I could see my own breath. The heat was still on, but the air was icy. My hands were shaking so much I could barely hold the phone to try call the front desk again. This time no one answered the knocks on the door. They got louder. The doorknob started to spin violently. The static noise intensified until I thought it would break my ears. The TV flickered and something new appeared on the screen. A motel hallway. This motel, the picture was grainy like old security tape, but I could clearly see the door to room 114, my door. The hallway was empty at first, and then something moved in the corner of the screen. A figure too tall, too thin, began to slowly approach the door of the room on the screen, to my door. Every step I took in the picture, the knock on the actual door was getting stronger. My lungs couldn't take in air. Then just when the figure on the screen was about to knock on the door, the TV went out. The knocking also stopped and the temperature returned to normal. In an instant I stood there, without moving, with my eyes fixed on the door until the sun or peeked out the window. I didn't sleep, I didn't move, I just waited for 6:15 in the morning. When the sky was already clear, I gathered the courage to open the door. The hallway was empty. The snow outside was still intact. There were no footprints except mine and the receptionist's from the night before. But the worst, the office was closed. When I went to the front desk to do a young woman, she was behind the counter just starting her shift. "Good morning," he said kindly, ready to leave. I nodded and unlocked on the counter with trembling hands. Then I tried not to sound like a crazy when I asked the receptionist last night, "Is still here?" The woman frowned. The receptionist, yes. The older man, raspy voice, gray hair. His expression became even more confused. "Sir, we don't have a night receptionist." I felt a chill run down my spine. How could I not talk to him? I told him that someone was knocking on my door. He even came to check. The woman shook her head. "The office closes to 10 o'clock, has always been like this." I looked at her, expecting her to say it was a joke, but her expression didn't change. I left immediately. But later, when I tried to Google the Mountain Pass Motel, I didn't find any record on maps or reservation sites, as if it had never existed. Since, I've passed that stretch of highway several times during the day. I always look for that neon sign, but it's gone. There's nothing there, just an empty expanse of overgrown road. I still travel for work, but now I plan my stays much more carefully. Only chain hotels, preferably crowded. And in every room I sleep in, I always check the TV before bed. If it turns on by itself, I won't stay to see what it shows. It still gives me chills to think about what happened to me last month in Vau Mall. I've been involved in urban exploration photography for a few years, documenting abandoned buildings in my city. Usually the scariest thing I find are unstable floors or some stray raccoon, but what happened that day? I'm still trying to process it. I had heard that Valley View had been completely abandoned since 2019. It was a huge shopping mall from the 80s that was slowly decaying as more modern ones opened in the area. I had seen incredible photos on the internet of the empty aisles and dilapidated stores, so I thought it would be a perfect location for a solo session in the area. My day off, I arrived at the dilapidated parking lot around 2 p.m., making sure I had plenty of natural light. The outside was just as I expected. Faded signs, broken windows, graffiti everywhere. I found an unlocked service entrance near the old food court and was slid in with my gear the first hour. It was amazing. The silence was unsettling, but also peaceful. The sunlight came in through the skylights, creating shadows spectacular in the empty corridors. I took some stunning photos of the dry fountains and the abandoned mannequins in the shop windows. The decay of the place was terrifying, but at the same time beautiful. I was preparing a shot of the old carousel in the central plaza when I heard voices, human voices, echoing in the distance in the empty corridors. My heart started pounding. Security guards. There should be no security in an abandoned place. I picked up my tripod, quickly ready to be assembled if needed. It was then that I saw them. A small group of people emerged from what used to be a department store. 5 of them sloppy-looking, worn-out clothes. I thought they were homeless living in the mall. The oldest man in the group, about 50 years old with a scruffy gray beard, saw me first. Photographer called in an overly friendly tone. Don't be scared. We are the current tenants. Froze, not knowing whether to run or try to explain why I was there. But they all seemed so normal. Friendly. Even the older man introduced himself as Mike and explained that they had been living in the mall for 8 months. There was something disconcerting about the way they talked. Too open, too friendly. You have to see how we master the old mice, said a younger woman named Sarah. We've made it quite cozy. Your camera is going to love it, added another. I know it sounds naive now, but at the time I was given confidence. I had never seen how people actually lived in these abandoned places. Plus there were women in the group, which made me feel a little safer. They took me to their home inside the old mice, and at first it was awesome. They had transformed the tent into a living space using old bookshelves as room dividers and salvaged furniture to create small personal areas. They even had a kitchen with portable camping stoves. Mike offered me some water. It was a sealed bottle, so I accepted it. They asked me about my photography. They seemed genuinely interested, but something felt off. I noticed that he was always positioning himself between me and the exits, every time I mentioned that I had to leave. They quickly changed the subject. You haven't seen the best yet, Mike said with a smile that was too wide. Just wait until sunset. The tone of his voice made my blood run cold. I began to notice more details. The way they looked at each other when they thought I didn't see them. How their smiles didn't reach their eyes. The total absence of personal belongings. No phone, no bag ready to go quickly, if necessary, and the worst, the scratch marks on some of the support columns, the dark stains on the carpet, too large and scattered to simply make damp. A room with new locks, even though they were supposedly squatters. Mike must have noticed that he was watching too much. His expression changed slightly. The kindness was still there, but now it seemed forced. You know, it's not safe. Leave here so late, he said in a tone that was too casual. Some dangerous people come around here at night. The way she said it was a warning or maybe a threat. My instinct was screaming that I should get out of there. You're probably right, I replied with a fake smile, but first I need to go to the bathroom. Sarah got up right away. I can accompany you. Oh no, I'm not okay, I said with a nervous laugh. I'm kind of shy about those things. Just give me a minute. They took me to what used to be the employee bathroom. They closed the door behind me. The ant tightly didn't have time to hesitate. The bathroom window was small, but maybe enough for me to get through. The problem was that it was on the second floor outside. I could hear them talking quietly. I knew I only had a few minutes before they realized something wasn't right. I tried to break the window with my camera bag, but it made too much noise. I had no choice. I rolled my jacket around my arm and hit the glass once, 2, 3 times. The glass shattered. All right there, Mike screamed from outside. I tried to sound normal. Yes, yes. I just threw the paper towel dispenser, pushed my bag out the window and threw myself behind it. Fell onto the roof of one more structure. The impact made me see stars, but the fear kept me moving behind me. The screams started. They already knew. I ran through the roof until I found an emergency ladder. I desked down it. I scraped Las Palmas, but I didn't care. I ran to my car faster than I had ever run in my life. When I started, I saw them leave the mall. Mike was in front. I was no longer smiling, just me. He stared as I drove away. Drove non-stop until I got home. When I finally felt safe, I called the police and told them what had happened. Gave them the exact address of the mall and described what I had seen. But when they checked the place the next day, they found nothing. There was no sign of makeshift campsites. There were no camping stoves. There was no rearranged furniture. No sign of Mike, Sarah, or the otherwise, just an empty mall in ruins. But I know what I saw. I know I didn't imagine the scratch marks on the walls. I know I didn't imagine the dark stains on the carpet, and most disturbingly, I've been back to that spot a couple of times since, always daytime. Always from a safe distance, and sometimes, if I look at the right angle through the broken skylights, I swear I see movement inside. Figures walking through the empty aisles, as if they were shopping in a store that closed years ago. I still have my camera and all the photos I took that day. Well, almost all of them, because somehow the images I took inside the mice disappeared. I didn't delete them, I didn't lose them, they're just gone. But maybe that's the best. I don't need more memories of what I saw there or of what might have happened to me if I hadn't escaped in time from that day on. I quit urban exploration. Now I only do nature photography, at least in the woods. When something dangerous is lurking for you, you can see it coming. The funny thing about working in a toll booth at night is that you start to notice patterns. Truckers are always slow to get their change. Night commuters, they barely look at you, desperate to get to, but that night, when those headlights lit up my window at 1 a.m., I knew something was out of place. I was half asleep in my chair, with the radio playing softly in the background. The sound of an engine approaching made me straighten my hands, automatically moving toward the cash register. But the car didn't approach my window as usual. It stopped about 6 meters behind with the headlights on, pointing directly at me. At first I thought they were looking for change or checking their phone. It happens sometimes. People realize at the last second that they need cash. But 1 minute passed, then 2, the engine was still running, but no one was getting out of the car, no windows were rolling, just those headlights flooding my little glass box with a cold white light. I tried to see through the windshield, but the glare made me. The only thing I could make out was a dark silhouette behind the wheel, completely motionless. My hand floated over the security radio. We're supposed to report anything suspicious, but I doubted what he'd say. A car was stationary. He'd make fun of me. Stuck my head out the window and waved my hand. "Hey, you can move to the cab." My voice sounded weak in the night air. The car didn't move. Silhouette didn't react, just kept watching. 5 minutes passed, then 10 Las Palmas, for my hands started sweating. Every horror story I'd heard about toll workers started to seep into my mind. We're ducks, sitting here trapped in these perfect little white glass boxes. I checked my phone with no signal. It was always like this on this part of the road. The radio started to seem like a more reasonable option to me. But before that I could reach her, the headlights went out, the darkness suddenly went out. It was Kedora. I blinked several times, trying to adjust my vision. Only the sound of the engine filled the silence. Then I heard the car door open. My heart shot up. I leaned forward, trying to see better. A tall figure got out of the car, but instead of approaching the cockpit, he leaned against his car, just standing there watching me. "He needs help," I asked, my voice betraying my nervousness. There was no answer, only that dark silhouette in the half-light, with arms crossed. The air was felt heavy. Something was wrong, very wrong. The minutes dragged on like time had stopped. My breathing became shallow. Every part of my body screamed at me that something wasn't right. Then he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was slow, deliberate, like he'd been planning it all along. Like he wanted me to know that he was in control, that he could stay there all night if he wanted me to. I knew I was trapped. My hand closed around the radio. I didn't mind looking paranoid. But just as my fingers pressed the button, I heard precise, slow footsteps moving around the cockpit. It came out of my line of sight. My skin stood on end. I couldn't see it anymore, but I could hear it walking around me like a predator measuring its prey. The footsteps stopped just outside the cockpit door. My hand was shaking over the radio. He didn't try to open the door. He didn't try to force his way in, but I felt him there just across the glass, waiting. The booth was safe. The doors were locked, but that didn't matter. He knew I was trapped. The silence was suffocating. The sound of my breathing and the hum of the lights were the only thing that broke the stillness. Then the footsteps started again, moving away. This time she went back to her car, got in slowly without rushing, as if she knew she had all the time in the world. The engine roared but didn't move to my window. Instead, the car slowly passed by the cabin, stopped just a few feet ahead, just enough for me to see it clearly. She kept smiling, more ample, now more confident, as if she was saying she could have gone in if she wanted to. She could come back whenever she wanted. I stood motionless, staring as he slowly drifted away into the darkness. When my shift ended at dawn, I could barely speak. I just packed up my things and left without a word. I quit that same day with 2 weeks' notice, no explanation. I couldn't risk another night in that glass box, waiting if he would come back. Now I work in an office. During the day, no lonely nights, no isolated booths, but sometimes when I drive at night and pass by a toll booth, I can't help but remember that smile in my rearview mirror, and I wonder he's out there still waiting in the dark, playing his game with someone else. The worst thing is that I never saw his face with clarity. I could never see his car. Well, be anyone. Sometimes when I stop at a traffic light and the headlights flood my mirrors, I find myself checking just for a second, searching to see if someone is watching me with that same calculating smile. 'Cause that's what terror really is. Not the moment itself, but how it stays with you. how it changes the way you see the world. Because now I know that sometimes the real horror isn't in what happens to you, it's in what almost happens to you, in the waiting, in the not knowing, and in the fear that maybe, just maybe, he's still out there watching, waiting, smiling. I need to share what happened during my night shift at the vet clinic last month. I've worked with animal for over 6 years and I've never experienced anything like this. It still gives me chills. Remembering it, that night I was on call at a small vet clinic on the outskirts of town. It was a basic place. A few how many exam rooms, an operating room, and a cage area in the back for animals that stayed for observation. During the night shifts, it was only me with the animals that were recovering or waiting to be discharged. The clinic was quite isolated. There was only a gas station across the street, and it closed at 11 p.m. The night started like any other. I had 3 dogs and 2 cats staying that night, all routine cases. Around the middle was doing paperwork when the phone rang. On night shifts you get used to getting emergency calls, usually from panicked owners because their pet vomited or has diarrhea, but this call was different. When I answered there was a strange silence, then heavy breathing. I was about to hang up thinking it was a joke, but then a male voice he spoke sounded agitated. He said his dog was bleeding a lot and needed help right away. I went into professional mode, asked him about the symptoms and gave him directions to the clinic. That's when something felt off. It wasn't what he said, but how he said it. He described the blood in too much detail with a precision that seemed more enjoyed than worried. Then suddenly he hung up. I thought maybe he would lead to the dog to the emergency veterinary hospital in the city, or that it wasn't as serious as he made it seem. But minutes later he called again. This time he was talking about a cat with a broken leg. He used the same tone, the same way of describing the wounds, only now he was talking about a cat instead of a dog. I gave him the same directions, but it seemed that he wasn't listening. He just kept describing the injury with an unsettling fascination. The calls went on, one every half each time. It was a different animal with a different wound, but always with that strangely enthusiastic way of describing the pain, and never brought any animal. I just called. I was talking, hanging up at 2 in the morning. I called again, but this time her tone changed. I can see you sitting at the desk. I froze. That blue blouse. It looks good that night. I was wearing a blue blouse, but the clinic was dark, except for the dim light on my desk. The blinds were closed. There was no way he could see me. I got up and checked all the doors, making sure they were closed. I looked out the front window, but I didn't see anything, although the parking lot lights were off, which was weird because they had to be on all night. The phone rang again. I didn't want to answer, but they didn't tell us. Allows you to ignore calls in case of real emergencies. When I did, his voice sounded even closer. You got up to check the doors. I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew exactly what I had done just a minute ago. I hung up and called the police. While talking to the operator, I heard a knock on the back door. It was the employee entrance. No one except the clinic workers. I knew from that door. The knocks, they got louder. Then all of a sudden they stopped. The phone rang again. You don't have to call the police, he said, his voice. I just want to help the animals. Let me in and I'll show you this time. His voice was different, harder, more furious. In the background of the call I heard what sounded like animals moaning in pain. But something about those sounds was wrong. They didn't sound real. I ran to the area of the cages to check on the animals that I had in the clinic. Everyone was restless. The dogs were barking and growling towards the back door. The cats were bristling, snorting. The police said they would send a patrol, but it would take about 15 minutes. Those were the longest 15 minutes of my life. The phone kept ringing. When I didn't answer, it left me voicemails. Each one was the same. Sounds of animals suffering, their breathing, and that low, almost mechanical laugh between calls. I heard him walking around the building trying different doors, knocking on windows, and then he was silent for a moment. I thought maybe he was gone, but then I heard his voice. Not on the phone this time, but outside the exam room window. I know what animals you have with you. My stomach churned. I know their names, their breeds, because they're here. He started naming them, not only their species, but their real names, their reasons for entry, details that were only in the clinic system or written on their cages. The way he could know was if he had been inside before. Finally the police arrived, but by the time they checked the place he had already left, they found strange marks on the back door. They looked like scratches, as if someone had tried to pick the lock with something sharp. The security cameras had been running all night, but when reviewing the recording, they only showed static after midnight. The most disturbing part was when they checked the phone records. There were no incoming calls during that period, nothing, like they had never existed, but I still had the messages on my voicemail. The sounds of animals agonizing, their breathing, their voice telling me they could see me. I quit that same night. I couldn't stand it, the idea of being alone in that place again. I now work in a veterinary office by day where there are always more people around. But sometimes my phone rings in the early morning, and when I answer I just hear breathing and those animal sounds that don't sound quite real. The police never found it. They never knew how I knew so much about the clinic, the animals, or my movements. After that incident, the clinic improved his security and he hired 2 people for the night shift. But every time I walk by I wonder if he's still hanging around the place waiting to call someone else. I know this sounds impossible. If someone had told me before it happened to me, I wouldn't have believed it. But I know what I heard in those calls, and I know someone was watching me that night. Someone who knew too much and who somehow it all started with a paper cut, or so he said. But paper cuts don't usually get people to come to the emergency room at 3 a.m., and they certainly don't bring them back night after night with a fixed stare that never seems to blink. All drunk teenagers, hypochondriacs, really sick and hurt people, you develop a kind of sixth sense for patients. You learn to read the subtle signals that tell you if someone he's really hurting, or if he just seek attention. Derek was different from the start. He arrived on a quiet Tuesday night, holding his arms strangely to his chest. He was tall, maybe a 3-something, with an intense look that made me uncomfortable even before he spoke. The cut was superficial. It barely deserved a band-aid, but he insisted that they check it. He might be infected, he said without taking his eyes off my face while cleaning the wound. I have been carefully observing it. Something in the way he said observing made my skin stand on end. I finished bandaging, quickly maintaining my professional attitude despite how close he leaned while working. You have soft hands, he murmured while securing the gauze. Very precise. I like that. I smiled at him politely and I took a step back, creating distance between us. He is ready. Keep it clean and dry and it'll be fine. He didn't move to leave. He just stood there staring with those eyes without blinking. You'll be here tomorrow night. My stomach tightened. Sir, he won't need to go back. For this it's a minor cut. His smile didn't reach his eyes. You never know. Things can get worse so fast. The next night he came back, this time with a small bruise on his forehead. I fell, he explained, although the mark looked more like someone had pressed his thumb his skin. I wanted to make sure it wasn't anything serious. I called Dr. Matthew to examine him. I didn't want to be alone in the room with him again while the doctor checked his pupils. Derek's eyes remained fixed on me, standing in the door. Everything seems fine, he concluded. The doctor. No signs of commotion, you're sure? He asked Derek with a barely perceptible smile. Maybe I should stay on observation. Emma could watch me. My heart stopped. I hadn't told her my name. My badge was on the opposite side as usual on night shifts. The encounters continued each night with a new minor injury that any normal person would have treated at home. A scraped knee, a bruised finger, another small cut on the hand. Each time it stayed longer. He talked more and more and more. He looked at me more and more intensely. You look tired tonight, Emma said on a visit. Those night shifts must be hard. His voice was soft, almost comforting. But I like to see you here. It's quiet, just you and I in the early morning. I began to dread my shifts. I knew he could show up at any moment. I varied my rest schedules. I took different routes within the hospital. I asked other nurses to do it. I always knew exactly where I was. One night around 2 in the morning, it was too close not to have heard him approaching. You didn't work, I continued. I waited for you, but you never arrived. My heart hammers. How did you get here? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. This area is only for staff. His smile widened. I observe you, Emma. I know all your routines. Where do you take your breaks? Which hallways do you prefer to walk through? I even know about that little coffee shop on C Street where you buy coffee before the shift. My blood froze. I had never mentioned that coffee shop to anyone at work. I said, take a step back. You have to go. This area is restricted. I'm going to call security. They won't understand, said, tilting his head like a confused child. No one understands what we have. There's no we. My voice trembled. You're just my patient, nothing more. His expression changed. Darkened. Don't say that, he whispered. You're just scared. Everyone gets scared. At first I tried to turn around to walk away, but his hand caught my wrist. His grip was too strong. His eyes were too hungry. Let me go, I warned him. Though my voice was barely a murmur, his thumb stroked the skin on my arm, as if trying to memorize it. I can't, he whispered. I need to see you. I need to observe you. I need to code gray. My scream broke the silence, sign of a violent patient. Immediately the security staff appeared in the corner. Tarek let go of me just as they were approaching. When they surrounded him, his face transformed into a mask of innocence. The bathroom, he said in a calm voice, raising his hands. The nurse was just giving me directions. They escorted him out, but I could feel him looking at me all the time. That night I filed a report. I told everything to my supervisor. They said that I would ban from the facility, that they would increase security in my area, that I would never be alone again on my shift, but that didn't stop him. He started showing up outside the hospital, standing across the street watching. I saw him in the parking lot under the lights of the lanterns looking out the ER windows. Sometimes I would find notes in my car. You look beautiful in that blue sweater. Your cat looks only when you're not there. Should you fix the flashing light on your porch? Every note was proof that he was watching me, that he knew me, that he'd been in my house. The police said they couldn't do much. I hadn't committed any crimes. I hadn't made any threats. I just observed. So I quit. Moved to another city, changed my name, started over, but sometimes in a crowd or on a busy street I see eyes fixed on me, eyes that never blink, and I know he's still there, still watching, learning, still waiting. 'Cause that's what he does. He looks. He learns, and he never ever stops. Radio waves travel through the darkness differently than light. They bounce off buildings, they slide through walls. They carry voices to places they were never meant to go, but the voice that started to call my show, Nocto, didn't travel through any frequency I recognized. Came from a much closer place. I had been the midnight shift announcer at WKRX for 3 years, a small station, barely a dot on the radio dial map, but with loyal listeners, insomniacs, truck drivers, night shift workers looking for company in the dark hours. Most nights I received 2 or 3 calls, song requests, people who wanted to chat, nothing out of the ordinary until he started calling. The first time was around 1 in the morning. He had just finished a block of classic rock and was about to start the next batch of songs. When the light flashed on the phone, I didn't think much of it. Just another night call. WX, you're on the air with Jack. What can I play for you tonight? Long enough to feel uncomfortable. Then a quiet, low voice with a strange echo that I assumed was the phone line's fault. You seem tired tonight, Jack. My heart stopped for a moment. The station booth was on the 3rd floor of an empty office building. There were no windows facing the street, and the only way to see me was from inside the building. Sorry, I asked, trying to keep your voice relaxed. Those energy drinks aren't helping you much, right? I see 3 empty cans on your desk. My gaze slid to the Red Bull cans lined up next to my cup of coffee. My chest tensed. Who are you? How do you know that? The line was cut. I stood there, the phone still in my hand, trying to process what had just happened. There was no way anyone could see me. The building was closed after 10 p.m. I was the only one with access to this floor. I told myself it must have been a coincidence. Many night announcers consume energy drinks. Maybe it was just a good fortune teller, but he called again the next night. That blue shirt fits you well. Highlights the color of your eyes. He was wearing a blue shirt. It couldn't be a coincidence. Somehow this person, I could see myself despite the walls, despite the locked doors. Listen, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know how you're doing this, but you need to stop. There was a silence. Then the voice answered, why would I like to see you work? I like the way you move to the beat of the music, when you think no one is watching, the way you talk just between songs, the way you keep looking over your shoulder like you feel like I'm here. Click. I called security. They checked the building. They didn't find anything. The security cameras didn't show any movement, but the calls went on every night, not always around the same time, each time with more details about my life. That sandwich you had for lunch didn't seem very fresh. You should check the expiration dates at the corner store. If your car is almost out of gas, you should fill up the tank before you go home. You really should. Call your mother back. She's worried about you. It was like she was watching me at all times, not just in the cabin, in my whole life. That night after the call, I decided to search the studio. I checked every corner. I moved every piece of equipment, looking for a hidden camera, a microphone, something. Then I saw it in the corner of the room. There was a small gap between the acoustic panels, a barely visible gap shining the flashlight. Inside I saw an old maintenance duct running through the entire building, a maze of wires and pipes, a place where someone might be hiding. Something moved inside. I recoiled, my heart beating against my ribs. The phone rang with my hand trembling. I picked it up. You found it. The voice was no longer coming from the phone. It was coming from the conduit. Where are you? I asked in a whisper. Everywhere. I felt a chill going up my back. What do you want? There was a prolonged silence. Then the voice whispered, I want to share. I want to teach you what I have learned. I want you to see how I see. The lights flicker. The study was in the dim light, red light of emergency. I saw him, a tall and thin figure hidden in the darkness of the conduit, his face covered with psalm, but her eyes shone, reflected the red light like a cat's. Stepped forward. Beautiful, true, whispered, this little world that you have built, your music, your voice, your life. My back hit the wall. What do you want from me? I want you to see. I want you to learn. I want you to understand what it means to observe. I closed my eyes. I prayed that it was a hallucination. When I opened them again, it was gone. The lights came back on. The phone was at its base. The booth was silent. I left the station that same night. I never came back. I didn't pick up my things. I just left. I found another job in another city by day where nothing can hide in the dark. But sometimes when I turn on the radio, I hear her voice not saying words, just breathing, waiting, because I know she's still there. She keeps watching. She keeps learning. Because that's what she does. She observes, she learns, she understands, and somewhere between the walls of that old building she's still there. Still waiting for someone new to study. The security cameras don't show everything. That's the first lesson in the mall security training. There are always blind spots, dead zones where anything could happen without being recorded. But what the cameras caught that night in the food court, sometimes I wish they hadn't caught anything at all. I had worked in security at Riverwood Mall for about 2 years. The night shift wasn't exactly exciting. Just walking rounds, checking doors, making sure no one broke in after it was one of those old ones, with 3 levels of stores surrounding a central food court and long corridors that seemed to stretch forever in the dim emergency light. Most nights were quiet. Sometimes teenagers tried to sneak in or homeless people sought shelter, but nothing serious. Over time, the emptiness of the place became almost pacific. Just me, my flashlight, and the constant hum of the ventilation system. That night started like any other. I did my 2 a.m. round walking through the dark food court. When I saw her, a woman was standing near the cabana alone, looking. She was wearing a dark dress that absorbed the little light of the place, and her hair fell long and straight down her back. The protocol said that I should approach and ask her to leave. The mall had closed, but something about the way I was standing completely still made me hesitate. The air felt different, heavier in some way. Like the moment before. It's a storm, ma'am, I called, trying to keep my voice professional. The mall is closed. It must be removed. She spun slowly, and I felt the blood run cold. Her face was strange somehow. It wasn't disfigured or monstrous. Just wrong, like if someone had tried to remember what a face is supposed to look like, but had failed in the details. We are connected, he said in a soft voice, but one that resonated clearly in the empty space. I have been watching you. He began to walk towards me. His movements were fluid but strange, as if he was watching a video played at a slightly incorrect speed. I walked away, finally managing to bring the radio to my mouth. Control, I need reinforcements in the food court. Possible 10 GU 96. I only received static white noise and a faint whisper that could have been my name. The woman is closer now, still with that impossible smile. You are so interesting when you think you are alone, said. The way you move, as you observe how you exist in these empty spaces, I want to understand it all. I ran. The professional pride went to the every instinct in my body screamed that I should get away. My footsteps echoed on the walls as I ran towards the security office, but I could hear her behind me, moving with that same steady step, never rushing but somehow always staying close. The security office was my sanctuary. Reinforced door, multiple cameras, direct line to the police. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then turned to the monitors to see where it was. The cameras weren't showing anything. Just hallways, empty and dark food court, but I could hear her walking somewhere in the darkness, approaching. I called the police, my voice trembling as I tried to explain. They said they would send someone, but I could hear the skepticism in the dispatcher's voice. Just another security guard scared by the shadows, the monitors flickering static, covering the screens when they cleared. She was there right outside my door, looking directly into the camera. My face was clearer now, and I finally understood what was bothering me so much. It wasn't just that it was wrong. It was my face, or something that was trying to be my face, stretched over features that weren't made to be worn. Let me in, she said. Her voice filtered both through the door and over my radio. Let me turn you on completely. Stay away, I warned, although my voice broke. The police are on their way. She Rio is sound like glass breaking. They won't see me, they never do. Only you can see me, because now we're connected. The office light started flashing and the temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. The doorknob started spinning, even though I knew I'd locked it. No one will believe you, whispered. They'll think you imagined me. But you know I'm real. You know I chose you. And now you'll learn to watch. As I door opened, I don't remember much after that. The police found me hours later, huddled in a corner of the office. The security footage showed nothing. Just me running empty, locking them in dark corridors, knowing she might be watching. But leaving work didn't help. Now I see her everywhere, in the crowds, in the reflections of the shop windows, in the mirrors, always with my face. always with that wrong smile, always watching to see. Sometimes late at night, I find myself looking at people the same way she looked at me, noticing every little detail of how they move, of how they exist in space, and I wonder that's how it starts. That's how you learn to watch how the mall is still there, still open, still hiring night guards. But sometimes if you walk around at the food court late at night, you might see a woman standing near the old bastard, and if she turns to look at you, you might notice that her face looks familiar, like someone you know but can't quite place alone. Don't let her see you watching her, because once she notices you, once she chooses you, she never really leaves. She just teaches you to observe, like she taught me to. The first note seemed innocent, just a piece of torn paper placed on top of a pallet of boxes. "Good night, Alex." Simple words that shouldn't have meant anything, but in an empty warehouse at 2 a.m. when you're supposed to be completely alone, even the simplest words can feel like a threat. I was working the night shift of the warehouse. For about 2 months it wasn't a bad job, just me and a couple of colleagues, Eddie and Mike, organizing pets and getting everything ready for the morning shift. I liked the routine. Put on my headphones, disconnected from the world, and let the hours go by without having to deal with bosses on top or annoying customers. The warehouse was huge, with endless rows of metal shelves stretching to the ceiling, filled with everything from electronics to furniture, fluorescent lights buzzing over our heads, creating patches of light in long shadows. Almost every night I worked alone in my section, which was perfect to me. Eddie used to stay at the loading docks and Mike was taking care of the inventory office. When I found the first note, I thought it was probably Eddie's joke, although it seemed strange to me. Eddie was not the joker type. He was a quiet guy who kept to his own thing. When I asked him later, she just shrugged her shoulders with a face of genuine confusion. "It wasn't me, brother," she said without looking up from her clipboard. Maybe someone from the day shift left her there. I tried to ignore it, but something in the note, it didn't add up, had been deliberately placed right where I would find her during my rounds, and my name Alex wasn't written anywhere. She wasn't even wearing a badge with my name. The next night another note appeared in the same place, this time with my full name, Alex Martin. My stomach skipped a beat when I read it. 2 nights in a row. They could not be a coincidence, and now who left these notes? I knew my last name too. From there I began to be more alert. I checked the corners before turning. I listened carefully in case I heard footsteps that were not mine. The store felt different now, as if the shadows between the bookshelves had more depth, as if they could hide something or someone. The notes kept popping up. Sometimes they were simple, just my name or a phrase to the letters. But then they became more personal. "How's your mom doing?" After the surgery I froze when I read that one. I'd never told anyone at work about my mother's knee surgery. It wasn't something I had ever told anyone at work. It wasn't something I had ever told anyone at work. I would have mentioned in a casual conversation your brother liked his birthday present. That one chilled me out. I had sent a gift card to my brother just 2 days ago. I hadn't told anyone. "You forgot to lock the door to your apartment this morning." That was the one that really scared me. Because it was true. In my rush to get to work on time, I had forgotten to lock the door, but how did anyone else know? The implications made my skin crawl. I started documenting everything, taking pictures of the notes with my phone, writing down where I found them and at what time. They always showed up in the places where I worked alone. Always when no one else was around. I tried to leave my phone recording while I worked, hoping to catch whoever left them. But the battery always died before that could capture something useful. Something in the structure, the metal of the warehouse, affected the signal and drained the load faster than normal. One night I decided to stay in one place and keep an eye on the pallet where the notes used to appear. I turned off the forklift, turned off the lights in my section, and waited in the dark. The hours passed. My legs cramped from standing. My eyes struggled to adjust to the gloom. Then I heard him take soft, deliberate footsteps moving in the room. Darkness behind me. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding strangely faint in the silence of the warehouse. "There's someone there." The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was absolutely dense, as if something was holding its breath next to me. I turned on my flashlight and swept the ace through the area. Nothing. Just rows of boxes and empty air. I turned to the pallet. There was a new note. "You shouldn't be here." My hands began to. I hadn't seen anyone approaching. I hadn't heard anything but those footsteps, but someone had been close enough to leave that note, close enough to touch me if they wanted to. I started walking towards the loading zone where Eddie used to work. I tried to keep a normal rhythm, but every cell in my body was screaming to run. The steps started again, following me slowly, measured always at the same distance. "Eddie," I called, hoping it was just a very elaborate joke. It's you." There was no answer, just those footsteps following me like a shadow. When I got to the loading dock, they stormed the room breathless. Eddie looked at me from his workstation, surprised. "You're okay, man?" asked. "You seem to have seen a ghost." I turned to look behind me. Nothing, only the dark hallway from which I had come out, completely empty. "Saw someone pass through here?" I asked, trying to catch my breath. Eddie frowned. "Just you, running as if something was chasing you." I told him everything, the notes, the steps, the feeling of being watched. Eddie listened silently, expression becoming more and more serious. "We should check the security cameras," he said. Finally, we went to the security office, but when we tried to access the recordings, all the cameras in my section showed static. Eddie clicked on different files and schedules. "Nothing. This is weird," muttered. "These cameras were working fine earlier when I got back to my section. There was a new note waiting for me. You think they'll believe you? You think they can help you? That was the last night I worked in the warehouse. I quit immediately. I handed in my badge, picked up my stuff, and left without waiting. My last check wasn't worth it. Nothing was worth it. Feel like if I was being married, but quitting work didn't stop me. The notes followed me home. I found them everywhere, under my car wipers, sliding under my apartment door, even in my mailbox, each more personal than the last one. "Your sister is getting married soon. You already wrote your speech. The coffee shop you like on CCO Street will close next week. You should change the light bulb on your room. Blinking is bad for the eyes." Went to the police, took the notes, tried to explain how someone was stalking me, took a report, promised to investigate, but I knew they wouldn't. After all, what crime had been committed? That someone left notes, that someone watched from afar. But that's the problem with being watched. It changes you. It makes you question everything. Every stranger on the street could be him. Every car that come on, I could hold those eyes that follow me. Every shadow I could hide the person who knows too much about my life. I moved to another apartment. I changed my phone number. I got a new job. But the notes still find me, less frequent now. But they're still there, reminding me that I never quite escaped. Yesterday another one appeared. I found it nailed to my door. "You can't hide from me, Alex. I'm part of your life now. Always. Always watching, knowing, sweet dreams. I don't sleep much anymore. I can't relax. I can't let my guard down. 'Cause somewhere someone is watching me. Someone knows everything about me, follow my every move, documents my life in these little notes that appear like clockwork. And the worst thing still, I don't know who it is. It could be anyone. A former co-worker, a neighbor, a stranger who chose me at random. They could be looking at me right now, as I write this, planning your next note, deciding what detail of my life you will reveal next. Sometimes I think about going back to the warehouse, about facing whoever is behind this, but then I remember those steps in the dark, that feeling of being married, and I know I can't do it because deep down I'm afraid of what I might find. I'm afraid that knowing the truth is worse than not, so I live with it. I've learned to check every room when I get home, to vary my routine, to always be aware of my surroundings. I've learned that privacy is an illusion, that there's always someone watching, always knowing, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if they're out there right now, writing their next note, planning their next message, wondering if they're smiling while they watch me from the darkness, knowing they've changed my life forever. 'Cause that's what they've done. They've changed everything. Every private moment now, it seems suspicious. Every moment of quiet could be interrupted. Every personal detail could be with in their next note, and somewhere in the shadows they're still watching, still knowing, still writing. I need to vent. 'Cause this has been haunting me for weeks. I worked the night shift from a small printing press, the kind that makes business cards, flyers, and things like that. My job was to operate the printing press from midnight to 8 in the morning. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened in the time I had been there until 3 weeks ago. I still can't explain what I experienced that night. The place was quite basic. A large room with 2 printing presses, some computers for the design, and a warehouse in the back. Overnight there was just me, which didn't bother me. I liked to work. Just the sound of the press turned white noise after a while, and I just focused on my work. That night started like any other. I was processing a large order of business cards, making sure everything went smoothly. Around 2 in the morning, I noticed something strange on one of the sheets coming out of the press. At first I thought it was a printing error or an ink stain, but when I looked closely I saw that they were strange symbols mixed with the text. They looked like letters, but not from any language I knew. I assumed that the file was corrupted, so I stopped the press and I went to check the computer, but when I opened the original file it was perfectly normal. Just business cards with ordinary text. I went back to check the printed sheets, and at that moment I felt a presence behind me. That feeling that someone is standing right behind you. I turned quickly, but there was no one. Just the Empty room and the hum of fluorescent lights, but I swear I could feel that someone was watching me. I tried to ignore it and go back to work. I turned on the press again, but now the weird symbols were popping up on every sheet, and the worst thing was that they started forming words, English words. What really scared me was what they said. I know you hate Mondays. I know it sounds stupid, but here's the detail. That afternoon I had been complaining about Mondays with a coworker. At lunch there was no one else around. When we had that conversation, I stopped the press again, my hands shaking as I went through the sheets. More words appeared. The coffee here is terrible. Not just like you said last week. I had said it. I had been complaining about the coffee in the break room a few days ago, but just to myself. I didn't mention it to anyone. By now I was really scared. I went to the warehouse to get more new paper, thinking that maybe the batch I was using was defective. The warehouse was dark. The light switch was all the way down, so I used my phone's flashlight. That's when I saw the laptop. There was an old laptop on one of the paper boxes. It was on the screen. You could see lines of code or something. And as I looked at the same symbols that I had seen on the printouts, they started to appear on the screen. Then I heard the sound of the keyboard typing, but no one was there. Playing the keyboard, I ran out of there and went back to the printing room. My hands were shaking so much that I could barely hold my phone to try to call my supervisor. But before I could dial, the press started to work on its own. The paper was feeding and new words appeared on each sheet. I've been watching you, learning how you work. You're so interesting when you think you're alone. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't. Leaving the press running like this would waste thousands of sheets of paper and probably jam the machine. So I went over to turn it off, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing next to the computer, but something was wrong with him. He was very thin. He was wearing dark clothes, and he was moving in a strange way, as if he was trying to imitate how a normal person is supposed to walk, but without quite succeeding in it. He looked and smiled, but it wasn't a normal smile. It was like he'd read about smiles in a book and was trying to make one. When he spoke, his voice sounded mechanical, like he was mimicking the way humans talk. Codes are beautiful. He said, I've been studying them. I've been studying you, learning how it all works. I slowly backed up to the door, but he moved too fast. A second. He was together to the computer. The next blocked my path closely. His face was even more strange. His eyes were too big, and they weren't blinking. You don't have to be afraid, he continued. I just want to understand. I want to learn how you think, how you move, how you exist in this space. I ran. I didn't care about the press or my job. I just ran to the exit as fast as I could. Behind me I could hear the press running at full speed, papers flying everywhere, and that typing sound coming from the laptop. When I got to my car, my hands were shaking so much that I could barely put the key in the ignition. I looked back at the building, and there he was standing at the window, smiling, that wrong smile, watching me. I called my boss from the car and quit at that instant. I told him to send me my last check in the mail. I know he probably thinks I'm crazy or that I was high, but I know what I saw. The strangest thing is that I passed by a few days later during the day shift. Everything seemed normal, just employees working as if nothing had happened. But when I checked on the internet, I found that their computer system had a total failure that same night. All the files were corrupted with those same strange symbols, and all their backups were destroyed. Now I have a new job working during the day in a copy shop, but sometimes when I'm operating the machines, I see strange symbols start to show up in printouts, disappear when I look closely, but I know what I saw. And sometimes when I'm on my computer at home late at night, those same symbols flash on my screen for a split second. I don't know what that thing was, a hacker, a ghost, something else. I just know there was something in that building with me that night, something that had been watching me for who knows how long, and sometimes I feel like it still does. Still learn, still try to understand how we humans work. I know how crazy this all sounds, but I know what I lived through and will never work a night shift again. You never notice the empty spaces until something fills them for weeks. I barely paid attention to the large windows at the front of our store. They were just there, letting in the light during the day, reflecting the fluorescent glow at night. But then he showed up, and suddenly those windows became the only thing I could think of. The first time I saw him, I almost overlooked him. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was restocking the candy aisle with my back to the entrance when I turned to take a drink. Another box. I saw a slight movement through the glass. A man was standing there just outside the entrance with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead. At first I didn't give it much thought. Working the night shift, you see everything: drunk, sleepless students, truck drivers looking for coffee. But this guy didn't come in. He just stood there perfectly motionless, like he was waiting for something. After about 10 minutes I felt restless. He hadn't moved an inch, hadn't checked his tello or done any of the normal things people do when waiting, just watching. I tried to focus on my work, but I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye, checking if he was still there. He was always around 3 in the morning. Finally he left without a dramatic movement, without a goodbye. He just turned and got lost in the darkness. He exhaled a breath I hadn't realized that I was holding back, and I tried to shake off the strange feeling it had left me. But the next night it came back, same time, same place, same disturbing immobility. This time I could see him better. He was tall, probably about 50 years old, with gray hair and a worn jacket that hung loosely over his shoulders. But his face, was what worried me the most. There was something empty in like he was wearing a mask that didn't fit him at all. I thought of call my manager, but what was I going to tell him? A man is standing outside the store. Technically he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just there, watching night after night, always at 2 in the morning, always in the same place. Sometimes he stayed an hour, sometimes more. I started scheduling my breaks to avoid his visiting me, hiding in the back room until I thought he was gone, but seemed to know when I avoided him on those nights. He stayed longer waiting for me. After 2 weeks, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know what I wanted. One night, right after he took his usual position, I walked to the door. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my throat, but I forced myself to sound calm. "Excuse me," I said through the glass. "I can help you with something." He replied immediately. His eyes that were previously fixed on a distant point moved slowly until they met mine. A small smile formed on his face, but it didn't reach his eyes. Those were still cold, calculating. "Hello, Emma," he said softly. I felt my blood freeze. I hadn't told him my name. My nameplate was hidden under my jacket. I always kept it covered on the night shift, a basic safety precaution. But he knew my name. How does he know my name? I managed to ask in my voice, barely above a whisper. He didn't answer. He just kept smiling with that empty laugh, his eyes fixed on mine. I backed away slowly, my hands trembling. I wanted to run to the back room, call the police, do something, but I couldn't move. His gaze kept me there like a mouse caught by the sight of a snake. "You should be more careful," his voice finally said. "Clara," through the glass, "you never know who's watching you." I ran to the back office with my hands shaking as I tried to dial 911. When I finally managed to communicate, I was hyperventilating. The operator tried to calm me down while I explained what was going on. But my words came out rushed. When the police arrived, he was already gone. They searched the area, but they didn't find anything. They took my statement and told me they would increase patrols in the area, but I could tell on their faces that they didn't take it seriously. Just another night worker scared by a harmless stranger. But he wasn't harmless. I knew it in my bones. The next night I was on edge from the moment my shift started. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow seemed like a threat to me. When they gave the 2 in the morning, I found myself staring at the windows waiting. I wasn't disappointed this time. Something was different. It was closer to the glass, just enough for me to see her face clearly under the fluorescent light. She was looking directly at me, that same empty smile on her lips. "I missed you," Emma said loud enough for me to hear it from the other side of the counter. "You missed me." I didn't answer. I already had my hand on the phone, ready to call the police again. "I know you're scared." She kept leaning a hand against the glass. "But you don't have to be. I just want to talk. We have a lot in common, you and I." "Leave me alone," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm going to call the police," she laughed, a hollow sound that made me shudder. "They won't understand. They never do. But I understand you, Emma, all about you." To prove his point, he started reciting details about my life, where I lived, what car I drove, my favorite coffee shop, my cat's name. Things I couldn't know, things I shouldn't know. With each new detail I felt my world getting smaller, more dangerous. Like I tried to ask, but my voice failed me. "I've been watching you," I said simply, as if that explained everything. "For a long time. Only never you noticed me before." I grabbed the phone and dialed 911 again. My hands were shaking so much that she could barely hold it. She watched me do it and kept smiling. "They won't make it in time," she said softly. "They never do. But don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. No yet. I just want you to know that I'm here, that I'll always be here watching you." She pulled away from the glass, still smiling. "See you tomorrow, Emma." This time, when she walked away, I knew I wasn't done with this. It was just the beginning. I quit my job the next day. I couldn't stand another night wondering if I would show up, if she was waiting for me, if she knew even more about me. I moved across town, changed my phone number, tried my best to disappear. But sometimes late at night I see a silhouette outside my window, just a shadow, a hint of a figure in the darkness, and though I never get to see his face clearly, I No, it's him, still watching, still waiting. I've learned to keep the curtains closed, to vary my routine, to always look over the shoulder. I've learned that the scariest monsters aren't the ones chasing you. They're the ones that wait, the ones that look, the ones that know your name even though you've never told them. 'Cause that's the problem with spaces empty. Once something fills them, you never see them the same again. Every window becomes a point of observation. Every shadow can hide a viewer. Every stranger could be him, waiting for the perfect moment to remind me that it's still there. I don't work night shifts. I can't stand the silence anymore, the loneliness, the way darkness turns windows into mirrors. But even in broad daylight, even in the middle of a crowd, sometimes I feel his eyes on me. And when I walk past a convenience store at night, I can't help but look at the windows, looking for that familiar silhouette. Because I know he's still there, still watching, still waiting. And worst of all, he was right about something. The police never understood. How could anyone understand the terror of being observed, really watched by someone who knows all about it? But he's still a complete stranger. How do you explain how it changes you, how it makes every private moment seem like a threat, how it makes every casual look seem like a threat? You can't just do what I did, run, hide, pray. 'Cause someday find someone else to look up to. But deep down you know the truth. Once someone like him chooses you, he never lets go of you completely. He becomes part of your story, a shadow in your peripheral vision, a presence that can never shake completely. So here I am, living my life, trying to pretend that everything is normal, but now I know better. I know that sometimes the real horror is not there. What could happen to you is knowing that someone is out there learning every detail of your life, waiting for the perfect moment to remind you that you're never really alone. Because in the end, that's the real fear. Not the cheap scares, not the blood, not the noises in the night. It's the slow, chilling certainty that your life is no longer completely yours, that someone else has claimed a part of it, and he's made a home in your nightmares. And sometimes, on particularly dark nights, I find myself standing by my window, staring into the darkness, wondering if he's out there at this very moment, watching me, waiting, smiling, that empty smile because he was right about something else. He'll always be here, even if I'm never going to see him again, even if he's long gone. The fear he sowed in me has been taken root. It has become permanent, something that has changed the way I see the world. Every window is now a portal for eyes that watch. Every stranger could be disguised. Every moment of tranquility could be interrupted by that soft voice calling out my name, reminding me that I am never really alone. That is its true mark, not the fear of what it might do to me, but the fear of what it's done. It's changed the way I see the world. It's turned every safe space into a potential threat, every moment of loneliness into a moment of vulnerability, and somewhere I know it's smiling. So empty university campuses at night have their own kind of silence. It's not just tranquility. It's like buildings are holding their breath, waiting for the morning to bring back the flood of students and life. Usually that was comforting to me until someone started leaving notes in my patrol car with information that I knew too much about my life. I had been working in campus security for years, mainly on the night shift. The job was quite simple: to go around the campus in a car, check buildings, make sure the doors were locked. Sometimes we found drunk students try to get into the pool, or couples looking for privacy. But the most of the time it was just me and my thoughts. The first note popped up on any given Tuesday. I had just finished checking the science building when I noticed a folded paper under the windshield wiper. At first I thought it was just another advertising flyer, but when I took it, my blood froze. Written in impeccable handwriting, there were the details about my daughter's soccer practice, where she played, what position she occupied, even the color of her shoes. I stood there staring at the paper, trying to understand. I hadn't told anyone at work about my daughter's football. It wasn't something I mentioned in the break room. I looked around the empty parking lot. Nothing. Just shadows and the faint glow of the streetlights. The next night, another note, this time about my wife's work at elementary school. Included details of her classroom that only someone who had been inside could know, the layout of his desk, the drawings his students had made of him, even the cup of coffee he used every morning. I began to vary my patrol routes, to check the rearview mirrors more often, looking for someone following me. But the campus was always deserted, only dark buildings and empty hallways, and yet the grades kept showing up. Your son is improving in math. That Thursday tutor is helping her a lot. You should fix that loose tile on your roof before the rains come. Your mother called yesterday. You should call her back. You miss you. Each note revealed something more personal, more private, things that no stranger should know. I started taking pictures of them, documenting times and locations, trying to find a pattern, but they would appear randomly sometimes when I checked the buildings, other times during my breaks, others when I had only turned my back for a few seconds. The security cameras were useless, they only showed my car parked. Then a moment of static, and then the note was there. With no one approaching, without anyone, walking away, as if they had appeared out of nowhere one night. The note was different. It did not contain personal details, only 5 words that gave me goosebumps. I see you, observe your family. I reported everything to my supervisor, showed him the notes, the photos, the camera recording, increased patrols in my area, asked IT to check the cameras for tampering, and even called the local police. But they didn't find anything. No fingerprints, no DNA. No evidence of who left the notes. After that, the messages got darker. Your daughter left the window open last night. Anyone could have entered. Your wife works late on Wednesdays. Should be more careful in the parking lot. Your son takes the same way to school every day. Predictable. It wasn't just observations anymore. It was threats. Whoever was watching me hiding. Someone watching every stranger could be the one leaving the notes, until the note came that broke me. You can't protect them all the time, but I can always watch them. Attached, there was a photo of my family having dinner taken through the kitchen window that same night. We were all there, smiling, not knowing we were being watched. The perspective meant that someone had been in our yard just outside the house while we were eating that night. I quit. We routinely packed everything. Got a day job where nothing is hidden in the shadows. But sometimes, even now, I find a note in my new car, in my mailbox, under my door. Are different now. They don't contain threats or notice, just observations, as if whoever was watching me wanted me to know that they found us, that distance, it doesn't matter, that they will always be there. Last week I found one in my jacket pocket, a pocket that was empty that morning. It just said, I keep watching, I don't work at night anymore, I can't stand the thought of being alone in the dark, knowing that someone could be there, learning every day of my life. But the worst thing is not fear for me. It's knowing that someone is still watching my family, collecting details about their lives, their habits, their moments of vulnerability, because that's what they do. They observe, they learn, they remember, and somewhere in the shadows, between the lampposts or in the spaces between the houses, they keep observing, they keep learning, they keep leaving notes that prove that none of them distance is enough, that no precaution is enough. I've installed security cameras, motion sensors, everything I can think of, but deep down I know it's no use, because whoever it is doesn't show up on the cameras, doesn't set alarms, just watches and writes and waits. Sometimes I wonder if I'm going crazy, if maybe the stress of the night shift and an overactive imagination created all of this. But then I find another note with some new detail about our lives, and I know it's real. The police can't help. What can they do against someone who leaves notes but never shows up on camera? My wife thinks I'm paranoid, that I see threats where there aren't. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm crazy, but I know what I saw, I know what those notes contained, and I know that somewhere someone keeps watching, keep learning, keep writing every detail of our lives. A lost suitcase always tells a story. It could be as simple as a traveler's forgetfulness or as complex as a life suddenly abandoned. But the red suitcase I found by the emergency exit that night, that one was different. It wasn't lost. It was waiting for me to find it. It had been working the night shift at Riverside Airport for 8 months. It wasn't a very busy place, just a small regional airport with a few late flights and cargo planes. My job was simple: patrolling the terminals, checking security gates, and making sure no one was where they shouldn't be. Most nights went by without incident. Just me and the constant hum of fluorescent lights. The suitcase turned up on a Tuesday. It was hidden in a corner near an emergency exit on the ground floor, partially hidden behind a rubbish dump. At first glance it looked like forgotten luggage, something worn, well, nothing special, but there was something strange about the way it was placed, almost as if someone had put it there on purpose. I approached cautiously. Nowadays you can't be too careful with suitcases abandoned at airports, but my gut told me that this wasn't a security threat, it was another thing. I checked if it had an ID tag, nothing but name, no address, no airline tags, just a common red suitcase with worn edges and a slightly crooked wheel. Following protocol, I took it to the lost and found office. That's when things got weird. Inside there was only one object, a teddy bear. Not just any teddy bear, but an old worn-out one with a single button eye barely hanging. It looked like something that had been loved for decades, carried through countless adventures and heartbreaks. I registered it in the system and tried to forget it. But the next night another suitcase appeared in the exact same place. This was green, smaller, covered in scratches, as if it had been dragged by gravel, again without identification. Again I took it to Lost and Found. Inside there was a child's shoe, one, only covered in mud, seemed to have gone through hell. Something in that solitary shoe made my skin crawl. Why only one? Where was its pair, and why leave it here in this specific place? The third night I almost didn't want to check that corner. But of course there was another suitcase. This one was different. An old leather briefcase with a broken zipper inside. There was a black and white photograph of a little girl standing alone in what looked like a backyard. Her expression not normal, too empty, too inert. Her eyes seemed to follow me as I moved. I began to dread my shifts, each with a single object carefully chosen to disturb me. A rusty key without a lock, a handwritten note in a language I didn't recognize. A small mirror that only reflected darkness. I checked the security cameras, but they didn't show anything. No one left the bags. No suspicious activity. Was as if they appeared out of nowhere, materializing in that same place between my rounds. Then one night around 2 in the morning I saw someone, a figure standing outside near the sidewalk of Arrigo, partially illuminated by the dim lights of the parking lot, wearing a dark coat, the hidden face under a hood, and he was carrying a suitcase. I watched through the glass doors as he approached. He stopped just outside, looking inside, as if he was checking something. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to stay hidden, watching. He left the suitcase on the ground carefully, almost reverently, and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I waited until I was sure he was gone before approaching the luggage. My hands, they were shaking when I took it to the Lost and Found office. Inside was a crumpled paper with 4 words written in messy handwriting: "It's your turn now." The next night I arrived prepared. I placed my phone to record the corner where the suitcases appeared. I made extra rounds. I checked every shadow, determined to catch whoever was behind this. But somehow when I wasn't looking at another suitcase, it appeared it contained a mirror, but not just any mirror. When I looked in it, I saw my reflection, but something was wrong. My eyes were closed. They seemed empty, like those of the girl in the photograph. I let go of the mirror immediately and closed the suitcase with a bang. The suitcases kept appearing night after night, each one more disturbing than the last. A children's diary with the same sentence written on each page: "They are looking at us." A set of keys that matched the locks of my apartment. A recent photograph of me sleeping in my bed. It was then that I knew this wasn't random. Whoever was leaving these suitcases knew me, had been watching me, had been at my house. The objects weren't just disturbing things. They were messages, warnings. One night I heard a sound outside the Lost and Found office. When I looked, there was a row of suitcases in the hallway, of different sizes and colors, lined up in a row, driving to the emergency exit. While I was looking at the last suitcase in the line, it slowly opened on its own. Inside there was a mirror, and in its reflection I saw dozens of figures standing behind me, all dressed in dark coats, all faceless. I turned suddenly. The corridor was empty. But when I looked again in the mirror, they were still there, watching me, waiting. I ran. I left everything behind: my jacket, my keys, my pride. I didn't stop until I got to my car, and I still felt watched. When I got home there was a suitcase waiting for me at my door. I didn't open it. I didn't want to know what message it contained. I quit my job the next day. I moved to another apartment. I changed my phone number. But I still find them. Small suitcases left in strange places. Outside my window, in the laundromat, from my building, under my desk, in my new job, always containing a single object, always telling a story I don't want to hear. Last week I found one in my closet, a little red suitcase. I know I didn't put it in there. I haven't opened it. I can't force myself to see what's inside. It's still there now, waiting, whispering in the dark. 'Cause that's what they do, these suitcases wait their turn, tell stories about eyes watching over empty faces, over things that follow you home at night. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be free from them, or if this is my life now, finding mysterious suitcases, each one a chapter in a story I never wanted to be in, a story about being watched, about being chosen, about being marked. The problem with lost suitcases is that they all tell a story, but some stories don't end. Some haunt you, torment you, change you, and sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I hear them: the soft scraping of wheels on the wood, the clicking of bolts, the whisper of stories waiting to be told, because they're still out there, those who leave their suitcases, still watching, still waiting, leaving their messages in the dark corners of my world and somewhere in the world. A corner I haven't checked, yet another suitcase is waiting, another story is ready to be told, another part of my sanity is about to be reclaimed by whatever it is that watches me from the shadows, always watching, always waiting, always collecting stories in forgotten suitcases. They say that every building has its own personality. After dark, a school becomes a maze of echoing hallways and creaking doors. A hospital, it transforms into a maze of dimly lit corridors and buzzing machines. But an office building, that's different. During the day it's all FL lights and keyboard clicks, but at night it becomes something else, something hungry. I've been working as a night janitor at Carlton and Associates for a few months when strange things started happening. The building itself was nothing special, 12 floors of cubicles, rooms of conferences and corner offices, all wrapped in glass and steel. My job was simple. Clean it, bathrooms, vacuum carpets, empty trash, basic tasks that kept me busy from midnight to dawn. The first incident was so small that I almost overlooked it. I had left my cleaning cart by the elevators while replenishing paper towels in the fourth-floor bathroom. When I returned my bottle from window washer, it had moved from one side of the cart to the other. It hadn't fallen, it hadn't tipped over. It had moved deliberately, as if someone had picked it up and placed it in a different place. I dismissed it as a simple forgetfulness. When you work alone at night, it's easy to doubt yourself. Maybe I'd moved it before and forgot. Maybe I was more tired than I thought, but then it happened from again. The next night with a roll of paper towels, and the next night with my phone. Little things easily explainable, except that they kept happening, and always, when I had my back turned, I finished mopping a floor, turned to rinse the mop and found my bucket, 3 feet to the left my supplies to open a door, and when I came back into sight they were arranged differently. Then I started to hear things, not the typical sounds of a building at night, such as the hum of the ventilation system, the occasional crackling of metal settling, or the distant rumble of night traffic, were different dragging sounds, as if something was sliding on the carpet. Soft thumps that seemed to follow me from room to room, and sometimes, when I was alone in a large space, I would hear what sounded like slow breathing. Ada, and it wasn't mine. I started keeping track of my supplies, arranging themselves in specific patterns to know if they were moving. I took photos with my phone, documenting their positions before and after looking away. The changes were subtle but undeniable. A spray bottle rotated 45 gr. A mop tilted in the opposite direction. Small things, but impossible. One night while cleaning the executive floor, I caught something with my peripheral vision. A shadow moving on the carpet down to the floor, as if someone was crawling. When I turned around, there was nothing, but when I checked my cart, everything had been rearranged again. I tried to tell my supervisor, but how do you explain something like that without sounding like a crazy boss? I think something is messing with my supplies. When I'm not looking, I'd surely think I was drinking at work or looking for an excuse to quit. So I kept quiet and I started setting up my phone to record while I worked. The first few nights didn't pick up anything, just me moving from room to room, the occasional wobble of shadows as the clouds passed over the moonlight. But then on the 5th night I captured something. I was cleaning the break room on the 7th floor. When my phone recorded it on video, I am seen cleaning the counters with my back to the door. Then something moves in the hallway. A dark figure goes down to the floor, moving in a way that isn't quite right. It's like watching someone crawl. But the movements are too fluid, too smooth. The figure slides into the room right at the edge of the frame, and then the video cuts to static for 3 seconds. When the image comes back, my supplies have been completely rearranged, and there's no I saw that video 100 times trying to convince myself that it was a light trick or a camera failure. But deep down I knew what I had seen. Something was in the building with me. Something. I waited until I looked at something that moved in ways that were not natural. After that, things escalated. I began to hear the sound of dragging in the windows, the whistling closer now, almost right behind me. I sometimes felt a draft of cold air brushing against my legs, as if something had just happened. Crawling, the rearrangement of my supplies became more dramatic. Objects appeared upside down or stacked in impossible shapes. Then came the night that changed it. Everything was vacuuming. The 10th floor, when the power went out, not only the lights, everything, the vacuum went out. The emergency lights didn't turn on. Even my phone died. I was left in complete darkness trying to find my way around. When I heard it, the sound of Acer was now around me. I could hear the breath, that same slow and deliberate breathing that I had heard before, but louder, closer, and then I saw them, eyes reflecting the little light coming through the windows, low to the ground, moving in the darkness, and there were too many of them. I ran. I didn't care about my cart. My supplies, my work. I just ran stumbling in the dark to where I thought the stairs were behind me. I could hear him moving, not running but sliding across the floor with that unnatural smoothness, following me effortlessly. I hit the door of the stairs harder than I intended, almost falling down the first flight of stairs as I descended. I could hear him on the stairs with me, not on the steps, on the walls, moving to my side parallel to the floor, as if gravity didn't apply to him, emerged downstairs, running to the front entrance. Just as I got to the doors, the lights came back. I turned, my heart beating wildly, fearing what I might see. The lobby was empty. There were no shadows, there were no eyes, there was nothing crawling on the walls, but my cleaning cart was there, right in the center of the floor. Every supply had been arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center was a single piece of paper written in a warped letter. As if someone who had only seen letters in a mirror had written it, there were the words, "We've been watching you. Clean up. Now it's your turn to observe us." I left everything there, the cart, the supplies, my building keys. I walked out and never came back. I emailed my resignation. The next day I found a new job in a small office where nothing moves when I'm not looking. But sometimes late at night when I'm home alone, I hear that creeping sound or catch a flash of something moving under the edge of my vision, and I know I've been followed home by the observers, the crawlers, the things waiting until you turn your back. I've learned to live with it more or less now. I lock up my cleaning supplies. I can't stand to see them moved. I've covered all the mirrors in my house because sometimes I just see a reflection of something moving behind me, something creeping in ways that shouldn't be possible. They say every building has its own personality after dark, but what they don't tell you is that sometimes that personality follows you home, sometimes it watches you, it studies, it learns from you, and sometimes, when you least expect it, it reminds you that you're never really alone. 'Cause they keep watching, they keep waiting, they keep crawling in the dark just out of your sight, and every once in a while when I'm about to fall asleep I hear that soft crawling sound. I feel that cold air current brushing my legs, and I know they're still there, still watching, still learning, crawling forever in the spaces where we dare not look. I don't clean anymore. I can't stand the thought of turning my back on an empty room, but I know that they are still there, in office buildings, in schools, in hospitals, waiting for the lights to go out, waiting for someone new to observe, and sometimes in the darkest hours of the night I wonder if they have already found someone else, or if I will always be his favorite subject, the janitor who saw too much, the one who learned. What really happens when you turn your back on the darkness? Because that's the problem with darkness. It's not empty. It's full of eyes that watch, of shadows that creep in, of things that move in ways they shouldn't, and once you know you can't ignore it, you can just watch and hope and pray that they don't do more than just reorganize your cleaning supplies. 2 months after I started working as a security guard in the downtown parking lot, I realized something. Footsteps sound different when they're not yours. Everyone has a different pace when walking, a pattern you can recognize, but the footsteps I started hearing on level 3, those didn't sound human at all. The parking lot itself wasn't nothing special. 5 levels of concrete and fluorescent lights, almost empty after midnight, save for the odd night worker or late theater goer. My shift ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and most nights were spent making rounds, checking cameras, and making sure no one was trying to break into other people's cars. The booth where I worked was small but comfortable, with a bank of monitors showing the cameras, security cameras, scattered all over the parking lot. Cameras weren't the best, lots of dead zones and grainy footage, but they were better than nothing, or so I thought. Before the footsteps started the first time I heard them during a routine patrol on level 3, it was around 2 o'clock, that dead hour of the night when the world seems to hold its breath. The sound came from somewhere behind me, with steady and measured steps that seemed to follow mine but were not quite synchronized. I turned with the flashlight held high, cutting through the darkness, but the level was empty. Only rows of parked cars and concrete pillars casting long shadows. I stood there for a moment, listening, but the footsteps had surely ceased. An echo, I told myself. The sound plays tricks in places like this. But the next night they came back, same level, same time, same disturbing rhythm, only this time they seemed closer, sharper. When I turned to look between the cars, just a shadow, but enough to make my heart race. "Hello," I called, trying to keep my voice firm. "Security, someone there?" Nothing, just the hum of the lights and the murmur of traffic on the street. I did a complete level check, checking between each car, but I found nothing. I went back to my cockpit and checked the cameras. The level 3 recordings showed nothing unusual, just me making my rounds. stopping looking around, but something caught my attention every so often. The screen flickered as if there was interference, and in those moments I would swear something was moving in the background. Something barely perceptible, something that seemed to be watching me. The footsteps became an occurrence. Night, always on level 3, always around 2 in the morning. Sometimes they followed me only for a few minutes, other times they echoed throughout the level for hours. I began to dread that part of my rounds, but I couldn't skip it. It was my job to review each level. One night, determined to find out who or what was behind it, I turned off my flashlight and waited in the shadows. The parking lot was eerily quiet, that kind of silence that seems to press against your ears. Then I heard it. Footsteps came from the ramp that went up from level 2, but they were different, this time slower, more deliberate, as if whoever made them wanted me to hear them. I held my breath watching the ramp, waiting to see who would show up, but no one did. The footsteps reached the top, but there was no one there. They continued to move down the level, passing right next to where I was hiding, but didn't see anyone, just the sound of pee on the concrete moving through the empty air. That night I broke down, ran back to my booth and locked the door, hands shaking as I tried to call my supervisor, but the line was dead and my phone had no signal. I looked at the security monitors. Level 3 was still empty. Everything seemed normal, but then the cameras, they started flashing one by one. The monitors filled with static, and when the image came back I saw it, a figure standing in the center of level 3. It was dark and slightly blurry, like a shadow that had peeled off the wall. As I watched the figure, it slowly turned towards the camera. I couldn't make out features, but I knew it was looking at me through the screen, through the grain of the image. I felt his gaze. The figure raised a hand, beckoned me to come closer. The monitors turned off when they turned back on. The figure had disappeared, but the footsteps were getting closer. I could hear them now, echoing on the staircase next to my cabin, slowly climbing up from level 3. I froze as they got closer and closer. The doorknob began to rotate slowly. Deliberately I wanted run, scream, do something, but my body wasn't responding. The door opened. The staircase was empty, but the footsteps continued. They went into the cabin. I heard them move around me. I felt a presence behind me. Cold, old, wrong something touched my shoulder, not a hand, but something that was trying to be a hand. "We've been watching you," whispered a voice. I couldn't tell if I heard it with my ears or inside my head. "Learning your patterns, your routines, your fears." I closed my eyes, trying to convince myself that none of this was happening. When I opened them again, the presence had disappeared. The footsteps were moving away, going down again to level 3. That same night I resigned, left my badge on the desk and left. I didn't even wait for my replacement to arrive while I ran to my car. The steps kept matching my pace, step by step to the exit. That was the end. It's been 3 months since then. I have a new job, now in a day in an office mall, where the only footsteps I hear are my coworkers. But sometimes late at night when I'm in bed I hear them, those deliberate, measured footsteps moving around my apartment, as if they're still learning, still observing, still following me. I've more or less learned to live with it. I more or less accepted that whatever was in that parking lot followed me home. Sometimes I see it in the reflexes from the windows or the mirrors, a dark figure, and still observing, still learning, still trying to understand what it means to be human. The footsteps never completely disappeared. They are smoother, now more distant, but they are always there, following me in supermarkets, on city streets, in empty aisles, learning my new patterns, my new routines. Last week via a new security guard in the parking lot, a young guy, probably his first shift. As I passed by in my car, I looked at level 3 in the rearview mirror. There was a figure standing there, dark, blurred, watching the new guard make his rounds. I wanted to warn him. I wanted to tell him about the footsteps, about the figure on the cameras, about the thing that follows you home. But who would believe me? So I keep driving, and every night I wonder I already heard them. The footsteps that don't sound quite human. The presence that observes and learns and follows, because that's what they do. Observe, learn, follow. And somewhere in that parking lot on level 3 at 2 o'clock in the morning, the footsteps continue. Mark was never right from the beginning. Anyone who's worked the night shift long enough develops a kind of sixth sense for people, and something about him set off all my alarms. It wasn't a no-brainer at first. It was the way I always observed, as if I was studying a dam instead of doing my job. I had been working the night shift in the factory for almost 3 years. It was not a glamorous job, maintaining the equipment, monitoring the production lines, making sure everything was running smoothly until the morning shift arrived. The building was huge, an old manufacturing plant with high ceilings, lighting, and the constant hum of the machinery most of the time. We were just 5 people scattered throughout the facility, each with their assigned area. That meant long periods of loneliness, interrupted only by radio checks or the odd maintenance call. I was used to it. I even liked it until Mark arrived. He was new. He had been on shift for about 2 weeks when I noticed his habit. He was working on a machine, focused on when I felt a chill down the back of my neck. When I looked up, there he was, half hidden behind a piece of equipment watching me. He wasn't doing anything else. He wasn't pretending to be busy. He was just watching, pretending not to notice him. And I went on with my work. Maybe he was just a weird guy. Maybe he didn't know how to socialize. But there was something in his gaze that made me uncomfortable. It wasn't curiosity. It was something else, something hungry. One night I was calibrating a sensor on the upper level when I saw it below, hidden behind a conveyor belt. It wasn't moving. It wasn't blinking. It was just there, head tilted up, staring at me. I yelled at him. "You need something." His response was immediate. "Number, just observe." And the way he said it, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, as if he didn't understand how strange it was, I felt a chill down my spine. I finished my work faster than I could, and I went to another section, but I could feel his eyes following me. After that it got worse. He appeared everywhere. If I went to the maintenance room for tools, he was at the door. If I checked a production line, he was already in the hallway watching me from above. Sometimes I would see him disappear behind a machine just as I turned to look at him. The most disturbing thing seemed to know exactly where was he going to be before he arrived. If he had to check a piece of equipment in a remote corner of the factory, he was already there, waiting, as if he knew my routine better than I did. I tried to talk to my supervisor, but how do you explain something like that? The new one is looking at me weird. It sounded ridiculous, and Mark never crossed the line of threatening. He never got too close. He never said anything out of place. He just looked. Then he came the night that changed everything. It was my turn to make the rounds in the East Wing, an old section of the factory that was now only used for storage. The lighting was bad, too many shadows, too many dark corners. I was turning a corner when I stopped at Secco. Mark was there waiting for me, standing at the end of the hallway, completely motionless, but something was wrong. His posture was strange. His head was tilted at an angle still impossible in the distance. I could see the twinkle of his eyes in the dim light. "Have you ever felt watched?" he asked. His voice sounded distorted in the empty hallway, as if space itself stretched it, as if someone was learning everything about you, piece by piece. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat was dry. My instinct screamed at me to run. "I've been watching you." I kept stepping forward, learning your patterns, your habits. How you work is fascinating. How predictable humans can be." The way he pronounced humans, as if he wasn't one. I felt a chill climb up my spine. I said, "One step back." My hand reached for my radio, but before I could take it he smiled too wide. "Too many teeth won't make it in time," he whispered. "Never do. Not in such a big place with so many hiding places." He took another step forward, and in the gloom her face changed. The empty expression she always had disappeared. Something else replaced her, something wild, something hungry. I ran. I didn't care how it looked. I didn't care if it sounded paranoid. I just ran. My footsteps rumbled against the concrete, mixing with the hum of the machinery and the echo of my own breathing. I could hear it behind me, not running, walking calmly, as if I knew it would eventually catch me. I got to the main floor, zigzagging between machines, trying to lose him. But every time I looked over my shoulder, there he was, sometimes in front of me, sometimes behind, sometimes up in the elevated hallways. It was impossible. He couldn't be in so many places at once. I finally got to the break room. Tom, another operator, always took his break at this hour. I knew I'd find him there. But when I opened the door, the room was empty. On the table was a half-eaten sandwich, an open thermos still smoking. "You're looking for Tom." Mark's voice made me spin. The panic climbing up to my chest. He left early. He wasn't feeling well. He was blocking the door. His shadow was lengthening under the fluorescent light. The smile kept going there, wider, more wrong. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my voice just a whisper. "Understand." He tilted his head. His neck creaked in a way that didn't seem natural. "Learn, observe. You're more interesting when you think. No one's watching you." My hand trembled as it reached for a chair, using it as a barrier between us. "Get away from me. I'm going to call security." Laughed a hollow sound with no emotion. "Do it, but they won't understand what they see. They never do." I tried dialing on my phone, but before I could press the button, The lights flickered and went out, darkness total, just the sound of his breathing and the crunch of his footsteps approaching. "You don't want to know what I've learned about you," he whispered. "You don't want to know what I know." The emergency generators turned on the red lights, blinking, trying to focus the view. Mark was right in front of me, just a few centimeters away. His face was no longer human, or at least not quite. I screamed, grabbed the chair, and threw it towards him. I ran. Without looking back, I didn't stop until I got to my car from the parking lot. I called my supervisor and quit on the spot. He tried to convince me to stay, that I would talk to human resources, but I knew that wouldn't change a thing. Why? How do you explain something like that? The new guy isn't human. It's not something you can put in a report. I got another day-turn job, a small factory on the other side of the city. But I still see him sometimes in the crowds, on street corners, in the rear-view mirror of my car, always watching, always waiting. I wonder if he found anyone else to study, or if I'm still his favorite subject. The worst thing is the uncertainty. Was he just a disturbed man, or something else? Something that wears human skin, like a poorly fitting costume? I'll never know, but I learned the hard way. Shadows right down the empty spaces where someone might be hiding, because somewhere he's still there observing, learning, waiting, and sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I feel his eyes on me, studying, analyzing, waiting for the perfect moment to get closer again, because that's what he does. That's what an observer is in the dark, learning our patterns, our habits, our fears, and maybe, just maybe, waiting for the right moment to show us his true face. The trees whispered secrets as I stumbled through the undergrowth, my heart beating to the frantic rhythm of my steps. I was hopelessly lost, and the waning light only amplified my growing panic. It was then that I saw a flash of hope in the form of a small cabin with its windows shining with a warm and welcoming light. Little did I know what to cross. That threshold plunged me into a nightmare far worse than being lost in the woods had always made me. Proud of my sense of direction and my outdoor skills, hiking was my escape, my way of disconnecting from the chaos of everyday life. But today something had gone terribly wrong. Maybe it was the new trail I decided to explore, or maybe it's too absorbed in my thoughts to pay attention to whatever the reason. When the sun began to set behind the tree line, I realized I was in uncharted territory. No idea how to get back to my car. My phone was useless. No signal deep in the forest. The map I had carried was soaked by an unexpected storm. Earlier in the day, the ink had run into blues and greens that no longer resembled any discernible trail. As darkness hung over me, the forest seemed to come alive with sounds that made my hair stand on end. The hooting of an owl, the rustling of invisible creatures in the undergrowth, and the ominous snap of branches that sounded too heavy to be caused by a small animal. It was then that I saw a dim light through the trees. At first I thought it was my imagination, that my mind was playing tricks on me in my desperate state, but as I got closer, the light took the unmistakable shape of windows, a cabin. My heart skipped a beat in relief. Civilization, help! I ran towards it with the branches hitting my face and arms, but I didn't care about everything. What I could think about was going in, asking for help, and ending this nightmare of walking. When I reached the small clearing where the cabin was located, I stopped for a moment to catching my breath, and observing my surroundings was small and rustic, with its log exterior worn down from years of exposure to the elements. A thin trail of smoke rose from the stone fireplace, promising warmth and comfort. Inside, the windows glowed with a soft light, a milla spilling over the grass grown around the structure. It seemed like something out of a fairy tale, almost too perfect to be real. I approached the door. My footsteps creaked on the gravel path. My hand hesitated for an instant before calling 3 sharp knocks that echoed in the stillness of the forest. For a long moment there was no answer, and I felt a hint of fear. And if there was no one home, and yes, I had imagined it all, but then I heard movement inside, the creaking of the floorboards. The door the man who was there slammed open. It wasn't what I expected. It was tall and delgado, with a tangle of gray hair and a beard that reached almost to his chest. His eyes of a surprising blue seemed to pierce me with their gaze. "Well, well," he said in a rough voice, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. "What do we have here?" I stumbled over my words, suddenly feeling silly and intrusive. "I'm so sorry for bothering him, sir. I got lost on a hike and saw your cabin. I was hoping I could use your phone to call for help." The man's eyes narrowed for a moment. I thought he would close the door in my face, but then his expression softened, and he stepped aside, motioning for me to come in. Come on. I can't leave you outside in the dark, right?" A relief ran through me as I crossed the threshold. The inside of the cabin was small but cozy, with a crackling fire in the stone fireplace and shelves full of books and strange objects. The man moved quickly, pulling out a chair on the wooden table. Sit down, insisted. You seem half frozen. Let me prepare you something hot to drink. I plopped down in the chair with gratitude, feeling how the heat of the fireplace began to seep into my cold bones. Thank you very much, sir, Gus said, filling a kettle with water. Call me Gus. While Gus busied himself with making tea, I took the opportunity to look around the hut attentively. It was full of things, each surface covered with an eclectic mix of old objects, books with cracked spines resting next to delicate glass figurines. A collection of antique clocks ticked softly, each marking its own time, and everywhere photographs, faded sepia images of people and places that I didn't recognize. You have an interesting collection, I commented, trying to make conversation. You've been living here a long time. Gus let out a low, deep laugh. Oh, longer than you'd think. This forest and I are old friends. He placed a steaming cup of tea in front of me, the steam spiraling up invitingly. It's beautiful here, I said, but I can't imagine living so far from everything. You don't feel alone. Something crossed fleetingly through the Gus's eyes, something that disappeared so quickly that I almost thought I saw it imagined alone. No, I don't have everything I need here. He pointed to the cabin around him. And sometimes, like tonight, the forest brings me company. As the night wore on, my initial uneasiness began to dissipate. Gus was a fascinating conversationalist, full of history about the forest, and his story spoke of old legends of spirits that roamed among the trees and secrets hidden in nature itself. I felt caught up in their words, vowing they never seemed to leave me, watching me with an intensity that made me shudder. Or maybe it was the way he avoided talking about his own past, always returning the conversation to me, asking details about my life, my family, my reason for being in the woods. When midnight approached, I began to feel drowsy. My limbs, they were getting heavy, and my thoughts were blurry around the edges. Gus noticed my drooping eyelids and stood up. You must be exhausted, darling. Let me show you. Where can you sleep? He led me into a small room next to the main room. A narrow bed rested against the wall, covered with a patchwork duvet. It's not much, said Gus with an apology in his voice, but it should be enough for a night. I thanked him, fighting to keep my eyes open. As soon as I closed the door behind me, I collapsed from my nagging restlessness. Exhaustion quickly overcame me, and I fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up suddenly with my heart beating out of control. Something had brought me out of sleep, but I couldn't identify that. The room was plunged into total darkness. The silence was oppressive. I lay down for a moment, then I heard it, the soft creak of a floorboard just outside my door. I held my breath. Gus was checking if he was sleeping, or the thought he'd been pushing away all night emerged with terrifying clarity. What if his intentions weren't as kind as it had seemed? I sat up slowly, trying not to make a noise. My eyes had already gotten used to the darkness, and I could make out the silhouette of the door. The doorknob began to turn slowly, terribly, slowly. Panic took hold of me. I frantically searched for something to defend myself. My hands found something solid on the bedside table, a thick book, and heavy. I held it tightly, my sweaty palms, as the door opened. A slit of light filtered, widening as the door opened completely. I was ready to attack when a voice sounded in the gloom. You're awake, darling. I thought I heard you move. It was Gus, his silhouette silhouetted against the dim light of the hallway. Loosened my grip on the book, feeling silly. Yes, I'm awake, I replied, trying to hide the tremor in my voice. Everything's fine. Gus took a step inside the room. Oh yes, he said in a strange, almost reassuring tone. Everything's perfectly fine. He moved further into the gloom. His eyes no longer seemed warm or welcoming. They looked cold, calculating, hungry. I was thinking, it's a beautiful night. Maybe you'd like to take a walk in the middle of mad. Every instinct in my body screamed that this was wrong. I had to get out of there. I opened my mouth to reject the offer, but then I realized something scary. I couldn't move. My limbs felt heavy, like my body had turned to lead. Gus's eyes shone with a sinister glee. Oh yes, he whispered, leaning over to me. The tea is already taking effect. There was something in the tea. I tried to scream, but my throat closed. Only a muffled sound escaped my lips. Gus came even closer. His low and honeyed voice, you will see, dear, being alone can be so difficult, but the forest always does. It brings me company like you. My breathing became erratic, and in return, he continued, I make offerings to him. His fingers reached out to me. They weren't human fingers. They were long, sharp, more claws than hands. I tried to fight, but my body didn't respond. With a soft, almost tender voice, Gu whispered, don't worry, darling, now you'll be part of the forest forever." Darkness enveloped me before I could even scream. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was the little red light flashing on the corner of the ceiling. I stopped in secco while changing to sleep. At first I thought it was a reflection from my phone, but when I got closer, a chill ran down my spine. It wasn't a reflection. It was a camera on, and recording our romantic getaway had taken a sinister turn. Sarah and I had planned this trip for months. We were exhausted from work, our relationship strained by long hours and constant stress. A secluded cabin in the mountains seemed like the perfect getaway, with no cell signal, no Wi-Fi, only us and nature, a chance to reconnect. We had arrived at dusk. The cabin was everything the photos promised: rustic, cozy, with huge windows and a stone fireplace. "Tom is perfect," Sarah exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement for a moment. I felt proud that I found this place. I didn't mind that it was a little more expensive than planned. That night was perfect. We huddled in front of the fireplace, drank wine, and laughed like we hadn't done for months. But now I was staring at the camera on the ceiling, feeling all the heat in the room disappear. "Sarah," I called in a tense voice. She came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. "What's wrong?" Mira came over, and when she saw the little red light her face paled. "No, she can't." I reached out and touched it. It was a camera, and it was not alone. We checked every corner of the cabin. We found them in all of them. Parts in the living room, camouflaged in the eye of a deer's head, mounted in the kitchen, hidden in the coffee maker, in the bathroom, behind the mirror. Sarah hugged herself with a distorted face. "Tom, who would do something like that?" "I don't know. You murmur every second in that cabin." It felt like an eternity before I left. I wrote a message on a piece of paper, held it in front of the nearest camera, and read out loud, "We know about the cameras. We're leaving, and we're going to call the police. We're getting in the car, and we're out of there. We don't talk much." Fear was a lump in our throats. After a few minutes on the road, Sarah checked her phone. "We have a signal. I'll call 911." While she was talking to the police, I just had a feeling something wasn't right. Then Sarah grabbed my arm. "Tom." I looked in the rearview mirror. For a few lights were shining in the distance. At first I thought it was another car, but it was a black sub following us, accelerating. The sub 2 Tom are following us. The road was winding up the mountain. A Luby was getting closer and closer. Sarah tried to dial 911 again. No signal again. The sub got up to us. I couldn't see who was inside. The windows were tinted, but then it turned sharply towards us. The impact made our car shake violently. Another blow pushed us to the edge of the road. A few more meters, and we would fall off the cliff. I couldn't let that happen. I braked suddenly. His passed by. He tried to correct his trajectory, but it was too late. The tires skid, the sidebar of the road buckled, and the sub fell into the void. Sarah and I stood still, trembling, waited, but there was no explosion, no impact sound, just silence. We finally started the car and drove to the nearest police station. When officers inspected the cabin, confirmed it was full of cameras, but found no trace of the SUV or driver. Nothing. They told us that the owner of the cabin was missing. For years that other guests had reported similar experiences. We never went back to an isolated place after that. But sometimes when I'm home at night, I swear I see a little red light flashing in the dark, always watching, always waiting. The engine coughed and shook and died, leaving me stranded in a sea of darkness. The headlights flicker once, twice, before being completely extinguished, as if the night had devoured them. I stood there clinging to the steering wheel, my knuckles white with tension. The realization hit me like a punch in the middle. My stomach was alone on this deserted road, miles from anywhere, with no cell service and with a dead car. Little did I know that my night was about to get much, much worse. I had been driving for hours, returning from a business trip that had taken longer than anticipated. The GPS had suggested this back road to me as a shortcut, promising to save me an hour of travel. Now, as I watched the impenetrable darkness beyond the windshield, I cursed my decision to trust that disembodied voice. For a moment, I just sat listening to the tic-tac of the engine cooling and my own breath ragged. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind through the trees that lined the road. I reached for my phone, squinting at the bright screen. With no service, of course, and the battery was dangerously low. "Well," you murmur, trying to stay calm. "Mark thinks." "Mark, what are your options?" I could stay with the car and wait for someone to pass by, but I hadn't seen another vehicle in at least an hour. I could try to fix the problem myself, but my mechanical skills didn't go beyond changing a tire, and this seemed much more serious. The only real option was to start walking and hope to find help. With a sigh, I took my jacket from the passenger seat and got out of the car. The night air, it was cold, impregnated with the scent of pine trees and something else, something wild and undefined. I shuddered. Zipping up my jacket and regretting not having packed something warmer, I used my phone's flashlight to check the hood, more to fulfill the obligation to try than with the real hope of fixing something as expected. Everything seemed in order to my untrained eyes. Sighing, I closed the hood and made sure, creating a small halo around me. The road stretched out before me, disappearing into the darkness. On each side the forest closed in like a living wall, its branches stretching like gnarled fingers. Each crack and snap made my pulse race, my imagination filling the shadows with all manner of invisible threats. I had walked perhaps 15 minutes when I heard it, the low roar of an engine in the distance. Relief came over me at last. Another car. I turned, waving my arms and flashing my phone light to get attention. The vehicle appeared in the darkness, its headlights cutting through the night. It was an old and battered truck, as far as I could see. It slowed down as it approached, and for a moment I felt a surge of gratitude. But instead of if the truck stopped, it was next to me, matching my pace. I couldn't see the driver because of the glare of the headlights, but something in the situation made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding thin and uncertain in the night air. My car broke down further back. "Could you help me?" Silence. The truck continued to move next to me, its engine idling. I swallowed saliva, my mouth suddenly dry. It wasn't right. The truck just kept there, crawling next to me like a predator stalking its prey. My instinct screamed that something was very wrong. I accelerated the pace. The truck did the same. My heart hammers in my chest. "Look," I said, trying to stay calm, "if you can't help me, it's fine. I'll just keep walking." Silence. The engine of the truck kept roaring softly, the tires creaking on the wet gravel of the road. I swallowed hard, feeling fear coil in my stomach like a snake. Then the glass of the passenger window started to come down. I waited to see a face, I waited to hear a voice, but inside the cockpit there was no one. My breath get stuck in my throat. How was it possible? The truck was clearly moving next to me, but the driver's seat was empty. Then I heard it, a low laugh, scratchy, that didn't come from any human being. It came from inside the truck. Panic took over me. I ran like I had never raced before in my life. My flashlight bounced frantically as my feet hit the wet asphalt. The truck roared behind me, accelerating. It was impossible. How could it be following me? If there was no one behind the wheel, I didn't care. I just ran. Then I made the only decision I had left. I jumped into the woods. The branches scratched my face and arms as I sped into the thicket behind me. The truck kept moving down the road, but its engine didn't go away. In the distance, number was still there, moving, following me as I made my way through the brush with my heart hammering in my ears. I had no idea where I was going. I just knew I had to keep running. Then the forest seemed to burst open and I found myself in a clearing. But I wasn't alone in front of me. Emerging from the darkness there was something. At first my mind refused to comprehend what I saw. It wasn't a man. It wasn't an animal. It was tall, too tall, with long, twisted limbs like tree roots, and its eyes shone with a sickly yellow glow. It looked at me. It had found me. I wanted to scream, but my throat was closed with fear. And then he took a step towards me. The rustling of dry leaves under his feet sounded like thunder in the stillness of the forest. I couldn't move. Every cell in my body screamed to run, to do something, anything. But I was paralyzed. The being bowed his head in an inhuman way, as if he was taking another step and another. I woke up from my stupor and I took a step back. I tripped over an exposed root and fell on my back, panting, feeling the moisture of the ground soaking my clothes above me. The figure stopped. The air became denser, as if the forest itself was holding its breath from the road. The roar of the truck's engine continued, but it didn't move, as if it was waiting. The being leaned over, bringing its face closer to mine. At this distance I could see its skin rough like the bark of a tree and covered with engraved symbols similar to twisted roots. When he spoke, his voice was a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and from none at the same time. "The forest has chosen you." I felt a chill run down my spine. No, I don't want to be here, Bub-Boo. The being didn't blink. It's not always a matter of wanting. Suddenly something changed in his posture. He stood up as if I would have heard something in the distance, and then the truck shut down. The absence of its engine left a deafening silence. The being looked at me one last time. Run? I didn't need another warning. I staggered up and ran. I didn't look back. I ran until my body couldn't take it anymore, until the sun began to dye the sky orange, and I found myself back on the road. There was no sign of the truck or of the being of the forest, but on my arm, just on the skin, there was a mark, a symbol identical to those that covered his body. I did not take shortcuts after that, and every time I drive at night I check the rearview mirror hoping to see some lights in the distance or something much worse. The walls seemed to breathe a subtle movement of expansion and contraction that made my stomach turn tightly, convinced that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I looked again at the decrepit corridor of the abandoned asylum, it continued with its disturbing pulsation. My friends, oblivious to the vision of nightmare, advanced further inside, entering in the bowels of the building. As I hesitated, a shiver ran down my spine. We had come in search of thrills, but I was beginning to realize that we had stumbled upon something much more sinister, and escaping might not be as simple as retracing our steps. Everything had started as a challenge: the sea. Mike, Sarah, Jess, Alex and I were exchanging urban legends over beers when Mike mentioned the old Ravenscroft Asylum on the outskirts of the A village, abandoned for decades. It had a reputation for being severely haunted. Locals whispered about strange lights, otherworldly screams, and hapless explorers who came in but never left. We should kick out, Mike said with that twinkle in his eye that comes after a few drinks tonight. Unless they're chickens. He should have said we shouldn't all have. But stuck in the moment, driven by liquid value and desire to prove our bravery, we were piled into Mike's rickety truck and headed for Ravenscroft, the asylum towering over us, an imposing silhouette against the starry sky. Its windows were dark, empty sockets in a crumbling brick face. As we approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that the building was watching us, evaluating itself behind, whispered Sarah in a voice that betrayed the nervousness she was trying to hide. But Mike, it was already moving forward, flashlight in hand, and the rest of us followed it like sheep to the slaughterhouse. The interior of Ravenscroft was a maze of ruined corridors and rooms filled with the remains of its dark past, rusty stretchers, old medical equipment, and graffiti-covered walls told the story of decades of neglect. The air was laden with dust and the rancid smell of rot. At first it was almost disappointing us, sliding it growing with each empty room, then exploring them to get interesting, or rather to go wrong. It all started subtly. A door that slammed shut behind us, although there was no draft, the sound of footsteps when we were all motionless, the laughter of a child echoing from a distant hallway. "I don't like this," Jess said with a trembling voice. Maybe we should go back, but to the turn to retrace our steps we found ourselves in front of an unknown hallway. Somehow, without realizing it, we had gotten lost in the labyrinthine building. "No problem," Alex said, although I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "We just have to find another way out." It was then that I first noticed the walls, a subtle movement as if the building was alive and breathing. I frowned my eyes, convinced that it was just a trick of the light, but the movement continued to get more pronounced with each passing second. "See that?" I asked just in a whisper. They all turned to look, and I saw the moment when the realization appeared on their faces. The color disappeared from Mike's cheeks, his former bravery evaporating like mist in the sun. "What the hell did Sarah whisper, reaching out to touch the undulating wall? As soon as her fingers made contact, she pulled away with a gasp. "It's hot." Panic began to take hold of us. We moved faster, forgetting the previous caution in the face of this impossible and terrifying phenomenon. The corridors twisted and turned, taking us more and more to the heart of the asylum. Doors that should have led to exits opened to more corridors or rooms full of unspeakable horrors. Operating rooms with blood-stained tables, padded cells with claw marks on the walls, and all the time the building seemed to come alive around us. The walls beat faster. The ground beneath our feet became soft and malleable, as if we had to get out of here. Jess finally lost her composure. She ran down a corridor, ignoring our cries to stay with us. We heard her scream, a sound of pure terror that cut off abruptly. When we turned the corner she had disappeared. The corridor ended at a solid wall, like there's never been a door there. "This ain't happening." More running her hands through her hair. "This can't be real." But it was real. Too real. We kept going, now reduced to 4, desperately looking for a way out, but the more we searched the more we got lost. The asylum was a living labyrinth, constantly changing around us. At one point we came to what should have been the main hall. A large staircase led to the second floor, and huge windows offered a view of the outside. Hope blossomed inside me. Surely we could break a window and escape. But as we got closer the view changed. Instead of the neglected ground of the asylum, we saw a hellish landscape of twisted trees and a blood-red sky. Silhouettes moved in the distance. They could not exist in our world. "Oh my God," whispered Sarah, stepping back from the glass. "Where we are." I had the terrible feeling that we were no longer in our reality. Somehow the asylum had transported us to another place. A place where dreams turn into nightmares. We walked away from the windows, only to find that the lobby had shifted behind us, where the entrance should have been. There was only a blank wall where the entrance should have been. There was only one blank wall. The staircase had been transformed into an organic and twisted structure that throbbed and stirred. Mike, who had been our brave leader at the beginning of this adventure, now he looked like a scared child. "I'm sorry," he said with a broken voice. "All this is my fault." We never saw. His words were cut off when the ground under him became liquid, suddenly sank like a stone, his scream drowned by the fleshy substance that moments before had been solid ground. Sarah lunged towards him, but Alex and I held her down, watching in horror as our friend disappeared. Now there were three of us, exhaustion and terror fighting inside me as we continued our desperate search for a way out. Time seemed to lose all meaning. We had been in this nightmare for hours, days. The asylum was playing with us, offering us false hope, a door that seemed to lead outside, a window that showed our world alone, to snatch losses from us at the last second. Sarah was the next to disappear. We had stopped to catch our breath in what looked like an old administrative office. She leaned against a filing cabinet, and before we could react, it wrapped her. The metal twisted and warped, becoming organic, swallowing me. "Help!" Alex and I ran. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs weighed like lead. And still the asylum tormented us. The voices whispered from the walls, some begging for help, others laughing maliciously. Shadows moved at the edges of our vision, but they always disappeared when huge hand pressing against soft clay before I could even scream absorbed it. I was left alone. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed with despair. This was my end. I was going to die here, devoured by this impossible building, consumed by something I should never have awakened. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable, and then I heard it. A different voice than the mocking whispers that had haunted us. It was weak, but Clara wakes up. I opened my eyes suddenly. The hallway flickered like a mistake in a video game. For an instant I saw beyond the nightmare. I saw the mundane reality of an abandoned building. "Wake up!" The voice resounded louder again. This time I understood. Suddenly this wasn't real, or at least not quite. The asylum had caught us in a shared hallucination, feeding on our fear. But if I could break the spell. I closed my eyes and concentrated with every fiber of my waking being. I commanded myself, "This is not real. Wake up!" The world around me shattered. I felt the sensation of falling, and then I opened my eyes and found myself lying on the floor of the asylum lobby. My friends were there, all standing up with difficulty, looking around in confusion. The building around us was just that, an old building, and creepy, yes, but no, the living nightmare we had experienced. We didn't speak as we staggered from being alive, from being free, as we drove away in Mike's rickety van. I looked one last time towards Ravenscroft Asylum. In an upstairs window I thought I saw a face watching us split, a face who was smiling with too many teeth. I shuddered and looked away. We had escaped this time. But I knew the asylum would be waiting for its next after all. A place like that is always hungry for more. The sound that woke me up wasn't loud, just a slight creak, the kind of noise old houses make when they settle. But in the oppressive silence of that huge, empty house, it was like a gunshot. I stood motionless, my heart pounding in my chest, struggling to hear any other noise. Then I heard it again, a soft thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps coming from the attic. I never wanted to take this job as a babysitter. The Hendersons' house was on the outskirts of the city, a huge Victorian mansion that looked like something out of a horror movie, but the pay was good. And at 16 years old, I needed it. Money for college. When I arrived that afternoon, Mrs. Henderson gave me a quick tour. The place was a maze of rooms and hallways full of antique furniture and creepy paintings. But what really caught my attention was the locked door at the end of the second-floor hallway. "Oh, that just leads to attic," said Mrs. Henderson, noticing my gaze. "It's full of old junk. No need to go up there now," lying in the darkness of the guest room. Those words echoed in me head. If the attic was locked, where? Those steps were coming from. I took my phone from the bedside table. The screen flashed with a faint blue glow. 2:37 a.m. The Hendersons wouldn't come back for several hours. Another crunch, this time closer. I got out of bed, my bare feet muffling any sound on the thick carpet. Part of me wanted to run out of the house and not look back, but no, I could leave the children. Tyler, 8, and Emma, 6, slept in rooms at the end of the hallway. Oblivious to the feeling of terror that came over me, I approached the door and pressed my ear against the wood. The hallway on the other side was silent, but the air felt dense, a heaviness that was not there before. Something was wrong, very bad. I took a deep breath and I turned the knob carefully, poked my head out. The moonlight filtered through the large windows, casting long shadows on the floor. Everything seemed normal, but the feeling that something was not right intensified. I slipped down the hallway, checking the children's rooms. Tyler was sleeping soundly. Emma was hugging her favorite stuffed animal. I closed her doors carefully, not wanting to wake them up. It was then that I saw that the door of the attic was open. The breath got stuck in my throat. I froze, staring at the dark opening that stretched out before me. How was it possible? The door had been locked. I had seen Mrs. Henderson try to open it. While I watched, paralyzed with fear, a shadow slipped into the darkness. Something was up there moving. I should have woken the children. I should have gotten everyone out of the house. But curiosity, that dangerous and irresistible impulse, pushed me forward. I had to know what was there. Every step left to the attic door. It felt like an eternity. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet. The sound seemed deafening. But the noises in the attic continued, as if the thing up there didn't know I was coming. I reached the door. I hesitated. The emptiness beyond it seemed absolute, impenetrable. I took my phone. I turned on the flashlight. The ace of light pierced through the darkness, revealing a narrow staircase that climbed. I took a deep breath and I took the first step. Each step I climbed creaked under my weight, a sound too loud in the eerie silence of the house. When I reached the top barrel, the flashlight around the room, the attic was huge. The ceiling followed the slope of the roof, and the air was heavy, laden with a smell of dust, old wood, and something else, something organic, like damp soil or decaying leaves. Piles of boxes and antique furniture created a maze of shadows. The flashlight illuminated objects scattered around the room, a cracked mirror, a worn-out trunk, a porcelain doll with no eyes. Nothing moved. Nothing seemed out of place until I saw it in the far corner of the attic. Partially hidden behind a pile of boxes was a door, one that had no reason to exist according to the layout of the house. My feet moved by themselves. I approached. The door was old. The wood was swollen and worn by time. On its surface there were strange symbols, curves and lines that hurt to look directly at. My hand rose on its own. My fingers brushed against the rough wood. Running along one of the symbols, the door opened on the other side. No, there was nothing that could belong to a common house. There was no corridor or room more. It was a chamber. The walls were of rough, damp, and glistening stone. Roots snaked through the ceiling, throbbing slightly as if they were alive. In the center of the chamber, an altar, a block of black stone that absorbed the light of my lantern. And on that altar I took a step back, feeling my throat close, which I was on the stone. There must not have been a shape, something that never quite settled into a single figure. At times it seemed almost human. The next it was a cluster of tentacles and eyes, and then something completely different. My mind revealed itself to what I was seeing, to make sense of it. But that thing saw me, recognized me. Its attention fell on me like a suffocating, crushing physical weight. I knew who I was. I knew that I was there. I ran. My feet were pounding the attic steps as I sped down without worrying about the noise. I had to take the kids out. But when I got to the hallway, I wasn't in the house. The hallway had disappeared around me. There were only damp stone walls, roots snaking through the ceiling, and a new hallway at the end of the corridor. Another door with those same symbols carved on it. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. A slimy sound echoed behind me, a wet and sticky crawl. Something was coming. I ran again. I ran to the door even though every fiber of my being was screaming at me not to open it. I didn't want to know what was on the other side, but I had no choice. My fingers brushed the handle just before I turned it. A voice got into my head. Not a sound, a thought. A pure, distilled concept in my mind. Welcome home we were waiting for. You, I screamed, woke up suddenly. The sun was coming through the guest room window. It was tangled in the sweat-covered sheets for a moment. I just stood there with my heart pounding against my ribs, trying to convince myself that it had all been a dream. But then I saw it on my hand, tattooed on my skin, dark and crisp, was one of the symbols I'd seen on that impossible door. A knock on the door made me jump. Hello. Mrs. Henderson's voice sounded from the other side. It's all right in there. I looked at the symbol on my skin, my mind spinning. What had happened last night? What was real and that? I haven't always been a light sleeper, but that night something woke me up suddenly. It wasn't a loud noise, just a slight crack, the kind of sound an old house makes when it settles, but in the absolute stillness of my room it was like a gunshot. I opened my eyes immediately. My heart was pounding. The digital relo on my desk was glowing in the dark. 3:33 in the morning. Then I heard it, slow, deliberate footsteps coming from the hallway, just outside my room. But that was impossible. I lived alone. I stood motionless, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped just on the other side of the door. The doorknob, the wood, moved gently when the door opened. I froze, watching a figure enter my room in the dim moonlight. I could make out its silhouette, tall, broad shoulders, but there was something in her walk, something unsettling. And when the light fell on her face, I felt the world collapse around me, because it was me, not a reflection, not a twin. It was me, every detail, the same old shirt and the same boxers I was wearing at that moment, my own eyes, my own expression of horror reflected in his face. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but fear anchored me to the bed. The other eye just looked at me. His eyes were identical to mine, except for something. There was something about him, something cold, something that I didn't. I belonged to this world. Then he smiled. "Hi, Mark, we have to speak." My voice was my voice, but at the same time it wasn't. I managed to stammer, "Who are you?" The other I bowed my head thoughtfully. "It's you, of course, or rather I'm the you that could have been the you that you should have been." I shook my head. "Number couldn't be real. This had to be a dream, a nightmare. I had to wake up." But the weight of his presence in the room, the cold in the air, was all too real. The other me sat on the edge of my bed. "Look at you," he said with contempt. "A job with no future, no partner, no ambitions. You know what I've achieved." Images flooded my mind, myself, but not me. An office with huge windows, shaking hands with important businessmen, a beautiful home, a successful wife, wealth, everything what I had ever wished for. "This could have been yours," it continued, "but you took the wrong path, always choosing the safe option, always letting opportunities pass, and now I'm going to take what belongs to me." Before I could react, jumped on me. His hands closed in my throat. It was strong, stronger than I'd ever been, Pate, and I struggled, trying to break free, but the pressure increased. My vision was filled of black spots. And then I felt it, something more than physical pain, a tug, as if something inside me was being absorbed, my essence, my memories, everything that made me be me. He was taking it with the last strength I had left. I managed to loosen one of his hands from my neck. I breathed in desperately, because I managed to whisper the other. I smiled, his eyes shining with something inhuman. "For what I deserve," he answered, "because I took the risks that you didn't take, because this life should have been mine. And now I'm finally going to keep it." Something changed in that instant, because in the midst of fear and despair I saw what he hadn't shown me. I saw what his success cost him: endless nights of work, destroyed relationships, a loneliness hidden under a facade of perfection. And at that moment I didn't envy him. I didn't want to be him. I didn't want his life. Something inside me broke with one last effort. I pushed him with all my strength. We rolled down the bed and fell to the floor. We hit each other. He scratched us, but while we were fighting his face began to change. His features began to change. It distorted as if he were losing shape. I was weakening him because I didn't want his life, because I didn't want to be him, because I had to be me with an inhuman scream. His body was he shattered. Darkness, shadows, vanished into thin air, and then it was all over. I found myself panting on the floor of my room, alone in pain. But I just crawled to the bathroom and turned on the light. My face in the mirror was mine, with blows, with wounds, but mine. The following days I couldn't get what happened out of my head. What had really been him? A double of an alternate reality, a manifestation of my fears and regrets, or worse. I had no answers. But something in me had changed. I started taking more risks, talking more at work, calling old friends, to truly live more, not because I wanted to be him, but because I didn't want to waste my life. There are still nights when I glance sideways at my door, hoping to see him there again, but now when I do, the fear has been replaced by something more: gratitude, because maybe I needed it. Maybe I needed to see the version of me I didn't want to be, to understand that even though life isn't perfect, it's mine, and I choose to live it in my own way, day by day, decision by decision. After all, sometimes the scariest monster is the one inside us. The moment I saw his thumb outstretched, I knew I had to keep driving. There was something about his posture, the way his eyes shone under my headlights, that lit up all the alarms in my head. But it was raining, the kind of pouring rain that turns the world into a gray and blurry blob, and I couldn't bring myself to leave it there alone in the middle of nowhere. So I slowed down and stopped next to it. the windshield wiper blades fighting against the curtain of water as the figure approached, opened the door and slid into the car, and at that moment, unknowingly, I made the worst mistake of my life. I had always considered myself a good judge of character. Spending so much time on the road taught me how to read people, how to distinguish those who just needed help from those who might be a problem. As a traveling saleswoman, had crossed these roads countless times, picked up stranded families with broken-down cars, fellow travelers looking for transportation between cities, even the odd one or two backpacker with a story to tell. I thought I'd seen it all. But this one was different. He settled into the passenger seat and closed the door calmly. A strange smell accompanied him. Not only humidity and wet earth, something else, something I couldn't identify, but that made my skin crawl. "Thank you for stopping," he said with a smile. But his smile didn't reach his eyes. No many would do it in this weather. I nodded stiffly, turning my attention back to the road. "No problem. Where you're going?" "Just a little further on," he answered. Vaguely, "I'll let you know when it's time." His voice was too calm. I squeezed the steering wheel, feeling how nervousness began to build up in my chest. We drove in silence for a few minutes, only the sound of the rain hitting the car and the bivin of the windshield wipers every now and then. I'd glance at him. He was young, maybe in his early 30s. His dark hair was stuck to his forehead from the rain. His clothes were simple, jeans and a dark jacket, but something about him didn't fit. He seemed too neat for someone hitchhiking in the storm, too well dressed, too relaxed. As if he knew something I didn't. Tension. "I am Emily, by the way." He was slow to answer. "John," finally said. "A pleasure, Emily." His voice had a strange nuance, as if he tasted my name as we went along. John began to ask questions. At first, they seemed harmless, from where I was from, what I did for a living. But then it began to become more personal, too personal. He asked about my family, about whether I lived alone, about my daily routines, my schedules, my customs. I felt a cold pressure on my chest. "You seem very interested in my life," I tried to joke, although my voice sounded tense. John smiled. "I'm fascinated by people," answered. "Everyone has a story." I don't believe I nodded without saying anything, but my hand tightened on the steering wheel. The rain had subsided, and I wished with all my might that it would cascade again to fill the awkward silence. Then he said something that left me cold. "I've always wondered what it would be like, living in a house like yours," he said softly, "with that huge oak tree in the garden and the wind chimes on the porch." My blood froze. I hadn't told him where I lived, not a single word about my house, and yet he described it precisely. "What did you say?" My voice was just a whisper. John turned his head slowly to me and smiled. "Oh, come on, Emily. Don't fake. My heart hammers in my ears." "How do you know that?" "John L. Deo, the head funny. I know a lot of things about you." My breathing became erratic. "Who are you?" Your smile widened. "Someone who finds people interesting." The gnaw went up my throat. This man had been watching me. For how long? Days, weeks, months? My foot trembled on the accelerator. "I think you should go down." John sighed as if he was disappointed. "Oh, Emily, you really want I did this?" Clenched my jaw, got down, reached out to the passenger door, ready to stop at any moment. But then his hand closed on my cold, strong wrist, much harder than it seemed. "Not so fast." He whispered. A shiver ran down my spine. Then, with a sudden movement, he tried to turn the steering wheel. The car shook violently. I fought against him, trying to maintain control. The wet asphalt didn't help. The wheels slipped. The car skidded and then impacted. The world spun in an explosion of metal and glass. Everything turned black when I opened my eyes. The first thing I felt was the pain. My whole body hurt. The car was shattered. The windshield shattered. The rain was falling through the broken window. I put a hand to my head in a daze, trying to remember. Then I remembered John. I turned to the passenger seat was empty. The door was wide open, but there was no blood, no sign of him. My heart was pounding as I staggered out. The road was deserted. I looked both ways. Nothing. No one. I pulled out my phone with shaky hands. Miraculously, it was still working. I dialed 9111. The police arrived quickly. They searched the area. They didn't find John. They didn't find any sign that anyone else had been in the car, like if I had never existed, like I'd disappeared into thin air. But I knew the truth. I knew he was there. I knew he'd been watching me. And the worst thing, I knew he wasn't done with me. Sometimes on silent nights I see a figure under the lamppost in front of my house, a man with pale eyes, always watching, always waiting, and I know that sooner or later he'll come back. We take refuge in the basement, hugging. I don't know how long the hours passed. It blurred. But at some point everything stopped. The silence was absolute. I waited. I finally went upstairs and opened the door to the basement. The house was intact. The barricades were still in place, and outside, the fog was gone. The sun was shining. The world was normal. I went out to the garden cautiously. Our neighbors were too outside with the same stunned and terrified expression. "Go fog." Said Mr. Johnson, trying to laugh, but no one laughed, 'cause we all knew that what had happened had been real, very real. We tried to get on with our lives, but I don't sleep well. Since then I'm always watching the horizon, looking for signs of fog. I've started stockpiling provisions because I know the fog will come back, and next time I don't know if we'll be able to escape. If you ever wake up and the world around you is covered by a fog that doesn't dissipate, run. Don't listen to the saws. Don't look at the shadows, and for God's sake, don't open the door, because the fog is hungry and always comes back, so it left behind. The fog slipped like a living being with tentacles of mist crawling across the lawn and wrapping the house in a thick white blanket. At first we didn't give it importance. Just a denser than normal morning fog, but as the hours passed and then the days passed and the fog did not dissipate, an unsettling certainty began to settle inside us. This was not an ordinary weather phenomenon. The fog was alive. It was bringing us closer and brought horrors beyond our imagination. I am Tom Sullivan, and until a week ago I led a life perfectly normal with my wife Sarah and our children Emily and Max. We were the typical American family. Barbecues on the weekends, movie nights, and occasional arguments about who should do the dishes. Nothing in our routine prepared us for the nightmare that was about to break loose. It all started on a Tuesday morning. I remember it well because I was late for work, cursing while trying to tie my tie. "Tom, come see this," Sarah called from the kitchen. "This fog is so strange. I can barely see the driveway." I frowned and went to the window. I was right. The fog was dense, so thick that the trees at the end of the garden seemed to fade into a white nothingness. But it wasn't its density that troubled me. It was the way it moved. It twisted, pulsed, as if it had a will of its own. For an instant I thought I saw shadows inside, thin, misshapen figures gliding through the mist. Shook my head. It was only my imagination. Gave Sarah a quick kiss, told the children to behave, and went outside. But when I opened the door, the fog seemed to react. It retracted slightly, as if it were watching me. Then it advanced again, surrounding me. A shiver ran down my spine. Something was wrong. I hurried to the car and drove away. From the farther I got, the farther away the fog became. And when I got to the office, the atmosphere was completely normal. Clear sky, regular traffic, everything was fine. I told myself it had just been a strange phenomenon, an unusual accumulation of moisture. But when I got home that night, the fog was still there, thicker than before. Our house looked like an island in a white ocean. The fog swirling of the garden like waves hitting a coast. Sarah met me at the door with a pale face and tight lips. "Hasn't moved all day," whispered, "and Tom, I think I saw something out there." During dinner we tried to act normally, for the sake of the children, but I could see the fear in Sarah's eyes, a reflection of my own. That night, while the children were sleeping, we sat in the living room in silence, watching the fog through the windows. It was like I was waiting. "We must go," Sarah whispered. "Take the children with my sister." "Until this happens," I nodded, relieved that she had said out loud what I had said. I didn't dare suggest tomorrow at dawn, I promised, but dawn never came. We woke up in the dark. The fog was so thick it blocked the sun. Our phones had no signal. The TV was just emitting static. I tried to start the car. The engine coughed and died immediately, like something was suffocating, and then the whispers started. At first they were soft as leaves blown by the wind, but with each passing hour louder voices speaking to us from the mist in languages that we didn't understand. Sometimes turned into laughter or screams. The children were terrified. We took refuge together in the living room, pretending to play board games to keep them distracted. But we couldn't ignore the movements in the garden, tall and thin shadows slipping through the mist, or the scratches on the walls, or the banging on the windows. On the third day, Emily was the first to see them with clarity. Dad whispered, clinging to my arm, "There's a man outside." I turned slowly to the window and my heart stopped. He wasn't a man, not quite. His silhouette was humanoid, but too tall, too thin, his limbs bent at impossible angles, and his face didn't have just a smooth, pale surface with two dark spots where the eyes should be. No, I was alone. More figures emerged from the mist, watching us with interest, some crawling, others floating, others moving in spasms like puppets without strings. My skin bristled. They couldn't get in yet. No, but they were waiting for the fog to take us completely. We blocked all the windows, piled furniture against the doors. The whispers increased, becoming distorted screams. The house creaked and trembled with each blow of the creatures in the outside. The old camera felt heavy in my hands, its worn leather strap roughly brushing against my skin. I had bought it because I whimsed at a flea market, enchanted by its vintage look and the seller's claim that it still worked. What I didn't know at the time was that this innocent purchase would drag me into a nightmare beyond my imagination, because when I developed the roll of film that was still inside, I realized with growing horror that this camera didn't just capture moments, it captured souls. My name is Alex, and I've always been fascinated by photography. There's something magical about freezing an instant in time, preserving it forever. So when I saw the old Leica M3 at Mrs. Gillespie's stall, I couldn't resist. The price was steep, but the camera was surprisingly good for its age. "Oh, that old thing," said Mrs. Gillespie, with a strange glint in her cloudy eyes. "I found it at a sale of goods. They say its former owner was a traveler. I would wager that he has seen incredible things." I must have asked more. I must have noticed how anxious she seemed to get rid of it, or how her hands trembled slightly as she handed it to me, but I was too excited with my find to pay attention to those signs at home. I examined my new acquisition with more detail. Was a beauty. The metal body had only a few scratches, and the shutter still worked with a satisfying click, to my surprise. Inside there was still a roll of film. Intrigued, I decided to finish it by taking some test photos in my apartment. I developed the images that same night in my darkroom. Childish anticipation ran through my veins. What kind of photos would the former owner have captured? What stories they would tell? The first images. They were normal, landscapes, urban scenes, nothing out of the ordinary. But when I hung up the next negative to dry it, a shiver ran down my spine. It was an image of a busy street, people walking, cars passing by. But a figure stood out, a man looking directly into the camera, his face a mask of pure terror. The strangest thing was that it seemed blurred, almost transparent, as if it were fading, blinking, trying to attribute it to a mistake in the exposure. But the next photo made me drop the negative with a start. It was a young woman smiling happily at the camera, and behind her, reflected in a shop window, was the same man. Only now his form was even more diffuse, as if he were disappearing from this world. My hands were trembling as he developed the rest of the roll. Each image showed the same thing. The man appeared in the background in different scenarios, more and more translucent until the last photo, one taken in what looked like a cemetery. He was there, but barely visible, little more than a shadow among the tombstones, as if the camera had completely consumed him. I spent hours looking at the photos trying to find a rational explanation. It was impossible, and yet the evidence was in front of me. This camera had captured something more than light had been trapped. A soul. That night I didn't sleep. I tossed and turned, tormented by images of faces fading into the film, trapped in a negative forever. At dawn, I decided to investigate. I started searching the internet for stories about cursed or haunted. Most of them were cheap horror stories. But then in an old photographer's forum I found something that made me feel a knot in my stomach. My grandfather had a Leica M3. Just as the "You have got rid of it now, before it's too late." The user who posted the message had deleted his account shortly after. But the message was I wasn't the only one who had had this camera, and I knew it was dangerous. Everything my instincts screamed at me to destroy it. Burn it, break it into pieces, forget that I once had it in my hands. But I didn't, I couldn't. I had to know more. In the days I contacted photography experts and students of the paranormal. Many took me for crazy, but a historian agreed to meet with me. Dr. Eleanor B. was a petite woman with razor-sharp eyes. She examined the camera carefully with a frown. "This is not an ordinary artifact," she finally said. "Where did you get her?" I told her about Mrs. Gillespie, about the flea market, about the photos. She nodded slowly, as if she were confirming something that I already suspected. "There are stories," he began in a low voice, objects capable of capturing more than simple images. It is said that with the right combination of materials and a dark intention, relics capable of trapping the soul itself can be created. A chill ran down my spine. But why did I ask what the purpose would be? Dr. Van's eyes met mine. There was fear in them, power, Mr. Chen, the kind of power that it is obtained by consuming the essence of others. I swallowed saliva, remembering the final image of the man, almost non-existent in the photo. Every time a photo is taken with this camera, the doctor continued, extract something from the captured person, a little of his energy, his soul, until there is nothing left. The pieces fit together suddenly in my mind. Someone had created this camera to feed on the souls of those who photographed that night. I decided to end this. I took the camera, the photos and the negatives to a vacant lot, doused them with gasoline and lit a match. The flames came to life immediately, devouring the leather, metal and paper. But before the camera was reduced to ashes, I heard a scream, not with my ears, but in my head, a howl of agony and rage that almost made me lose my sanity. I fell on my knees, holding my head as images paraded before my eyes. I saw the man in the photos free. I saw many others, their souls trapped in the camera for who knows how long, and I saw the one who had caught them, a dark figure devouring their essence with avidity. The visions abruptly ceased when I looked up. The camera was just a pile of ashes. I would like to say that it all ended there, but since that night I've changed. I see things that others don't see, shadows moving in the corners, transparent figures that disappear when I turn my head, and sometimes when I close my eyes I still hear them, the souls trapped in the chamber, whispering to me from the other side, looking for a way back. If you ever see an old camera in a flea market and it seems too good to be true, stay away. Some relics of the past must remain forgotten, because you never know what might be staring at you from the other side of the lens. The next few weeks were spent in research, trying to make sense of what I had experienced. I found more stories, accounts of other explorers who had stumbled upon Everdale over the years. Some had managed to escape like me, others had not been so lucky. I discovered that the origin of the town was not that of an ordinary colony. No, they had been mere colonists, but a group dedicated to a strange and esoteric form of magic. Their purpose was to create a place outside of time, a sanctuary where they could live forever, unchanged, and they had achieved this in a certain way. But their magic had twisted them, trapping him in an existence halfway between life and death. The people he had seen were not the original colonists, but something more, echoes of that once they were manifestations of the people's own conscience. I did not know. What I did discover was that Everdale did not exist in a single place. It moved, it appeared in different wild places in the country, always in isolated areas, always waiting for unsuspecting travelers to stumble upon it. Sometimes in the middle of the night I dream of that glowing barrier, and in my dreams I cannot to cross it, instead drag me back to the village, surrounded by those changing faces, those bodies too. Fluid. The tall woman smiles at me, welcoming me home, awake, drenched in sweat, my heart running amok, and for an instant I see my own reflection in the mirror, blurring like hers. I don't do any more urban explorations. I've stopped looking for lost places. I've learned that there are places that are not finding communities that disappear for a reason. But I can't help but wonder, Everdale is still out there. It's waiting for its next victim. The people I saw keep repeating their infinite existence, trapped in an endless cycle, and sometimes, when the wind blows a certain way and the world becomes eerily quiet, I swear I can hear them calling out to me, giving me the avenue home. If you ever find yourself walking in the woods and you come across a town that doesn't show up in the woods, no map, a place too perfect, too untouched, run, and don't look back, because Everdale is always waiting, always hungry for new residents, and once it welcomes you home, you may never go out again. The shortcut was supposed to save me time. Instead, it led me to a nightmare that even in my worst dreams I couldn't have imagined. As I drove down that narrow, unfamiliar street, the shadows, they seemed to deepen. The houses were getting more dilapidated, and an overwhelming sense of unease settled in my stomach. I should have turned around then, but I kept driving without realizing that with every passing second I was sealing my fate. It had been a long day at the office, one of those soul-shattering days where nothing goes right and everyone seems to be against you. I was exhausted, irritated and desperate to get to my apartment to enjoy a much-needed glass of wine, when my GPS suggested a new route that would shave 15 minutes off my usual commute. I didn't think twice before accepting it. At First, the neighborhood looked normal enough, old houses, yes, with appealing paint, and the gardens a bit unkempt, but nothing out of the ordinary for that part of town. However, bespoke as I went further into the maze of streets, things began to change subtly. The street lights that should have started to light up at dusk remained off. The few cars I saw parked on the sidewalk were old models covered in a thick layer of dust, as if they hadn't moved in years. And the people, where people were, no. One was walking dogs. There were no children playing in the gardens. The whole neighborhood seemed. I pressed the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Something was wrong, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. My GPS beeped, telling me to turn left on a street called Shadowwood Lane. Only the name made me shudder as I turned. The houses seemed to close even more, their windows dark and empty like empty orbits, looking at me. The trees that lined the street were twisted and gnarled, their branches stretching over the street road like bony fingers trying to reach me. That's when I saw them. People, but not like any I'd seen before, emerged from the shadows between the houses, from behind the trees. They even seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Men, women, children, all moving with a strange, unnatural fluidity. Their faces were pale, almost translucent in the waning light, and their eyes, God, their eyes were wrong, too big, too dark, fixed on me. Car, as I passed, my heart began to pound, and I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. This was not right. None of this was fine. I had to get out of there. I already stepped on the accelerator, but my car did not respond. The engine coughed and choked. To my horror, I felt the vehicle begin to slow down. Panic took over me while I pressed the gas pedal frantically, but the car was useless. It stopped in the middle of the street for a moment. There was silence. I stood there, my breath echoing in the stillness of the car, watching as those strange people began to approach. They moved slowly, too slowly, almost nonchalantly, as if they had all the time in the world, as if they knew I wasn't going anywhere. I tried to start the car again, turning the key with trembling hands. The engine emitted a pitiful groan. But it didn't start. My phone could call for help, but when I took it from the cup holder, the screen was black, dead. I hadn't noticed that the battery was running low, but now it was completely useless. A knock on the window made me jump. I turned my head and saw a face stuck to the glass a few centimeters from mine. It was a woman, or something that looked like a woman. Its skin was so pale that it almost looked translucent, with bluish veins visible beneath the surface. Her eyes were huge, completely black, with no trace of white. She smiled. Her teeth were too sharp. "Problems with the car?" she asked. Her voice sounded muffled through the glass, but she still managed to send shivers down my spine. She was too high-pitched, too sweet, like a parody of a real voice. I shook my head, unable to speak any more. Of them had gathered around me. Carr, now his dark eyes were fixed on me with an intensity that made me feel like a butterfly stuck in a cork. "You should get out," said another voice belonging to a man who was near the rear bumper. "John, it's not safe for you to stay there." A hysterical laugh gets stuck in my throat. "It's not safe here, compared to being out there with them." "No thank you," I managed to say with a broken voice. "I'm fine, I'll just wait for help to arrive." The woman's smile widened, stretching her face in a way that shouldn't have been possible. "Oh, but we're the help," she whispered. "We've been waiting for you." A chill ran down my spine. Waiting for me? That didn't make sense. I'd never been to that neighborhood before. I didn't even know it existed until my GPS took me there, like it had read my thoughts. The woman's hand moved to the door handle. "Don't worry about the how or the why," she said softly. "Just know that you're already home. This is where you belong." The door lock unlocked on its own. I rushed to press the lock button, but it didn't help. Every time I locked, it unlocks again. Panic overwhelmed me, and the only thing I could think of, I crawled to the back seat, just ran. My legs moved furiously as I ran down the dark street, the sound of my gasping breath ringing in my ears. I could hear them behind me. Their footsteps were eerily silent, but somehow still audible over the frantic beating of my heart. The houses blurred around me, each more decrepit and more mistaken than the last. The shadows, the branches of the trees stretched out. They leaned towards me as if trying to catch me. I turned random corners, left, right again, left, hoping to lose my pursuers in the maze of streets, but no matter how fast I ran, I knew they were still there, waiting, stalking me, just as I thought. My legs gave out. I saw a space between two houses, a narrow passageway that led to what seemed like a more normal street. The streetlights were shining warmly, and in the distance I could see cars moving. Safety, normality. With a last effort, I threw myself into the gap as I crossed between the houses. I felt something cling to my clothes, a sudden tug followed by a frustrated sissio behind me. but I managed to get through it. I stumbled and fell on the lighted sidewalk, gasping for air. I turned around expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the darkness, but the passageway I had fled through was no longer there. Instead, there was a solid wall of aged bricks as if it had been there. For decades I had stood there gaping, my mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. People on the sidewalk passed me without paying much attention to me. Cars drove normally, their lights illuminating the city like any other night. It was as if the neighborhood I couldn't have ever existed. Stunned, I managed to stop a taxi and gave my address to the driver as we walked the familiar streets. I tried to make sense of what I had experienced. It had been real, a delirium brought on by stress and tiredness, an elaborate joke, but deep down I knew the truth. The terror had been too authentic, the strangeness too deep to be a mere hallucination. I had somehow crossed a place where I shouldn't be, a place that wanted to hold me back. When I got home I turned on my computer and looked for any trace of Shadowwood Lane or the neighborhood I had driven through. Nothing according to the maps and official records. That area was a normal residential area with nothing out of the ordinary. The following weeks I tried to forget the incident. I changed my usual route, avoiding any possibility of approaching that area of the city. I focused on my work, on my social life, on anything that distracted me, but some nights, in the dim light of my apartment, I see something out of the corner of my eye, a pale face looking out my window disappearing when I turn my head or as I drive. I realize that the street signs are unfamiliar to me, that the houses seem too dark and too still. At such times my heart races, and again I'm there running down those dark streets with the weight of their presence still hanging over me, and I wonder I really ran away, or are they just waiting patiently for me to take another wrong shortcut, to find my way back to that place they say I belong to. I don't know if I'll ever have the answers, but there's something about it, which I'm sure I'll never trust a shortcut again. The soft hum of the lighthouse was the only sound breaking the oppressive silence of the island. I stood at the window of the Guardian's quarters, watching the hypnotic sweep of light over the raging sea. I'd been on this job for 3 weeks, eager for solitude and a chance to escape my troubled past. But as I stared into the darkness, a shiver ran down my back. Something was out there, something that didn't belong in this world, and I was beginning to suspect that this lighthouse held secrets far more terrifying than anything I'd ever run from. My name is Daniel Cooper, and I never intended to become a lighthouse keeper, but when life hits you again and again, sometimes you cling to any chance of escape. After losing my job, my marriage, and almost my sanity over the course of a year, the announcement for a temporary position as a lighthouse keeper on a remote island seemed like a blessing to me. The interview was brief and conducted over the phone. The Coast Guard officer who hired me seemed more concerned about my ability to handle isolation than my specific skills. "It's only 3 months," he said. "Keep the light on, carry the records, and report any unusual activity you think you can handle it." I accepted immediately. 3 months of peace and quiet away from the chaos of my life sounded perfect if only I had known what I was getting into. The island was smaller than I expected, just a rocky outcrop emerging from the sea. The lighthouse itself was an imposing structure, its white tower standing out against the gray sky. When the boat that took me, I felt a momentary of anxiety. Now I was completely alone. The first few days passed without incident. I familiarized myself, reviewed the records left by the previous guardians, and settled into a routine during the day, performed maintenance and explored the small island at night, made sure the light was working properly, and got lost in my thoughts or in the books I had brought. But in the fifth one night I noticed something strange while doing my last check of the lighthouse before I went to sleep. I saw it, a twinkling light in the water. There shouldn't be any light there. It was a sickly green, floating on the waves like a bioluminescent jellyfish. I watched it for almost an hour, fascinated. It seemed to move with purpose, zigzagging in a pattern I couldn't decipher. Finally, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light disappeared. I rubbed my eyes asking me if I had imagined everything. But when I went through the logbook I found something disturbing. Previous guardians had also seen it. Similar lights had been reported for decades, always described in the same way: greenish glow, intentional movement, sudden disappearance. As the weeks went by, apparitions became more frequent. Sometimes it was just a light, other times an entire group dancing on the waves in a silent symphony. I found myself spending more and more time at the window watching and waiting for his arrival. But it wasn't just the lights that strange things began to happen on the island itself. Tools disappeared only to reappear in places where he knew he hadn't left them. He woke up and found intricate patterns in the sand around the lighthouse, too precise to have been formed by the wind or the waves, and deep in the night, he heard whispers, words in a language I didn't recognize, emerging from the very walls of the lighthouse. I tried to rationalize the whole thing. The isolation can play tricks on you, I told myself. The lights must be some kind of bioluminescent algae, the tools lost, simple distraction on my part, the patterns in the sand, the work of some creature I hadn't seen yet. But deep down I knew I was lying to myself. Something was happening on this island, something beyond all rational explanation. Everything came to a head on the night of the full moon, exactly 3 weeks after my arrival. The sea was unusually calm, a mirror, reflecting the swollen moon above me. I was in the lantern room, polishing the lens, when I heard it. A deep rumbling sound, like giant stones rubbing against each other, was coming from the base of the lighthouse. My heart is hammering at me. My chest as I descended the spiral staircase. With each step the sound grew until it was the only thing I could hear. When I reached the lowest level I saw it, and my mind almost broke. The ground was opening up. There is no other way to describe it. The solid stone was splitting, revealing an unfathomable abyss underneath, and emerging from those impossible depths I saw something that made me want to tear out my eyes so as not to continue seeing a creature, if you could call it that, massive. Tentacles, thick as tree trunks, twisted and emerged from the well. They were covered in bioluminescent spots, the same sickly green hue I had seen in the water. Then came the bulbous body, its translucent flesh, revealing shadowy organs beating inside it. And then his eyes, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, covering his body like an infernal constellation. All of them, they focused on me at the same time, and at that moment I knew the real terror. I wanted to run, scream, do anything except stay there, frozen by horror, but I couldn't move. It wasn't just the fear that paralyzed me, was something else. The creature held me, its gaze piercing the depths of my being. And then it spoke to me, not with words, but directly in my mind. Images and sensations flooded my consciousness. Cities ancient under the only civilizations that rose and fell, secrets of the universe, beautiful and terrifying at once. And I understood the true purpose of the lighthouse. It was not to guide ships, it was a sign, a call for something much older and more powerful. I knew then that this entity had been here long before humans. The lighthouse was built on its prison. The guardians were not caretakers of the light. They were jailers. I don't know how much I stood there with my mind consumed by his visions. It could have been minutes or hours, but eventually he mercifully freed me. The tentacles began to retreat, sliding back into the abyss. The rumbling sound returned as the stone closed on him, leaving the room exactly as it had been before, as if nothing had happened. I staggered back to my chambers, mind shattered. I wanted to flee, swim if anything was necessary to get out, but deep down I knew it was useless. I had been chosen, whether I liked it or not. Now I was the guardian of something ancient and terrible, something that defied human comprehension. The next morning I made my usual report to the Coast Guard. Nothing out of the ordinary to report. I lied. What else could I say? Who would believe me now? As I write these words, I see the green lights dancing over the water again. I know now what they are. No bioluminescent algae, no strange fish. They are extensions of the entity that sleeps under the lighthouse. They are always looking for my 3-month contract is about to end, but I know I won't leave. I can't. Someone must watch, someone must keep the light on, not for the boats, but for the thing that sleeps below. So I will stay watching. And yes, ever you find yourself on a boat passing near a remote lighthouse and you see green lights in the water, don't look too closely. Some secrets must remain in the depths. The first thing that struck me about Everdale was the silence as I walked deeper into the valley. The usual sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, the scurrying of small animals, disappeared, replaced by an unsettling stillness that seemed to press against my eardrums. I should have turned around. Then I must have recognized the wrongness of it all. But my curiosity, that damned trait that had gotten me into trouble more times than I could count, propelled me forward. Little did I know I was walking into a trap that had been going on for centuries. In preparation, my name is Jake, and I'm what you might call an urban explorer with a twist. I don't just look for abandoned buildings or forgotten tunnels, but entire lost communities, ghost towns, failed utopias, places wiped off the map by disasters or simply by the passage of time. It was this passion that led me to the Everdale rumors. The story went that sometime in the late 19th century, a group of settlers had founded a community deep in the mountains, isolated from the rest of the world. They thrived for a while, but sometime in the early 20th century, all contact with the outside world ceased. The expedition sent to investigate found nothing, no bodies, not even a rusty nail indicating that there was ever life there. It was exactly the kind of mystery that made my heart beat faster. I spent months investigating, gathering bits of information from newspapers, old land records, and local legends. I finally thought I saw located the settlement lost. The hike was strenuous, the terrain was difficult, and the trail sometimes disappeared entirely, forcing me to rely solely on my map and compass. But when I reached the top of the last hill and looked down into the valley, I felt an indescribable triumph. There among the trees, I could see unmistakable signs of human habitation, buildings, fields, even what appeared to be a church tower jutting above the canopy. From the forest, my euphoria was short-lived. As I descended into the valley, the unnatural silence fell upon me, bringing with it a sense of uneasiness that I could not shake. The air felt thick almost to my ground, and the colors seemed to be dull, as if I was seeing the world through a faded photograph. Yet I kept going. I had come too far to turn around now. As I entered the outskirts of the village, the feeling of unease intensified. The buildings looked strange. Their proportions were slightly wrong. Angles that should have been right, they were subtly curved. It was as if the entire village had been built by someone who only had a vague idea. When I passed what appeared to be a general store, a man dressed in clothes that looked like they were straight out of the 19th century, swept the porch, moving with an eerie fluidity, his movements too smooth to be natural. When I got closer, he turned to look at me, and I had to stifle a scream. His face was bad, his features were wrong, his eyes were nose-mouth, but they seemed to move and blur, never settling into a fixed shape. It was like trying to focus on a face underwater, constantly distorted by the waves. "Welcome, traveler," he said in a strangely melodious voice. "We were waiting for you." A chill ran down my spine. How can I have been waiting for you? I hadn't told anyone about my expedition. "I'm just passing through," I managed to stammer. I didn't want to interrupt the man's face. He waved in what could have been a smile. "Nonsense. You're exactly where you need to be. See, others will want to meet you." Before I could protest, more people began to pour out of the buildings around me, men, women, children, all dressed in antique clothes, all moving with the same unnatural grace, all with those changing blurred faces, surrounded me. Their not quite human voices rose in a cacophony of greetings and exclamations. I felt dizzy, overwhelmed by her presence and by the feeling that something was terribly wrong. "Please," I said, trying to back away. "I must go. I have to go back." A woman's voice cut off the noise. The crowd opened, revealing a figure that made my blood freeze. She was tall, impossibly tall. Her head almost brushed the ceiling of the nearby porch. Her face was the most defined I had seen so far, but it was a face that belonged to nightmares, too angular, too symmetrical, with eyes that seemed to shine from within. "There's no turning back, dear Jake," he said, pronouncing my name as if he'd known it forever. "You're home." I ran. I don't remember making the conscious decision to do it, but suddenly I was running down the main street of the town. My heart hammered in my ears. The buildings blurred around me, seeming twisting and spreading towards me with impossible angles. Behind me I could hear how they were chasing me. Their footsteps were a terrible rhythm that seemed to shake the ground. I didn't dare look back, fearing what I might see. I came to the edge of the village, hoping to find the forest I had walked through before. Instead, I came across a translucent and bright barrier. Beyond it I could see the trees, the mountains, the world I knew. But it was like looking through warped glass. Everything was distorted and strange. I pressed my hands against the barrier, desperately looking for a way to get through it. It felt solid and at the same time flexible, as if I was pushing against a membrane with a desperate effort. I managed to get through it. The barrier stretched and then closed behind me like a band. He didn't stop running until he reached me. Camp, my lungs burning and my legs shaking with exhaustion. Only then did I dare to look back. The valley was empty. There was no village, no fields, no church tower rising into the sky, just untouched and serene nature. "Let's pack up," and I got out of there without stopping until I got to my car. As I drove back I tried to convince myself that it had all been a hallucination. Maybe I had eaten something spoiled or the altitude had affected me. But deep down I knew the truth. What I had seen in that valley was real, as impossible as it seemed. The first thing I noticed when I entered my new house was the smell. It was not the smell of dust from an old house, nor the chemical of the fresh paint number. It was something more, a sweet and cloying eoder, like withered flowers mixed with something denser, something rotten. I tried to convince myself that it was my imagination, that it was just the combination of nerves and excitement. After all, this was supposed to be a new beginning. But I would soon discover that in this house nothing was what it seemed. I had bought it on impulse. After my divorce I needed a change, a place to start over. When I saw the advertisement for the old Victorian house on the outskirts of the village, I knew that it was perfect. Yes, I needed a job, but that was part of the charm, a project to focus on. The realtor was eager to close the deal, too anxious, handed me the keys almost before the ink on the papers dried. I should have seen that as a warning. But I was too excited about the idea of my new home that first night I hardly slept. The house moaned and creaked, not like an old building settling down, but like something that breathed. And worse, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, as if there was someone else with me. Something. The next day I tried to laugh at my paranoia. Old houses have character, I said to myself. That was part of the charm. I didn't spend the day cleaning and repairing things. That's when I started ripping the wallpaper from the second-floor hallway, when I found the first one. Anomaly, under a particularly sturdy section my fingers touched something solid. It wasn't a wall smooth, it was wood. A small door no bigger than a shoebox was locked. The lock was old and rusty. I tried all the keys I had found around the house, none fit. After a while curiosity got the better of me. I went for a crowbar and picked the lock. The wood was easily given. Astle with a crack inside was a dark and narrow space. I stuck my hand in blindly. My fingers touched something soft, something small. I pulled it out with a shiver on my skin. It was a porcelain doll. Her face was cracked, she was missing an eye, and her expression wasn't a smile. There was a grimace of terror, a face frozen in a silent scream. I should have gotten rid of her at that moment, but something stopped me instead. I put it on a shelf in my room, telling me that it was just a part of the past of the house. Just that night the dreams began. I saw myself walking around the house, but not as I knew it. It was bigger, the corridors stretched, the stairs turned at impossible angles, and there were dolls, thousands of them in every corner, with those same terrified faces. I woke up drenched in sweat. The sweet smell in the house was stronger, almost nauseating. I sat on the bed trying to calm my breathing. Then I saw it. The doll was no longer on the shelf. It was at the foot of my bed looking at me. I tried to rationalize what. Maybe I moved it asleep. Maybe I was confusing the nightmare with reality. But deep down I knew the truth. The following weeks everything intensified. Objects that I left in one place appeared in another, whispers in empty rooms, childish laughter when there was no one else in the house, and always that smell getting stronger and stronger, more and more invasive. I tried to ignore it, give myself logical explanations. Until I went up to the attic. I had avoided the attic. I didn't know why. Maybe because of the nagging feeling that something was waiting for me there. But one night, without being able to sleep, I found myself standing in front of the door and opened it. The air was dense, the dust hung in the light of my flashlight. There were boxes piled up, old furniture and a little more, thousands of dolls hanging from the ceiling, lined up on shelves, spilling from trunks and closets, all with the same expression, the same frozen scream. But the worst was not that. The worst was the door on the back wall. There shouldn't be a door there. Not according to the plans of the house. It was old, older than the rest of the house. Attic, and it had the same symbols engraved on it that I had seen on the wrist. My hand trembled when I touched the handle, but I turned it. The door opened to a small room inside. There was a rocking chair moving smoothly as if someone had just gotten up. My flashlight illuminated the figure sitting on it. It was not a person. It was another doll, but this one was different. It was almost the size of a child, and she was smiling. A big smile, too big, and then opened her eyes. I don't remember much. After that, fragments of images running down the stairs, laughter around me, small hands grabbing my clothes. Somehow I got to the drive non-stop until I saw the sign of another state. I left everything behind, my clothes, my belongings, my attempt at a new life. Nothing mattered. I just needed to get out of there. It's been years. I never went back. I tried to move on, but some nights I smell that sweet scent, and in my dreams I still see the doll in the rocking chair, her eyes opening, waiting for me. I wonder what happened to the family who moved in afterward, if they found what I found, if the house decided to show itself to them, or if it's waiting for someone else, the right person, someone like me. So if you're looking for an older house, and you see an offer too good to be true, don't take it. Some houses don't look for owners, they look for victims, and some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The attic door creaked as it opened, releasing a cloud of dust that danced in the ray of afternoon light. I coughed, pushing the particles away with my hand, and peered into the gloom. Among the usual mess of forgotten belongings and family heirlooms, a worn-out leather book caught my attention. It was cracked, its pages yellowed by time. I lifted it carefully, feeling a chill run down my spine. I didn't know I was about to discovering a family secret that would shake the foundations of my reality. My name is Emily, and I have always been curious. When my grandmother passed away, leaving me her old Victorian house, I saw it as an opportunity to explore my family's history. The house had been in our family for generations, passed from mother to daughter. It was a treasure trove of memories and untold stories. The attic was my last stop in my exploration of the home. I've been procrastinating, partly because of the dust. I'm allergic, and partly because the attics of old houses have always given me chills. But my curiosity won. The book I found. It was a diary. Its leather cover, it still felt surprisingly soft despite its age. On the first page, with faded ink, was written a name: Elizabeth Blackwood. My great-great-grandmother. I settled on an old trunk, removing cobwebs from its lid, and began to read. At first it looked like a common diary of a woman from the late 19th century. Elizabeth talked about her daily life, her husband, her children. But as the pages turned, the entries took a disturbing turn. The voices are louder and louder. They whisper from the walls, from the floor. They know terrible things, and they want me to know. I also felt a chill running through me. Was this a fictional story, or Elizabeth had suffered from some mental illness? But the following notes were detailed, too specific to be mere delusions. Today they showed me the truth behind the veil. This house is not just a house, it is a door, and we are its guardians. My hands trembled as she turned the pages. Elizabeth described rituals performed in the basement, sacrifices to keep the door closed. She mentioned creatures that defied reason, beings that existed beyond our world. But they pressed against the thin barrier between realities. The house is hungry, it must be fed, or it will open the way. And if that happens, God help us. I slammed the book shut with my heart hammering in my chest. This must have been some kind of joke, a story that my great-great-grandmother had written for entertainment. But deep down I knew it wasn't. There had always been something strange in this house. The way the shadows seemed to move when you weren't looking straight at the whispers you heard at night, too low to understand, but impossible to ignore. And last night I had seen a door in the wall of my room, a door that had never been there before. A door that at dawn had disappeared. Needed answers. For the next few days I devoured the diary, taking notes and trying to understand the writings. Elizabeth described a ritual to be performed on each full moon. Specific items were necessary: a silver knife, candles made of melted fat. I didn't want to know what kind, and always bleed. Only a drop of the keeper's blood given willingly is a small price to keep the horror at bay. That night I went down to the basement, the diary in one hand, a breeze silver letters in the other. The light of the luna was coming in through the small window, casting haunting shadows on the stone walls. This is crazy, I whispered to myself. You're not going to do this. But something inside me knew I had to do it, because in the last week things had gotten worse. The shadows were moving too fast. The whispers had turned into distant screams, and the night before I would swear I'd seen the door again, this time ajar. I took a deep breath, and I pricked my finger with the edge of the letter. A drop of blood fell to the stone floor. I waited. Nothing happened, at least at first. But after a few seconds I felt it. The house sighed like a satisfied beast, and the air that had been heavy cleared. The whispers disappeared. The danger I had felt stalking me for days dissipated. I leaned against the wall, feeling weak. What did I just do? But deep in my soul I already knew. I had taken Elizabeth's place. I had accepted my role as the new guardian, and the house had accepted me. In the following months I learned the secrets of the diary. I performed the ritual every full moon. I observed the house, learning to read its signals. I knew the symptoms of a weakened portal: increase in whispers, shadows that move without a source of light, geometries impossible in the corners of the rooms, and I learned what happens when the Enfant. Elizabeth described a time before she understood her role. She had left the house for months. When she returned, she found the village in chaos. People had disappeared, others had lost their reason, whispering about things they should not have seen. She had taken all her knowledge and a sacrifice greater than blood to close the door again. Now, while it is this, I know my time is running out. I'm old. My hands tremble holding the pen. I have no children to pass this knowledge to, no daughter to inherit the guardian's curse. I worry about what will happen when I die. The house will choose a new keeper, or finally the portal will open. I did what I could to prepare. I've written my own diary, more detailed than Elizabeth's. I've left instructions in a will, but I know that may not be enough. The house is patient, but it is also hungry, and one day it might decide that the small offerings we have made are no longer enough. If you ever inherit a house that feels too alive, pay attention. Listen to the whispers, observe the shadows, and if you see a door where there shouldn't be one, think very carefully before opening it, because some doors, once opened, can never close again. The old camera felt heavier than it should have in my hands, as if carrying the weight of untold stories inside its metal casing. I found it at a flea market, lured by its retro charm and the seller's promise that it still worked perfectly. But when I looked through the viewfinder for the first time, a chill ran down my spine. The world through that lens wasn't of the all right. The shadows seemed deeper, the colors more intense, and in the corner of the frame I swear I saw a figure that wasn't there when I put the camera down. I had no idea that the seemingly harmless purchase was about to drag me into a nightmare where reality and the supernatural blurred like an overexposed photograph. My name is Michael, and I've always been fascinated by photography. There's something magical about photography. Capture a moment in time, freeze it forever. That's why when I saw the old Leica M3 at Mrs. Donovan's stall, I couldn't resist. The price was steep, but the camera was surprisingly good for its age. "Oh, it's an old thing," Mrs. Donovan said with misty eyes. "I found it at a real estate sale. They say its previous owner was a great artist. It captured things that no one else could." I should have paid more attention to how her hands trembled as she handed it to me, or the relief in her eyes when I walked away with her. But I was too excited about my find to notice it that night. I inspected the camera more closely. To my surprise, I still had a roll of film inside. Curious to see if it still worked, I ended up taking some test photos in my apartment. I have a small developing room in my guest bathroom, another one of my hobbies. While developing the film, I felt a childlike anticipation. What images would the previous owner have captured? What stories would the first photos tell? They were normal landscapes, streets, nothing out of the ordinary. But then I noticed something strange in the next image. It was a scene of a busy street, people walking in a hurry, but in the center of the image a woman was staying behind. She was looking directly into the camera. Her face was a scary mask. But the most disturbing thing was that her image was blurred, almost transparent, as if it was fading. I shuddered. Maybe it was just a flaw in the film. But then I saw the next photo, and what I saw made my blood run cold. It was a photograph of a park I used to visit frequently. In the foreground everything seemed normal, but in the background, partially hidden behind a tree, there was a tall, unnatural, thin figure. His limbs were too long for his body and his face. I couldn't see him clearly, but it seemed like he was smiling. A smile too wide, too crooked. My hands trembled as I developed the rest of the film. Each photo followed the same pattern: ordinary landscapes, commonplaces, and always in some corner of the image, a dark figure lurking in the distance. But in the last photograph, the one that I had taken in my own apartment, the figure was no longer in the background. It was in front looking at me, its face still blurred but defined enough for me to see its eyes, or rather, the dark holes where its eyes should be. My breathing quickened. This could not be real, it was impossible. But then, in the middle of the silence of my apartment, I heard a noise, a slight click, the sound of a shutter going off, and it wasn't coming from the camera. It was coming from the darkness behind me. That night, as soon as I slept, every shadow in my apartment seemed deeper. Every reflection in the windows seemed to move when I wasn't looking at the figure in the photograph. It was chasing me. Even in my dreams, I woke up in the early morning, sweating and with my heart pounding. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to find out what the hell this camera was. I spent the day next looking for information on the internet: cursed cameras, paranormal images, unexplained phenomena. Most of what I found were clearly false stories, but in an old forum almost forgotten I found a comment that made me shudder. It said, "Law KM3 serial number 7358. If you have it, get rid of it before they realize you can see them." The user had deleted his account shortly after posting the message. I checked the serial number of my camera, 70.35, exactly the same. I knew I had to destroy it, break it, burn the negatives, forget everything. But curiosity won me over. I spent the next few days researching further. I contacted photography experts, historians, even some paranormal investigators. Most ignored me. But one person answered me, a woman named Dr. Elon or Banz, art historian and collector of antique cameras, agreed to meet with me. When we met, The first thing she did was examine the camera with a worried expression. "Where did you get this?" she asked quietly. I told her. "About Mrs. Donovan, about the flea market." Dr. B.S. nodded slowly, as if she had confirmed something. "There are stories, whispered of objects that can capture more than just light, cameras, mirrors, paintings. Some people believe that if they are made with the intention of Ade, they can serve as a window to another reality, I repeated, feeling a chill. "Something that coexists with ours, but that we cannot normally see," she said. "But there are times, there are places, and there are objects that can weaken the veil that separates us from them." They swallowed saliva. Dr. B looked at me gravely. "The things you have seen in the photos." I felt a knot in my stomach. "How does she know? Because you are not the first," she said, "and because they always start with the photos." She showed me a file with newspaper clippings, old records of people who had owned the camera before me. They all reported the same things. Figures in the photos, silhouettes that got closer and closer. And in all cases the person disappeared without a trace. I let out a nervous laugh. "This is ridiculous. It can't be real." "But Dr. Van didn't laugh. When was the last time that you took a picture with a camera?" I thought of the last image on the film. The figure was no longer in the background. I was standing in front of the camera. In front of me, my blood froze in my veins. "I think there's no more time," whispered Dr. B.S. "You must destroy it." Now that very night I gathered everything about the camera, the photos, the negatives, even the undeveloped film. I led to a vacant lot just outside the city, pouring gasoline over everything and lighting a match. Flames devoured the film, the papers, the camera strap. The metal was, and then I heard it scream, not with my ears, inside my head, as if something was inside the camera, trapped in it, and now being destroyed along with it. I covered my ears, falling to my knees as fleeting visions exploded in my mind. I saw shadows moving between us. I saw faces that should never have existed. I saw black eyes staring at me, hungry, and then silence. When the fire went out, the camera was just a pile of ashes and molten metal. It was over, or so I thought. But now I see things, not in photos, in my reflection, in the corners of the rooms, in the shadows that stretch out in the night. The same dark eyes, the same crooked smile. They are still here. Sometimes in the middle of the night, when everything is quiet, I hear a click like the sound of a shutter going off, but I don't have a camera, and then I wonder if I am still taking pictures, or am I the one being photographed? The sound of scratching in the attic was so faint at first that I almost convinced myself that I was imagining it, but as I went by the days it got louder, more insistent, like something was trying to scratch its way out, or worse, in. I was telling myself it was just the house settling, maybe squirrels on the roof. But deep down I knew something was up there, something that didn't belong. My name is Lisa, and I'd always dreamed of having a big, old house. So when I got I work in a small town in the upstate and found a beautiful Victorian house at a ridiculously low price, I didn't hesitate. Of course, I needed some repairs, but that was part of the charm. I imagined restoring little by little, discovering its secrets room by room. The first weeks were a dream come true. I dedicated myself to cleaning and making minor repairs, enjoying the creaky floors and ornate molds. The previous owners had left some furniture and knickknacks I planned to tidy up eventually, but for the time being I was happy to let the house reveal itself to me. Eventually, it was around the first month when I heard the scratches for the first time. I was reading in bed one night when the sound caught my attention. It was soft, rhythmic, coming from somewhere above me. I held my breath, listening intently. But it stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The next night I heard it again, and the next night too, always after dark, always when the house was at its quietest. I tried to ignore it, rationalize. Old houses make noises. True, it's completely normal, but the sound got louder, more frequent. Sometimes I heard it during the day, a frantic scratch that made me run to the attic access with a flashlight. But every time I opened the trapdoor and there was nothing inside, there was nothing, no animal, no sign of life. Only dust and old boxes left by the previous owners. I began to have trouble sleeping. Every creak, every moan of the wood, made me sit on the bed with my heart hammering. My dark circles under my eyes were accentuated, and my co-workers began to ask me if I felt okay. 2 months after I had moved, things escalated. One night, a thunderous blow in the attic. It woke me up suddenly. It sounded like something heavy had fallen out. Gathering all my courage, I grabbed a BB bat and climbed the narrow stairs to investigate. The light from my flashlight went through piles of boxes and antique furniture. At first everything seemed normal, but then my light fell on an overturned trunk. Its contents were scattered on the floor. Old clothes, yellowed papers, and something else. Something that froze me the blood was an ancient doll and creepily realistic. Her Selana face was cracked, she was missing an eye, but the one that remained seemed to stare at me. I cautiously approached, my skin bristles, examining it more closely. I noticed something clinging to her hand, an old and brittle piece of paper. With trembling fingers, I peeled it off, and sepia showed a family posing in front of a house. My house, a man, a woman, and between they a little girl holding the same doll lying at my feet. I turned the photo over in the back in shaky writing. It said, "The Cooper 1897 Emily always loved that doll." A shiver ran down my spine. I looked back at the doll, and for a moment, just a moment, I swore that her one eye moved, focusing on me with evil intent. I ran out of the attic, closing the trapdoor suddenly after me, and I didn't stop until I was in my room with the door closed and all the lights on. That night I didn't sleep. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the house sounded like footsteps. The next day I decided to investigate the history of the house. I discovered that the Coopers were the original owners. They lived there happily until a tragedy struck them. Their daughter Emily fell ill and died at 8 soon after, unable to bear the memories. But the deeper I dug, the more sinister the story became. There were rumors, whispers, that Emily didn't just die, but was the victim of a ritual gone wrong, that her parents, desperate to save her, had resorted to occult practices, and that in their attempt to hold on to their daughter they had unleashed something terrible. That night the scratches were stronger than ever. But this time they didn't just come from the attic. You could hear them on the walls, under the floor, all over the house, and between the creaks and scratches. Something else, an almost imperceptible sound, so faint I could have imagined it. Laughter, a childlike laugh interspersed with whispers that slid through the corridors like an icy wind. I couldn't take it any more. I packed my suitcase in a hurry and drove out of the house aimlessly until I found a hotel that night, lying in a strange bed, with the television on, just to fill the silence. I repeated to myself over and over again that I would not come back, that I would put the house up for sale and forget everything. But while I tossed and turned in bed, a feeling gnawed at me inside. If I left without doing anything, what would happen to the person who bought the house after me, with the next family? I would condemn them to suffer same thing. After a sleepless night I made a decision. I had to go back. I had to face whatever it was that inhabited that house and put an end to it. I returned at dusk, armed with salt, holy water, and all the spiritual protections I could find. From the moment I walked through the door I felt the difference. The house was silent. But not the normal silence of an empty house, was an expectant silence, as if the house was holding its breath, watching me. I climbed the stairs, each step echoing in the darkness. When I opened the trapdoor in the attic, the air became icy. The bow escaped from my lips as I turned on the flashlight. The doll was still there, exactly where I had left it, but something had changed around it. Marks had appeared on the dusty floor. They were not human footprints, they were small grooves, as if something had been moving, crawling. I swallowed hard and forced myself to speak. "Emily." My voice was barely a whisper, but it sounded loud in the stillness. "I know you're here. I know what happened. But it's time for you to rest." The air vibrated with an invisible energy. A gust of cold wind hit me, and suddenly there she was, an 8-year-old girl in an old-fashioned dress, standing next to the doll. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, her eyes sunken and full of something dark, something old. "You can't make me leave," she whispered. Her voice wasn't quite human. The air in the room became heavy, as if the house itself. I was holding my breath. I knew I had to act fast. I poured salt in a circle around the doll and began to pray quietly. I took out the holy water and sprinkled it on the doll. Emily screamed. The sound was inhuman, a scream that made the attic beams shake. The doll shook violently on the ground. The objects around me began to fly through the air, but I didn't stop. Recite the words I had memorized, concentrating on the image of Emily as the girl who had been a sick, scared girl, clinging to what she could. Emily's figure, because of her image distortion. For an instant her expression changed. It was no longer fury that reflected her face, but fear. "I have to stay. My mom told me to keep my doll." "No, Emily," I said firmly. "You don't have to stay anymore. You're not alone. You don't have to stay here for a moment." Everything fell silent. Then, with one last whisper, her figure faded like mist in the sun. The doll slumped on the floor, her one eye falling with a dry sound. The attic air was relieved, as if something heavy had been removed from the house. I knew, at that moment, Emily was gone. In the following days, let's make sure that they had belonged to Emily. After that the house changed. I no longer felt that tightness in the air. I no longer heard laughter or scratching. Just the normal sound of an old house settling down. Sometimes on quiet nights, I still hear the creaking of the planks in the attic as if someone was walking softly around, and every now and then out of the corner of my eye, I think I see a little girl in a white dress smiling before fading away. But it doesn't scare me anymore because I know that after more than a century trapped, Emily finally found peace, and this house for the first time in a long time is a real home. The first sign that something was very wrong was when my GPS started to speak in a language I didn't recognize. One moment, the robotic voice told me to turn right. The next it emitted a torrent of guttural sounds that made my skin crawl. I should have turned around at that moment. I should have recognized it as a warning. But I was tired, frustrated, and above all lost. So I kept going, into the labyrinth of rural roads that seemed to swallow me completely. It wasn't until my phone died and the last sunlight disappeared that I understood how serious my situation was. My name is Sarah, and I've been proud of my sense of direction. I'm the person my friends call when they're lost, the one who can navigate an unfamiliar city without needing a map. So when I decided to take a shortcut on my way to visit my sister, I didn't even think twice. Even when the roads got narrower and the houses scarcer, I kept the confidence. Sooner or later I'd find my way back on the highway. But then I came to a junction that didn't show up on the map. That's when the GPS started to act weird. His mechanical voice became a guttural murmur, a torrent of words in an impossible language that I felt more than I heard. I turned off the screen, my pulse speeding up. Just a malfunction, you murmured, but my hand was shaking on the steering wheel. When I looked at my phone, the battery was fully dead, not 5% or 1% dead, zero. The sun had set, leaving everything in a bluish gloom. I turned on the headlights and took a deep breath. I would keep going. Surely sooner or later I would find a gas station or a sign of civilization. So I took a random road and drove, but the road never ended. The asphalt turned to gravel, then dirt, and I still didn't find anyone. When the car started to fail, I realized the truth wasn't that I was lost. It was that the M wasn't catching me. The engine died suddenly. No warnings, no prior signs, it just stopped working. I sat in the dark, listening to my own breathing. When I finally mustered up the courage to get out of the car, I was hit by absolute silence. There were no bugs, there was absolutely nothing. Not even my footsteps sounded normal on the soft earth. It seemed fluffy, too soft, like I wasn't stepping on the ground. But something else. I don't know how long I walked. The trees seemed to get taller, more twisted. Their branches leaned over me like they wanted to catch me. And then I saw the light. At first hope flooded me. A light meant people, help, salvation. But as I got closer I realized that the light wasn't normal. It was a single bare spotlight hanging from a pole at a crossroads. Under the light a sign didn't indicate directions. It just had a single word painted with what looked like dried blood. Chooses. I froze, and it was then that I saw them. 4 roads, each more impossible than the other. On the left, a path of whitewashed bones creaking though no wind was blowing. To the right, a path covered with thick fog moving with life of its own. In front, the dirt road I'd been following, but now the ant as if she were alive behind me. The road I'd come now, a river of liquid shadows flowing like water. My legs were shaking. This couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming or raving. But when you pinch me, Odgers myself was pushing me forward. The only thing I could do was to keep moving forward. The journey that followed was a nightmare. The ground twisted under my feet, changing texture. Sometimes it was as smooth as silk, other times it was rough and sharp as ground glass. Shadows lurked on the margins of my vision, always out of reach. The stars above me were not those of our sky, and then suddenly it was all over. I found myself standing in the middle of a paved road. The sun, it was glowing. Cars were passing in the distance. The air had the familiar smell of hot asphalt and freshly cut grass. But something wasn't right. The cars were strange, more futuristic. The signs on the road had names I didn't recognize. A car pulled up next to me. He rolled down the window. "You need help?" he asked. His accent was subtly incorrect. "What year is it?" I asked with a dry mouth. He told me, and the world fell apart. I had traveled more than a decade into the future. Since then I've tried to understand what happened to me. I've studied quantum physics, parallel universes, any theory that can give me an answer, but nothing quite fits. Sometimes I wonder if I really came back, if this world, with its slightly different technology and subtle changes in history, is mine, or if I'm still on that living path and all of this is just an elaborate illusion. But there's something that haunts me more. I think about that crossroads, the routes I didn't choose. What would have happened if I'd taken the path of bones, or the path of fog, or the river of shadows? What version of me would be writing this story then? Or would it no longer exist? I don't take shortcuts anymore. I follow the main roads, the traveled routes, And if ever I see an unknown junction appear out of nowhere at nightfall, I keep driving no matter how tempting the light seems, 'cause some roads once taken have no return, the GPS announced with its robotic and carefree tone. You've arrived at your destination. But when I looked out the car window, my stomach sank. This couldn't be right. Instead of the lovely bed and breakfast we had booked for our vacation, we found ourselves on the outskirts of a village that seemed frozen in time. The storefronts were faded, the windows dark and unwelcoming. There was no traffic, there were no pedestrians, just an eerie silence that clung to the air like an invisible fog. "Dad, where are we?" my daughter Sarah asked from the back seat, her voice tinged with concern. I forced myself to smile, trying to hide my own uneasiness. "Just a little detour, baby. Sure, we found our way soon." My wife Lisa gave me a skeptical look. She knew me too well to believe me. "Maybe we should turn around," whispered. "This doesn't feel right." But something inside me pushed me to keep going. Maybe it was pride, maybe the strange attraction of that forgotten place. Anyway, I made the worst decision of my life. "Let's ask for directions," I said, parking in front of what seemed to be a general store. "Someone here has to be able to help us." We got out of the car. Silence enveloped us like a blanket. There were no birds singing. There was no distant hum of traffic, not even the wind blowing. When we pushed open the door of the store, a bell rang, its shrill and lonely toll. The interior was dimly lit. The shelves were full of dusty cans and old boxes, as if no one had I would have bought nothing in years. Behind the counter, an old man was watching us with an inscrutable expression. "I can help them?" he asked in a deep voice. I explained the situation to him by showing him the address of the bed and breakfast on my phone. When he looked at the screen, a flash crossed his face, surprise, fear. It disappeared so fast that I couldn't be sure. "Oh yes," he said slowly, "I know the place. But they won't be able to get there tonight." I frowned. "Why, the road is blocked. Last week's storm tore him apart." I exchanged a glance with Lisa. "What storm?" she asked. "The weather has been clear for days." The old man squinted his eyes. "Maybe where you were here things are different." Before I could ask him any more, he continued, "There's a hotel in town. It's the only place you can stay tonight, 2 streets down. There's no loss." His tone didn't invite discussion. We didn't have many options. It was already getting dark, and the children were tired from the long journey. We thanked the old man and we went out. The bell jingled behind us. It sounded out of tune with the silence outside. The hotel was impossible to ignore, an imposing Victorian building with peeling paint and dark windows. As we got closer, I'd swear I saw a curtain move on the top floor, but when I looked again, everything was still. The lobby was old, with faded floral wallpaper and dusty antique furniture. Behind the counter, a thin, pale woman, so boral I had my fingers in the wood with an irregular rhythm. "We need a room for the night," I said, keeping my voice steady. The woman smiled, or at least tried to smile. The gesture looked forced. "Of course," she said, "we were waiting for them." A shiver ran down my spine. Waiting for us? But the woman just waved a hand nonchalantly. "Oh, you know, we always expect visitors in a town like this. Not many come. But when they do—" She didn't finish the sentence. Her eyes were shining with something I couldn't identify. She handed us a metal key, not an electronic card, a heavy antique key. We made our way to the 3rd floor up a creaky staircase. The hallway was dim, wallpaper torn in places. Our room was spacious but suffocating. The curtains were thick, a dull burgundy color. The dark wood furniture seemed to absorb the little light coming in. Sarah and Tommy huddled together in one of the beds. No longer excited about the adventure, Lisa tried to reassure them. "It's only for one night," she said, but her voice didn't sound convincing. That night, the sounds kept us awake, footsteps in the hallway, but they never passed through our door. Whispers always on the verge of being understood. A long, low moan seemed to come from the walls themselves. When dawn broke, we were ready to stretch out. We packed our things hastily and went downstairs. But when we left the hotel, we stood still. The town had changed. The shops were no longer deserted. The streets were bustling with activity. People in strangely old-fashioned clothes were walking along the sidewalks. A carriage rattled down the street. "Daddy, it's a festival?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. I shook my head, speechless. This wasn't a celebration we had once entered. We ran back to the store. The old man was still there, exactly like the day before. "What's going on?" I sued. "What?" "It's this place." The man looked at us calmly. "Like this happened all the time. This is Millhaven," he said simply, "and now it's his home." Lisa turned pale. "This isn't our home. We have to go." The old man sighed. "Nobody quits Millhaven. They can't really try. But they'll always come back." We didn't believe him. We ran to the car. I started the engine and stepped on the accelerator as we drove away. I looked in the rear-view mirror at the inhabitants. They didn't chase us. They just watched us as if they knew something that we didn't drive for hours without stopping. But when night fell, I knew we'd made a mistake in the distance. I saw lights in a small town. We'll stop here, I said, exhausted, but as we got closer, a sense of dread came over the shops, the streets, the hotel was the same. We had returned Millhaven. The old man's words echoed in me. Head, no one leaves Millhaven, not really, and I understood the truth. We could no longer escape, because Millhaven would never let us go. The first rays of dawn filtered their light between the canopy of the forest, casting haunting shadows on the ground covered with leaves. When I opened the zipper of my tent, a chill ran down my spine, and not because of the cold of the morning. Something was wrong. The forest that the night before had seemed to me familiar and welcoming, now he felt alien, threatening. And there, carved into the bark of the nearest tree, was a symbol he had never seen before. Intricate, disturbing, and no doubt freshly made. He had always been a lonely person, finding more comfort in the tranquility of nature than in the presence of other people. So solo excursions were my escape, my way of disconnecting from the world. This particular trip, it was a week-long tour of one of the most remote areas of the national forest, with no cell phone signal, no other campers, just me and nature. The first 2 days were perfect. I went deep into the thicket, setting up my camp in a small clearing next to a bubbling stream. The solitude was just what I needed. But now, looking at that symbol on the tree, all sense of peace had vanished. I approached cautiously, running my fingers along the edges of the mark. The wood was fresh, damp still from the cut. Someone had been here while mine. A snap of branches made me spin dry, my heart beating wildly. The forest that, until now, had seemed serene, seemed to be full of hidden threats. I forced myself to take a deep breath. Probably just an animal, or perhaps another hiker who had passed through here in the night. But when my eyes swept over the clearing, the sense of danger intensified. The symbol wasn't just on one tree, it was on everyone. Every trunk around my camp had the same mark, forming a perfect circle around my tent. Panic coiled around my chest like a knot of thorns. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone or something had been here while I slept, and had done it in absolute silence. I rushed back to my tent, rummaging through my things with trembling hands. I pulled out my map and compass, desperate to chart the quickest route back to civilization. But when we hypnotically unfold a guttural chant that seemed to come from all directions at once, I didn't understand the words, but the cadence was ancient, inhuman. My legs moved before I could think it. I ran. I ran without caring about the direction, only knew that I had to get out of that clearing. The trees passed by me in blurred flashes, their shadows long like fingers, trying to catch me. But the song followed me. No matter how much I ran, I was always close. The branches scratched my face and my arms, the cold air cut my lungs, but I didn't stop. I ran until the forest suddenly opened, and I found myself on the shore of a lake. The water was calm, reflecting the pale gray sky, and then I saw him. Not in the forest, not in the water, in the reflection. Dozens of them standing among the trees on my back, tall, dressed in robes made of bark and leaves, their faces hidden behind masks carved with the same symbol I had seen in the trees. My breath stopped. I didn't want to turn around. I knew what I would see, but something in the eye needed to confirm the nightmare. I turned around. The shore was empty. There was no one there, but in the reflection of the lake they were still standing, looking at me, waiting for me. A chill ran through my whole body. Then a voice came out of nowhere, raspy, old, like the roots of trees. Son of the outside world, you have crossed into our domain. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. The forest was alive, whispering around me. The jungle has spoken. The forest I chose, I said. The forest take the voices, overlapping those phrases like a mantra. Then I saw something worse. The figures in the reflection were coming closer, without moving their feet, sliding towards me little by little, until one of them was close enough for me to see what was behind her mask. Nothing. A void, an abyss of shadows and twisted undergrowth, and I knew what they wanted. They wanted to fill me with it. The first figure raised a hand. His skin was not skin. It was cute, alive, writhing and growing in spirals, and before I could react he touched my forehead with a knotty finger. Everything turned black when I woke up. I was on the side of the road. The sun was starting to rise. My clothes were dry. My map intact. For a moment I thought it had all been a nightmare. But when I looked down at I saw it, a little symbol etched into my skin, pulsing like it was alive. I didn't camp again after that, but sometimes in my dreams I hear the song, and I know that the forest hasn't forgotten me, and that someday it will call me back.